All right. Looks like we are live. What's going on, everybody? So I got a nice big bowl of Chinese food that I'm eating right now. I've also got some special gummies and some normal gum-gums. And I've got some spicy dumplings here, which are fucking good. I'm gonna have some of these right now. Dude, look at that shit. I love these spicy dumplings. Finn, no. Finn wants some. No. You're gonna have to wait for your mom. Goddamn, that's good. This isn't tofu, these are oyster mushrooms.
Let me hit some freestyle, baby. Some of my natural talent. Yo, you know my flavor. I'm the real gangster, baby. I come from the East Coast, baby. You got my flavor, baby. I'm the real Rob Bale. You got nothing on me. I'm a wankster. You got bling bling, 10 carats on my ring. I'm the big fat Joe, baby. $100 million stack, baby. You know I'm fly. You know I'm the gangster. You know I'm vanilla cream, all smear, baby. My piss. Lenny's my boy. He's a real best friend. You know we got the bling. Lenny's gonna go to the top with me. I'm fly, baby. Lenny's the man. You know I'm wankster. All the misfits kick some ass. You know, baby, it's my flavor.
I have received thousands of leaked messages from an official MrBeast work chat. I verified the legitimacy of these chats with multiple former employees, and let me tell you, they are absolutely insane.
It's John Smith linking Jimmy Donaldson's wiki feet and then saying, my feet are a 4.8 out of 5.
Oh, that's embarrassing. Mine are a 5 out of 5. Don't want to brag, but
Yeah.
that's embarrassing.
I know. Another MrBeast video. I'm honestly so sick and tired talking about MrBeast, KSI, Lunchly, and if anything, right now, I wish I could be having a really wholesome experience playing the new Call of Duty Black Ops 6 campaign.
You're early on the day. You have to chow down on something you don't even like, lol. Yeah, I have to thaw out that stupid cheesecake. So it's in the cupboard right now, just thawing. That'll take probably a few hours.
On veteran difficulty.
Ooh. Okay, Akimbo, no. Not Akimbo, I'm sorry. Akimbo's awful. Dolphin dive! I did not mean to do that.
But this one is really important to talk about because apparently...
Why are we watching Jason Jen over the undisciplined shithead? Thankfully he can never be a soldier or I'd smoke the hell out of him every day till he pukes.
We were watching for the mints. But thanks for the donation, American Infantryman. Eric Weinstein and Steven Crowder on fucking Pierce? Oh my god. Why does Pierce Morgan bring on the most fucking cancerous guests, dude?
The FBI are now getting involved. So
Yeah,
as of
the
late
day a
July this
cheesecake
year,
comes
MrBeast
frozen.
and his company have been involved in a lot of hot water, to say the least. They've been involved in a lot of controversy, and it only really seems to be getting bigger and more complicated as time goes on. Now, there are many moving parts here. There are a lot of seasons of the MrBeast courtroom drama, so I would not blame you if you forgot certain aspects. In late July this year, there were allegations, very serious ones, levied against Ava Chris Tyson, who's a very close friend of
Anal donate $2 to Natural Not Vegan said in her latest video she needs egg for vegan brain fog. So she flat out admits she eats eggs? I don't care enough about her to actually go to her channel and watch any of her fucking videos to find out, but I'll take your word for it. What a surprise. Thanks for the donation, Anal.
Of MrBeast at the time, and also an employee. I've already talked about what those allegations are at great length, and I'd also like to keep the video under 3 hours. But basically, Ava came out with a tweet saying that she's leaving the company, they're ending it amicably, only for MrBeast to...
MrBeast is being investigated for crypto scams. He has over 50 wallets. Holy shit.
shortly come out afterwards saying, no, you're being booted off and also you're being investigated. And very shortly after that, an ex-MrBeast employee had a YouTube channel called Dogpack404 where he uploaded a lot of expose videos on MrBeast, his management, his company. There are a lot of allegations in the first video, like for example, talking about faking and rigging challenges, entire videos, running illegal lotteries, targeting kids with these business practices, and also selling fake autographed merch.
Also, using archive.org, we can see what the website looked like on the day of the stream, and while there's no mention of any sweepstakes whatsoever, it does say this limited tee signed by MrBeast and crew, but the description says it's signed by a member of the MrBeast crew, and it doesn't say anywhere that other members will sign MB, deceiving people into believing it was signed by MrBeast. So here's a clip of Tyler forging, or not, maybe not forging, using MrBeast's signature. So Tyler signs MB, which is MrBeast's signature. Then he covers it, signs his own initials, TC, smirks, looks around.
I remember a while back you watched a scary video about laser eye surgery and all the complications people experienced. Do you remember what the video was? Is it really that dangerous? What are the main dangers? Does the cornea flap ever fully heal? Thanks.
I can't remember the exact title of the video, but there's seems to be pretty high risk of complication. And the method they use to determine whether or not the surgery is a success is very misleading. So you may have better vision in terms of like being able to make out all the letters on that like board, like 20/20 vision, but you're very likely to have complications like double vision, especially in high contrast scenarios like at night when there's like bright lights on the highway or something. I actually know somebody personally who had that happen to them. He got laser eye surgery, and when he drives at night, he sees double vision. Dry eyes. Sometimes the cornea doesn't completely heal, and it can actually dislodge years later. So I wouldn't recommend doing it, and I would say just get glasses. There's basically zero risk of any complications if you wear glasses, but laser eye surgery seems way too risky to me. Thanks for the donation, though, Jaquavius. I think I'm going to try having a special gummy right now.
Around and then quickly slides the shirt away.
Now, there are a lot of people in the background who don't like MrBeast. You know, they might make like a little jab about him on Twitter or in the private group chat, say that they don't like his content, but this was the first example of a huge expose made on him that got tens of millions of views, and at the time, and still is, a really huge deal, to the point that news outlets actually started to report on it. Not just like commentary slop channels, but actual news outlets. There were companies like Metro, Sports Illustrated, and of course, the most reliable journalistic source of integrity, Know Your Meme. And for whatever reason, that exposed video actually has its own IMDb page as well. To be fair, apparently I have my own IMDb page as well, and also the Huck Tour podcast has its own IMDb page as well. And for a brief time, ironically, it was actually voted higher than the entire...
Damn, that tastes good. Each gummy is 10 milligrams. and I got 4 in total.
Of Breaking Bad. So at the end of August, Dogpack would release 2 more videos. And as of recording, these 3 videos are the only videos on that channel right now. Now, one thing I do find really bizarre about these videos, I'm not sure whether it's like a...
I'm gonna let the cheesecake just thaw out for a few hours because I want to eat this Chinese food first anyway. So it'll give me a break.
YouTube algorithm thing, or the fact that the news...
Handsome babies donated $2. Hopefully they're not like people babies. Oh good, they're like goat babies. Wow, they are handsome. There's some nice goat babies. I like goats. Oh! Oh my god, what's going on there? So fuzzy, oh my goodness. Oh. It's a Hyrax. Oh my god. That's a really nice Hyrax. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the donation, handsome babies. Give me a second, I gotta message Jasmine. What's a good girl, Faye? Yeah, you're good. You want some rubs? Yeah, that's a good dog. Yeah, you're good too, Finn. I love you. Finn, lie down. Inamant. Inamant. There's no space. I got all this food. Yeah, it's a good dog. Where did you get your gummies? Live near Ottawa. What the fuck is the place called? Flower Haze. That was one of the top rated in the city, so yeah, it's on 1571 Bank Street. It's pretty good. Do you like haunted houses? Yeah, they can be fun.
Brother!
Wait.
Cycle is just so quick, people forget about things after like a day they come out. But if you look at the Dogpack videos, the first video, 15 million, that is insane. And then the second video, 12 million views, that is still insane numbers. But then the third one only has around 3 million views. That is like a good 70% drop off. Like again, I know everyone's got ADHD. The way the news cycle works, people forget things like as soon as they, I mean, people watching this slot video, you'll probably forget half the things that I've said after this video.
Well, his third video was kind of sucky.
But even taking that into consideration, that is a insane drop-off in views. Now, in Dogpack's second video, he talks more about the mistreatment of employees and contestants within the MrBeast company. Now, Dogpack, throughout this video, is interviewing Jake Weddle, who's also a comedian as well. And I would also like to specify, sometime after this Dogpack video came out, MrBeast on his Twitter account, or someone on his Twitter account, reached out to Jake, basically apologizing for what he went through, saying it obviously affected him, and offering him a cash sum of money. In the same video as well, they also talk about someone called Delaware, who is an alleged sex offender that MrBeast actually...
Hey VG, you look leaner since I last tuned in. Have you lost weight? Looking good.
Yeah, I'm down to 213 pounds as of this morning. So, I lost about 5 pounds this week. So yes, I have gotten leaner. Thanks for the donation though, Sid. Appreciate it.
actually hired at one point, even after allegedly knowing his past convictions.
But when I was there, they called him Delaware. Why do you call him Delaware? I didn't know. Apparently they called him Delaware because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. That's his nickname? Colloquially? Like in a It's Delaware. Don't ask him why, you know?
And then the third video, which, like I mentioned earlier, has a lot less traction than the previous videos, that talks about alleged predators, sex offenders, and abusers that MrBeast had let into his company. Again, all allegedly. And apparently as well, there's sort of like boys club mentality within the workplace. Now, I do want to say I am glossing over a lot of what was brought up in these videos, a lot of the topics, because again, if I were to explain everything that happened within these videos, this video would probably end up being longer than dark.
I don't really know about any vegan places in Quebec. I only just went to Montreal, Montreal yesterday, and I was just there for like a few minutes. Dude, craziest shit happened to me when I was out today. So I was going into Ottawa to pick up the food and everything. And I was in the middle lane on the highway, and the truck in front of me started slowing down for no reason. So I put on my signal to turn into the left lane, look over my shoulder, and there's a guy a good, I don't know, 30, 40 yards behind me.
I'm about 148 pounds and 6 feet tall with a 125 pound max bench. Small 3-inch penis and I don't have much money. But I have a great personality and I always pay for my date's McDonald's order. I don't flush my shit because it's wasteful. What can I work on?
Maybe after you're done taking a shit, you can just get a plastic bag so it doesn't stain the toilet. And you can just, collect them in your drawer, your turds. That might help. Thanks for the donation, Microwave Fresh Shit Logs. So I was signaling to go in the left lane, look over my shoulder, there's a guy a good 30, 40 yards behind me, and he's not picking up speed. As I'm turning into the lane, starts accelerating like fucking crazy, and then he nearly hits me. It was that close. The guy almost smashed into me. So this happens all the fucking time. For some reason, there's this group of fucking retards who are worried, even though you're on a fucking bike that's more powerful than their fucking car. They don't want you going in front of them, even though you're faster. So this guy just tried to cut ahead of me and almost fucking killed me. So then, I just speed up past the guy and then give him the finger. Then this fucking crazy dipshit literally tries to kill me. So he accelerates, moves into the lane I'm in, and then almost hits me from behind. He came that close, so I'm like, oh shit. So I speed up, I swerve around a few cars, and then I look behind me again. This guy's chasing after me. He's weaving in and out of these fucking cars trying to get me, and tries to fucking accelerate up and try to smash into me again. And then I'm like, okay, fuck, this guy's gonna try to kill me. So I just gun it. I end up going 200 kilometers an hour. And I was weaving in between fucking cars and shit too, just so I can get escape from this guy. And then I start speed wobbling like crazy, so my handlebars are going like this. And then I just pumped the brakes, and then it transferred force into the front wheel, and then I stabilized. But I finally got away from the guy. That was fucking retarded. Random gal donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Ow. Oh my god. That's a good baby goat. Oh. Oh my goodness. I really love llamas. Llamas are really cute. I like llamas. They're nice. And the goats are nice too. Oh.
That's a goat eating a waffle. He likes the waffles. Give it to him. That's a good waffle. That goat deserves the waffle. That's nice.
Thanks for the donation, Random Gale.
Loving the stream. Check out this guy if you think his content may seem valuable.
Let's see.
And cut straight to the chase. I'm about to show you what a 2,000 calorie day will look like, along with how many macronutrients are spread out throughout the day. I'm also going to show you how to use a food scale to measure all your food correctly and effectively. So if you're looking for something that's specifically tailored to you, then just go to my website, scroll all the way down to area of practice, and those first 3 options will give you full access to your nutrition plan. So once again, the following are examples of just what a 2,500 calorie day will look like. And once again, this can vary from person to person. All right, so for your plant-based option, coming in at meal 1, you have 8.1 fluid ounces of soy milk, 5.6 ounces of steel-cut oats, 1 ounce of walnuts, half a cup of blueberries, and then half a cup of strawberries. For meal 2, you have 1 tablespoon of peanut butter, 1 protein bar, and then 1 medium-sized apple. For meal 3, you have 2.4 ounces of kale, 1.1 ounce of spinach, 3.7 ounces of quinoa, and 6.3 ounces of edamame.
I don't know why I'd find that interesting.
Hey! Did I just catch you watching a chihuahua twerk instead of getting on top of your training program? Oh, my God. I don't even know what to say to you no more, man. Just...
Alright, well thanks for the donation, dude. I don't care about his content. I don't need to see what other people eat.
Darkwood. I'm just trying to give like a little brief summary because obviously jumping into what's happening right now, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense to some people that haven't been caught up on the entire Beast allegation universe. Again, I'm...
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Great. Thank you, dipshit. Fuck you.
Sure, many of you already know this. Many of you are already caught up, but like I've said earlier, the internet highway, it moves incredibly quickly, especially when you go into places like TikTok and you'll just see like 7 news stories all happening like on the same day. So in the description of his last video, Dogpack basically said that he was waiting for MrBeast to address the allegations himself before dropping another video. Now, so far, MrBeast hasn't said anything himself, at least publicly. Mostly, he just went on with the launch of his product with KSI and Logan Paul. Lunchly, as we know, I have done, let's say a couple videos talking about it. Now, there definitely was a very bizarre stalemate situation here. Ludwig basically said on a video that he talked to MrBeast personally and Jimmy was going to respond to these allegations when Dogpack released all of his videos. He was basically just waiting for Dogpack to fire all of his rounds, probably so he wasn't caught in like kind of a gotcha moment. So again, it's this awkward stalemate. MrBeast didn't really directly address it. He just went on to continue uploading as usual. Although I do want to point out there are some news articles at the minute that are basically
John Bravo just made a video about Wes Watson threatening him in DMs and blocking him. Wes Watson's the biggest fucking bitch, dude. Asmongold cleaned his fucking house? Oh, there it is.
Here's my address. This is the gym I'm at on Saturdays. Show up and do what you're claiming you want to do.
And so I had a confrontation with Wes Watson. He disrespected my client in the middle of the gym and disrespected me. So we had words, and as a man, I challenged him to go outside and settle it, and he refused.
Yeah. Yep. Got another fake tough guy over here.
You guys remember when I was telling you who Wes Watson was? Well, let me remind you. He's a criminal. He goes to prison. He comes out. He lies about how long he was there because he thinks it's gonna make him look cooler, right? But then he starts selling these bullshit programs to thousands of people that don't do shit. And those programs make him a millionaire. And now if you see him, he's living in a beautiful mansion. He's driving around in Bentleys and Bugattis. He's got these beautiful, beautiful girlfriends. He's got everything, right?
No, buying cat food that contains meat is not vegan. You're supporting a rights violation.
But the thing is, it's all rented. The houses, the cars, even the sharmutas. Well, he's not happy with the video I made about him and Jeff Nippard. So much that he had to go to his Instagram and limit his posts so people can't comment what they really feel about his bullshit. Well, me and him have been going back and forth in the comments a little bit. And then he sends me a DM and tells me, here's my address. This is the gym I'm at on Saturdays. Show up and do what you're claiming you want to do. So I'm thinking in my head, maybe this can give me some content. I go there, I take a flight, I film the whole thing going to Florida. I confront him, right? So I go to respond to him, and you know what he does, this piece of shit? He blocks me like a pussy. Who sends somebody and challenges them and then blocks
That is clearly not a serious person.
them after? So I posted what he sent me on my story, and somebody responds. They say, listen, John, I'm a trainer at that gym where he's working out on Saturdays, right? And I had a problem with him one time, and I even filmed it. This is what happened.
Stretch your elbows. Stretch your lats out, Wes. Come on. Come on. We know you're tough. Let's go. What's that?
Legs you got.
You want to see him?
Yeah, those are huge.
Let me see your legs.
Those are dope.
Yours first, bro.
Check them out.
What do you mean? You want to flex with me?
How much you weigh?
How much do I weigh? I weigh 205 pounds.
Barely 200, yeah.
205 pounds.
Yeah.
How about you? Yeah. How old are you?
240.
240? How old are you?
How old are you?
How old are you? I asked you first, sir.
39.
39?
Yeah.
I'm 29, motherfucker.
Okay, yeah, you should
You're a
listen.
tough guy. I
should
do.
listen.
I mean, I thought you were a nice guy before I thank you just now. It was a very bad impression.
You guys took it wrong. That's how I thought. Have you seen my f***ing content?
Of course I
Have you
do.
seen this is how I always talk?
What a sad, sad, miserable person. Like, as much of a stupid loser piece of shit Wes Watson is, like, it's just a shame that this guy has to, like, just lie about his entire life, pretend he makes more money than he really does, start shit with people for no fucking reason, to act like some tough guy. It must be hard living like that. Oh, what a dumbass. I'm gonna have another gum.
I know.
And it's what works.
Right. It works for you, bro. But listen.
No, it works. It works. Okay, it works. It works.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
And then after that, he said, he challenged him. He said, let's go outside and settle this like men, right? And you know what, Wes? The little bitch pussy, do you know what he did? He went to the owner of the gym and tattled him and said he was being...
Dude, it's that bad. He tattled on him. I can't believe that. What a bitch. Oh my god. After talking all that shit, he tattles on the guy.
Called names. I'm not even kidding you.
And so I had a confrontation with Wes Watson. He disrespected my client in the middle of the gym and disrespected me. So we had words, and as a man, I challenged him to go outside and settle it, and he refused. Other words were exchanged, some derogatory comments. Make a long story short, because of the derogatory comments that were mentioned, I was then called into management from the business that I run my business out of. I'm not formally employed by this gym. I just run my business out of it. But I got called in, spoken to, and because I used derogatory comments, and AKA Wes Watson is a snitch.
Probably called Wes Watson a faggot or something. Cheesecake niggas donate $2. This is what came up under a day of cheesecake on IG. Lol, you better post a selfie. That's weird. Why are these, like, some of the most awkward photos I've ever fucking seen? I am not looking forward to eating that cheesecake. the fuck? Well, thanks for the donation, cheesecake niggas.
I got you so good I disguised my name as Dodo lol. I was just joking, my bad, won't do it anymore, but I gotcha you good.
Yeah, you got me. Thanks for the donation, hey.
And went to the management and cried about it because he's got all these followers and thinks he's big, high, mighty, and powerful. That then after that, I was told that I was no longer allowed to be at my place of business where I've been paying $1,000 a month rent for the past 5 years. Once the owner and I had a heart-to-heart conversation, he noticed my side of the story and we were able to come to terms. And I'm still allowed to be at that gym, but I'm not allowed to engage with Wes Watson because he's a bitch.
So this asshole wants me to take a flight, go down there,
Oh my god.
so he can tell on me like a little bitch. So now, it got me thinking. And I was remember that confrontation yelling match he had on stage with Andrew Wilson, and they were going back and forth and saying things.
Are you proud of who the f you are?
Why
Well,
don't
look
you
at,
even
are
let
you
me
proud?
get-
If you look in the mirror, would you guys say this motherfucker's proud of who the f he is? You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have tits.
No, they go to prison where they get.
Fuck yeah,
where
they
get
do.
ass.
You've never been to prison. Look,
That's
you're
what
talking about shit you
happens.
don't know.
They go to prison where they get.
You get your ass beat in front of
You think that that's
everybody.
better? You think that that's better?
Well, in the end, Andrew Wilson said a lot of nasty things to Wes. And what did he do?
Nothing.
Eventually, he just went back, sat on his chair like a little bitch. It showed me he had a big mouth, but he didn't really do anything. And something else, it was funny, he said to Andrew Wilson, he goes, "This is not what real men look like."
This is not what men look like.
Let's let him
What do they
finish
look
his
like?
point.
Happy Diwali VG.
Well, thank you, Tommy. I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, dude. I want Jasmine to share the cheesecake with you. I don't know if she wants it. Yeah? Oh, okay. Show us what you're eating. These are fried oyster mushrooms. Got some rice. There's some bell peppers in there and vegan kung pao chicken. There you go. That is what I am eating right now. Dude, I've been barely eating for so long, and especially like the last couple days, literally nothing. I only started eating again yesterday. It is hard to fucking eat, man. I don't know when these gums are gonna kick in, but should have enough to get zooted.
Point.
Shit.
What do they look like? Bald prisoners? They look like?
This is the problem in society. Is people like this think they can talk to someone like me like that. They really think they can. He knows he wouldn't do shit about it, and that's the problem.
Men usually have hair. We can agree on that, too.
He has
Physically.
crossed over gender barriers.
And then I'm thinking, and I'm remembering, I just saw him on Instagram with the Louis Vuitton woman's purse strapped against his chest, running around town like a fucking asshole. And he's telling Andrew Wilson, this is not what a real man looks like. I guess.
Dude, he's so fucking gay. Oh my god. He's walking around with a fucking Louis Vuitton purse and acting as if he's the alpha male. Oh my god.
Wes has to teach us what real men look like. So now, you threaten me.
Gay.
And then what do when I go to respond? You block me like a bitch. Andrew Wilson says a lot of things, and what do? You sit down and you do nothing. The trainer in the gym comes and challenges you. He's 200 pounds, he's smaller than you. He says, let's go outside. What do? You tattletale on him to the owner saying he's calling you names. You do all of this, and you say Jeff Nippard is the cop caller.
You were standing there confronting him like you wanted some business, and you didn't. You should have left the gym and known you were too big of a bitch, and you were going to call the cops. You should have left, bitch, because you know you're a cop calling, bitch, and that guy's going to mangle you. This is what's wrong with society.
Dude, if I came up and slapped him across the face, he'd call the cops on me.
Passive-aggressive pussies who push the buttons of beast motherfuckers and then go run into the police.
Listen, I learned in life a long time ago in high school. The people that have the biggest mouths are the biggest pussies. They do it because they want to try to intimidate you with their mouth because they're really not going to do shit in the end. And when you stand up to them, they're not going to do shit like what we're seeing with Wes Watson. So what does all of this tell us about Wes Watson, everything that we have seen, right? He rented his life, his cars, his mansion, even the sharmutas. He pretends that they're his
Yeah, your stomach gets smaller while you're dieting and you get fuller faster.
girlfriends, and what does he do? He rents them on the escort site, right? He even has to lie about his tough prison life when we...
Of course. Yeah, this dude's pretending he's dating these chicks, but they're literally escorts.
Found out it's not a tough...
It's funny, Frank did that too.
Prison life, and he probably wasn't even in there as long as he said he was. So what does this all say? It tells us that anybody who went and bought his programs and listens to his bullshit is even a bigger asshole than Wes Watson himself.
So you guys, there's a video online going around of some monster ass fool pushing some keyboard warrior princess little punk bitch by his neck because he saw him in person. I guess the guy heckles the big guy online or something, and when he seen him in person, he pushed him by his neck. You pussies are in the comments going, he should press charges. No, he should get pushed by the neck and then get his head stepped on, and everybody else should say, good bitch, don't talk shit to a monster if you're a little peon pussy.
Well, that's rather embarrassing. Mark Ross donated 218. Is it moral in the current non-vegan world to buy cat food that contains meat sourced, solely sourced from byproducts of the meat industry if doing so doesn't increase demand for rights violations? What did you mean by it's still supporting a rights violation? Yeah, so dum-dum, if a byproduct is being used and it's being like sold, so like in cat food, you're still supporting a rights violation. You're giving money to the industry that is killing animals. So it's still supporting a rights violation. It's just that a lower portion of their profit is coming from, you know, the byproduct, but that's still funding the industry. Thanks for that donation, Mark Ross.
Stephen Bennell, welcome back to the show.
Alex O'Connor, thank you for inviting me to your wonderful studio.
Yes, this glorious, wonderful studio that's definitely mine. Then this kind of shift that we're seeing someone like Mark Zuckerberg take, in that ostensibly he said that he wants Meta to become non-partisan. He sort of sees it, as far as I can tell, as having been quite explicitly and obviously left-leaning for a long time. And now he's saying, I'm a libertarian, I want a hands-off approach, I want to be non-partisan. You think that's a bad thing?
I don't believe him when he says that. I think that when people say nonpartisan, they have a bad understanding of what nonpartisan means. When people appeal to apoliticalness or nonpartisan or these ideas that you're above, political bias, they want the aesthetic of being nonpartisan. But what actually happens is they are the most partisan. So, for example, when you say nonpartisan, the aesthetic that you're trying to wear and the ideal that you should be striving for is, I'm going to make a decision about a thing without really considering the political implications, right? Is illegal immigration good or bad for the country? Let's just see what the economists say. I don't care about brown people, don't care about black people, don't care about natives or whatever. I'm just going to look at this thing in as much of a vacuum as a human can, okay? That would be like nonpartisan. But so people want the aesthetic of that person. But when people carry nonpartisanship into the real world, what they really do is they go, oh, well, this guy over here thinks that, this guy thinks that. I'm going to think something in between these two people. That's not nonpartisan. You're just as partisan as the both of them. You're just averaging out their beliefs. And so the issue that happens is if you were in an environment, we could imagine an environment. We don't have to imagine an environment where one side is dramatically more incorrect than the other side, where your apoliticism has actually sane washed the other side and is hurting like any type of fight for, I would argue, like truth to exist. Because now you are sane washing the other side by taking a position in the middle, claiming to be nonpartisan and centrist, but you're always just like carrying water for the right. It's insane.
And which side is the left and which side is the right there? Which is the one that's...
I don't think Skullagrim would be willing to do a collab with me. I'm pretty sure he allowed his mods to ban me on his channel. I think. Because I brought up vegan cats. He's also lying dishonest jackass. He was claiming that I'm abusing my cats by feeding it a vegan diet, then refused to debate me on the topic. Because he said, well, I don't know enough about that. So you're willing to accuse me of animal abuse when you admit you don't know anything about fucking, animal nutrition. He also seems very reluctant and scared to talk to me just in general. I remember telling him I sent him a message on Twitter, and then he was like, oh yeah, I forgot about it. Oh yeah, I'll check later. Like, just a lot of weird shit. So I don't think he's willing to do any kind of collab with me.
Probably until like
Mr. Bonnell.
I don't know, midnight. No, I'm sorry, 3 or 4, however late we need to. Who just joined? Hello?
Hey. It's I. Vegan Gains.
Oh, hi, what's up?
Oh, not much. Had a bit of a crazy thing happen to me on the highway today.
What happened?
Some guy literally tried to kill me. He was just road raging super hard. This dipshit, when I was changing lanes, deliberately sped up and nearly hit me. Then when I passed him and gave him the finger, he tried to run me over, and then I was literally in a high-speed chase for like a minute.
That's pretty wild.
But I did get some good vegan Chinese food, so it was worth it.
Did the guy end up getting like pulled over or anything, or?
No, it's actually extraordinarily easy to speed in Canada, like just about anywhere. Like
Why
nobody.
did he get pulled over for like road rage chasing you?
Well, I didn't get his license plate, and there weren't any cops around, so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, that guy was a fucking nut job, just absolutely whacked.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody was asking if I was riding the Ural. No, the Ural's way too slow to fucking, like, no way you could run away from somebody on that bike. I was on my V-Strom.
Oh, you on like a motorcycle, or
Yeah, I was on my motorcycle.
were you on the interstate?
No, just 400 series highway.
Oh, I feel like you should be able to outrun him or get away from him pretty easily then, no?
Yeah, I was able to get him away from him pretty quickly, but he, like, there was traffic in front of me, so I had to kind of weave in and out of cars, and I couldn't really gun it for a little bit. And he was weaving in and out too, so he was keeping up with me for a little, but then I got up to 200 kilometers an hour, and I actually ended up speed wobbling.
There we go. Well, good thing you're still alive.
Yeah. I'm pretty robust. I think even if I crashed, I probably would have lived. I had my
Sure.
Kevlar
Well, crashes
jacket
are
on.
scary.
and
You don't want to
everything.
like get like big permanent injuries or whatever, right?
Well, yeah. I don't want to like break anything or anything like that, but I had my motorcycle jacket and pants and everything on, like all Kevlar.
Sure. Okay.
Probably would have avoided road rash. All right, man. Well, take care. I just had some THC gummies, and I'm waiting for them to kick in.
All right. Well, be careful. Stay safe.
Yeah, happy Halloween.
Yep. Happy Halloween.
Retard, donate $2. Can you react to this? It's fucking hilarious. Oh yeah, he threatened the UPS workers. I remember that. Thanks for the donation, retard. We can watch that in a minute. T donated $2. Skip to 114.25. Lady admits to being a terrorist. 114.25.
How do you feel about that? That there's this like movement of violence that you all have to fight against all the time. Do you have any thoughts on it?
You were the ones who made us like that.
No. This is a choice. No.
It was self-defense.
No, you can't. No, it's not self. No, don't.
Okay.
Yeah. No, hang on. Violence is a choice. Okay.
Yeah.
The West put the weapons out there. Okay.
That is fucking creepy. Why the fuck aren't these people deported? Like seriously, why are they here? Deport them. I sent a question to this liberal professor and stumped him at 5940.
I've been thinking about, we're coming up to these elections. So, okay, whatever. Okay, American Protestant from America asks, why is Japan and Israel allowed to have racially exclusive society but not America?
Japan and Israel are not racially exclusive societies. Israel has a 20% Arab minority, so that's not even including any other minorities. And Japan, I think the amount of minorities within Japan is somewhere around 10% right now. Percentage of Japan's minority Population. Oh no, it's higher, I think. So as of 2021, Japanese make up 97.9% of the population, Chinese 0.6, Korean 0.4, other 1.1. Okay, that's actually much more racially homogenous than I realized.
What do you think of Alex's mustache? Did you know there is a poll to get Alex's beard shaved off? Ha 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 ha.
I think the reason he's growing that mustache is because it blocks the smell of the turds falling out of his pants. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
I had 80 milligrams of edibles last night and got the highest I've ever been. Hands and face felt like they were melting. How much did you take?
I took 40 milligrams. And I think I'm actually starting to feel it. It's nothing crazy right now, but I think I feel something. 80 milligrams is a ridiculous amount of milligrams. You, probably shouldn't have that much. Thanks for the donation, though, Jumba.
Damn. Oh, you got to ask that question. Oh, my God. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, listen, I'm not advocating for open borders, by the way. I'm advocating.
Well, that was kind of embarrassing. He literally could not give you an answer.
Guys, this is horrible. And there's also a few other things that happened this week that make me believe some sort of ethereal demon is out to get me, because it was raining so hard from all the trails they spray in the air that so much water leaked through. It got into my freezer and also destroyed like all of my Frankie's Naturals products downstairs. It's crazy. So we're going through the boxes now. Most of the stuff has to be destroyed and thrown out because it's, Thursday and all these boxes were sent on Monday. Most of the meat's actually still frozen, but legally speaking, we can't really send the same meat back out. So we're gonna have to dispose of it, and I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. I'm gonna go downstairs where it's a little quieter, but this is a crazy scenario. I can't take these financial hits on my business. I can't. The government came in and seized $40,000 worth of product. This UPS sending this back. This is $10,000 worth of damage.
Dude, Frank looks like he aged like 10 years in 2 years. He looks like a fucking child here, like he just turned fucking 13 or something. And then now he looks like some fucking cross-eyed, fucked up, like, freak.
Guys, from the money I spent to ship the boxes, the lost meat, it's the lost customer base, people that aren't going to order from me again. And I'm not going to get any compensation for any of this. I never have, UPS has probably cost me, I would say $50,000.
No, I've never taken nicotine with edibles. I don't know if that would do anything more. Goomba donated $2. Besides Musk's political scheme and the bullshit real-life Tony Stark image he has, Musk peddles this breeding crap. If a person doesn't want kids, he should not have kids, but Musk expects them to have kids for non-selfish reasons. Vast majority of people who have kids are selfish as fuck. If you ask them why they had kids, they'll either say it was an accident or they just want kids. Like, they can't give you a like a reason that wasn't either, immaturity and, recklessness or just self-interest. But yeah, Musk is a fucktard. Thanks for the donation, Goomba. Riley donated $2. Can we watch fail vids when you are feeling it fully or just funny stuff of cute animals? Fail compilations usually suck, and by the third one you watch, they all start repeating themselves because they're just made by AI at this point. You can send me some cute animal stuff. I don't mind that. Thanks for the donation, Riley. No Muslim terrorists donated $2. This Christian preacher makes some really good argument about why there's no such thing as moderate Islam.
Every imam, every teacher of the Koran knows perfectly well that Christ didn't die for anybody's sins. And if you believe that, you deserve death. You deserve a hit. And if a man is a good, devout Muslim, he'll do what he's told to do. Of course, if he does it, he'll be called a terrorist by these dumb Americans. There are no terrorists in Islam. No such thing as a terrorist or fanatic. The people you're calling terrorists are devout Muslims who are obeying the Koran. But you don't dare tell them what you're actually doing. You don't dare call it a religious conviction. But it is. Some believe what was spoken and some believe not. That sums up the whole thing. There are people in America who believe that book and have accepted Christ as Savior and they're headed for heaven. There are people in America that don't believe what that book said and they're going to get saved their own way and work it out according to their mom and daddy or their priest, and they're not going to heaven. He that believeth is going to be saved. He that believeth not, quote, shall be damned. Segregation. Separation.
Would you go to Destiny's election stream event if he invited you? Maybe. I don't see why not.
Isolation. Division. Some of the worst curse words in the English language if you follow the news media. But the truth is it's up or down, ladies and gentlemen. And some believe the things that were spoken, like say this morning, and some believe not. May God help you to be one of the ones that believe on Jesus Christ, the name above every name, whereby we must be saved.
Well, the guy made some interesting arguments, but he's still retarded.
In the past 3 years of doing business with them. And what I mean by that is all of the destroyed packages, stuff that didn't arrive on time, packages that were delayed, and the meat did not arrive to the customer in good condition. I've probably lost about $50,000 from UPS, and they never compensated me for anything. They never follow up on any of the claims.
Okay, so he's lying. UPS never lost him $50,000.
So it's really just, the small business owner has to take the loss on these packages, and something big like this to happen at this point, and then my rep is lying to me covering it up. I have to post this video. Hopefully someone at UPS sees this, says, okay, this is really bad. What else is this guy going to say? And they compensate me for something, because this is unbelievable. It's, of all the things that are happening to my business, there's one too many coincidences. I'm 100% convinced this is some sort of internal harassment from the people I can't name. It's just too...
The Jews. He wants to say the Jews. Dude, even back then, he was already having some pretty severe paranoid delusions. He literally thinks Jews used cloud seeding devices, by using airplanes to cause it to rain really hard so that Frank's business would have problems. He thinks Jews are controlling the weather to make it rain so that his basement floods. like this, he's crazy. I think Frank already had, like he was already getting schizophrenia back then.
Too many things to happen in such a short period of time that have never ever happened before in the history of my business. And I'm happy to say that I would have had it if it was possible for me to have a stroke, I would have had one already. So I'm not too worried about my health at this point. Again, guys, I apologize. I'm sorry. If you did not get your package, we will try to send it out as early next week as possible. But because of what happened, I'm going to try my best, guys. This is unbelievable. I was going to wait until Monday to post this and talk about the other things that happened last week, but then this happened today, and now half of my customers that were supposed to get meat last week didn't end up getting it. Well, just before I thought the nightmare was over, the UPS truck is backing up again. Again, guys, I'm sorry. I don't really know what to do here. I'm going to try my best to sort everything out. But it just seems like I feel like I've lost, so many customers with the past 2 weeks. What's happened between the products being seized and this, I don't know what to do. It's seriously like there's a group of people internally working together against me to sabotage my business, because this is unbelievable is the only word for it. I cannot believe this is happening. This is
So the Jews are conspiring against him to make his basement flood and for UPS to decline his packages?
I am so fucking disgusted. This ugly cocksucker from UPS, you ugly cocksuckers, are telling me that the dry ice and shipment information on the box wasn't adequate. I've been shipping packages for 3 fucking years, you fucking morons. Holy fuck, 3 fucking years shipping packages exactly like this. Some dipshit fucking auditor at UPS says, oh no, these are no good, and cost me $15,000 fucking dollars. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Are you fucking kidding me? These
he said he's gotten into 4 major car accidents in his life, which is quite a lot. I wonder if it's because he films himself on his cell phone absolutely fucking raging while driving with his car on the highway.
fucking morons! Holy fuck! If my fucking lawyer doesn't do anything, I'm gonna... I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God, holy fuck. This is unfucking believable. I'm losing it. I'm fucking losing it. I'm losing it.
Dodo to need $2. Can you ask Destiny to get on Jubilee to do 1 vegan versus 25 meat eaters like this vid? But with you go ask him, please.
I don't think you know what American values are. I don't think you know what this country was founded or...
Okay, next time I talk to him, I'll definitely ask him about that. I am pretty zooted right now, I gotta admit. Those gummies have kicked in.
There was a point I was actually gonna fucking stick this out, but today, this shit happens every week. No, I'm gonna literally fucking kill someone. Every fucking week.
Holy shit. Frank is nuts, dude.
Holy fuck. Fucking moron. I'm gonna I swear to fucking God, this cocksucker better not tell me who this auditor is at UPS, because I'm fucking unbelievable. You gotta be fucking kidding me!
What a dumbass. Why would he ever post that?
Right now, the right is entirely divorced from reality.
Yeah, I've heard you say you've had some choice words for the current state of right-wing America. Just to clarify there, you mean to say that because the right wing in America has gone so off the rails crazy, to sit in between the right and the left is not to be in the center. As well as that, there are two ways to be like a centrist. One is to say that on basically every issue, I'm a moderate. I sit in the middle on every issue. I think that abortion should sometimes be legal, sometimes not be. You know, I think we should have some immigration, but not too much. Another way of being in the center is to be really anti-immigration, but
Dodo Donatelars, you're gonna forget. Go ask him now, bro. Who paid you to get high on stream? Well, people asked and I made a dono goal. Also, did Dr. Ivy respond to you about the RFK video you sent him? Yeah, he basically says the likelihood of RFK Jr. having any control of any departments, let alone multiple, is like 0. And he just said he's more concerned with Israel. Suppose I could
along the wall that way, or I could run it along with the rest of them. Who joined? Hello?
Hi, it's Vegan Gains again.
Hi.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. I saw that you were on Jubilee, where it was like 1 Democrat versus 25 Trump voters. Could you contact them and see if they would be interested to do 1 vegan versus 25 meat eaters with like me?
Yeah, sure. I'm kind of friendly with the producer. I can like suggest it to her, yeah? Yeah, when we chat
Okay,
next.
sweet. That'd be awesome, dude. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I'm very high. Take care, though.
Nice. Be careful.
Wow. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
really anti-gun at the same time as being really pro-life, whilst being super secularist, having quite staunch opinions in either direction, but when you take an overall look at someone's worldview, they would sort of average out in the middle, right? And there are two sort of ways of being.
Yeah, there's a lot of different
center
ways of
there,
thinking
right?
of moderateness.
Did you see Sam Harris' take on Israel-Palestine? Well, yeah, I've seen his general take. I know he debated Ben Shapiro recently. I don't think that was on Israel-Palestine, though. So I'll probably look at that debate later.
Sure, yeah.
And I think it's often the case that when somebody says, look, I'm a moderate here, I'm a centrist, but, you know, even I think this is a huge problem, that's just because they're just using the fact that across the board, their positions are pretty extreme in either direction, but across the board, they balance out in the middle.
Dodo donate $2 smash or pass. Let me see. Not quite my type. Like again, not quite my type. So I guess pass on both. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Found Random Gal and Adam donated $2. Let me see. That was bad. Found Christy read comments.
Peas and Glock jams, don't trip, it's plenty pose. Swing the back door, I'm the back end, bitch, I'm throwing foes.
Shorty drinks cigarette juice. We really don't understand the hate comments. Is she the type to put cigarette guts in a wood? The fuck? She drink black and mild smoothies? Her knees look used? Why is she rapping in lowercase? She needs some water. Get a job. Was her job before this testing cigarette quality? Some of those are good. Hey, Cardus Punisher donated $2. Let me see.
Blasting, tires get the squealing, yeah, we real about that traction. For what they be saying, they ain't real about that action. BTA, pull up where you stay, anytime, any day. I done been up on a crime, I keep nines where I stay. What they really wanna know.
Does anybody, like, unironically listen to these kids rapping? It's so lame and stupid. Thanks for the donation, Carnus Punisher.
When they're talking about one particular issue, like immigration or free speech or something, they can say, "Well, I'm a centrist, but even I think that this is like gone too far." When really their centrism is just.
Happy Halloween, VG.
Well, happy Halloween to you too, Dodo. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Just a result of lots of strong beliefs like that on different issues.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. I wish it did. In the real world, that used to be how moderates were defined, right? You could go to like Rust Belt voters or whatever, and you could find people that maybe were socially conservative, but really strong on like labor values. Or in some parts of the country, maybe you could find people that were really big on gun rights, but also, like believe in affirmative action or something, It used to be the case that it was like that. And in the real world, I think it is still kind of like that, although we've lost a lot of that because now the political teams are so separated. But online, people that label themselves as centrists or moderates are exclusively conservative fucking cowards that won't just identify themselves accurately because they want to wear the aesthetic of moderation while carrying water and sane washing the right because they have no political or moral values.
And are they doing that to whitewash themselves for the right or for the left?
I think there's different ways to imagine why they do it. In the best world, where I'm being the most charitable, they're doing it because they're just fucking retarded. I'm sorry, where they're an idiot. I don't know if you use the R word here. So what they do is they look at a bunch of people and they think, wow, well, the average of all these people's beliefs must be kind of true. So I'm just going to go ahead and take up the average because nobody on the left could be totally right and nobody on the right could be totally right. And that's like the best faith interpretation. The worst faith is that they are more conservative than they let on, but they like the aesthetic of being nonpartisan, which is cringe. Or they're getting paid by another country to do propaganda in my country, which I think is affecting probably more people than we know at the moment, which is unfortunate.
Well, I agree with you about the aesthetic, right? Like, it's nice to be seen as someone who's balanced and fair, but who is this for, right? Because if you're like this secret right-winger, maybe you don't even realize yourself how right-wing you secretly are, and you claim to be a centrist, is that's either so that your right-wing listeners are somehow going to think that you're more worth listening to as someone who's not as extreme as them, someone on the other side, which, I don't know, it seems a little strange. It seems like people should be able to see through it, right? For a left-winger, if they're doing it so that the left wing don't like condemn them as this crazy right-winger, they should just be able to see right through that, right? So like, who is this for? And do you think it works? Do you think it does fool people? Do you think?
I mean, it seems to be. I think that some of the largest podcasts in the world right now are all people that claim to be kind of centrist or apolitical, right? I don't know if Candace Owens still identifies strongly as conservative or Republican. I know she has those values. I don't think Joe Rogan identifies as conservative. Right. I don't think that there's a third one, Tim Pool.
Oh, dude. Like, Joe Rogan seems to have been radicalized quite a bit because he was...
Boo. Fucker. Did I scare you, bitch? Little bitch? Gonna cry, you little pussy? Oh my god, did you wet yourself? Stop being such a little crybaby. Fucking grow up already. Go put on your little Spider-Man costume and get your candy, stupid kid. LLLLLLLLLLLLL.
No, you didn't scare me, but thanks for the donation, Nora Wib. Appreciate it. Yeah, Joe Rogan was, like, fairly left-leaning before. Like, he was for higher taxes, especially on, like, wealthier people and corporations. Seemed to be a big fan of Bernie Sanders. And then I guess he got hit in the head when practicing Muay Thai or something, and that guy is just fucking dumb. One donated $2 new, and announcement 9800 3 X3D, faster than Intel's new 285K. CPU by up to 59%. Shit. Yeah, next time I have to upgrade, I'll very high likelihood I'm going with AMD.
Also, since it's Halloween, can we react to something that's scary outside of conservatives? Granted, they're scarier now as it is, but come on, that's obvious.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Players all around the world have been anticipating our next level up in gaming. We are always listening to your feedback, and the time is right. I'm thrilled to announce the new Ryzen 7 9800 X3D processor. We spent years perfecting the development of the next generation 3D V-Cache. This technology is the result of pushing the limits of engineering and is a tribute to the gamer's pursuit of perfection. Through our advanced packaging technology, we're able to integrate an unparalleled 3 types of silicon: one compute, one I/O, and one SRAM die, integrated to operate together in a high-performance gaming package. Games today are compute intensive, with large open worlds requiring larger caches to store their datasets. Esports has grown increasingly competitive, making latency crucial to gameplay. Multi-threading has become commonplace in AAA games and game engines, benefiting from large caches to maintain thread efficiency. With our latest technology, you can now get the best of both worlds: high frequency and large L3 capacity in the same product. The new Ryzen 7 9800 X3D runs 500 MHz base frequency faster than its predecessor. And you've always asked for overclocking in X3D. And I'm so happy to announce that you now have that capability on the 9800 X3D. Today, the 7000 X3D family are the best gaming processors in the world.
Sober thought, let's get high. Sometimes when I close my eyes I can't see. You're going to have to speak up, I'm not wearing any pants. Happy Halloween.
Oh, you guys are really funny. Thanks for the donation, H.
And we raised the bar yet again with our latest generation. The new 900 X3D processors deliver an average 8% performance increase across a broad range of games over our prior generation. Personally, I've been playing some of my favorite games on the new 900 X3D like Hogwarts Legacy, Far Cry 6, and Ashes of the Singularity, and seeing over 20% performance increase over the 700 X3D. I'm very happy with the overall experience, especially the crisp and fluid gameplay. Our competition just released the new flagship Arrow Lake desktop processor. We tested the product, and the 9800 X3D is on average 20% faster in gaming than their best. And in many games, such as Far Cry 6 and Cyberpunk 2077, we are more than 40% faster. We are at the forefront of innovation, establishing new benchmarks for performance and pushing the boundaries of gaming. A visually stunning and immersive new game I'm currently playing is Space Marine 2 from our close partners at Saber Interactive and Focus Entertainment. And I have the pleasure to introduce Tim Willits, Chief Creative Officer of Saber Interactive. One of the pioneers of the gaming industry, Tim has worked on Quake, Quake 2, and Quake 3. He was also the lead designer on Doom 3 and executive producer on Quake 4.
Thanks, Jack. We've been so thrilled to collaborate with AMD on Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2. The game has been received beyond our wildest dreams, and we are celebrating that with our friends at AMD. At Saber, the power and innovation of AMD's Ryzen 9800 X3D processor has allowed us to push the boundaries of what's possible, delivering an unparalleled gaming experience. Having faster, high-performance hardware is always exciting to us because it means we have more power to deliver more innovation, better immersion, and more fun. We're beyond proud to call AMD our partner.
It's an honor.
My name is Sakayashi and I'm friends with Vegan Gains.
That is true. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
To work with Tim and Saber Interactive to shape the future of gaming. We are also partnering deeply with our close friends at Activision to deliver the absolute best experience on Call of Duty Black Ops 6 with game optimizations and integration FSR 3.1. We're also working very hard to enable the next generation ML-based FSR on Call of Duty Black Ops 6. We are committed to pushing the limits of innovation and relentlessly delivering advancements for all gamers around the world. And we're making it super easy for players to upgrade to our next-gen X3D with a plug-and-play approach on all existing AM5 motherboards, including our new 800 series boards. The new Ryzen 7 9800 X3D will be available starting November 7th. Gaming Connect.
When is the consumption of the cheesecake going to occur during the stream? What are the dimensions of the cheesecake, and is it just plain cheesecake?
It's chocolate cheesecake. 9-10 inches diameter. And when are we gonna do it? Give me a couple hours, probably. Yeah. It's chocolate cheesecake. Thanks for the donation, even now. One donated. $2. Let's see. Oh my god. That's a cat. Well, that cat is pretty goddamn based. Perhaps the most based cat ever. Okay, that's good to know.
Do, re,
Oh. Oh, that is ridiculous.
I know something that you find scary that you could react to.
Let me see, Dodo. Video unavailable, and I'm assuming this has something to do with wasps. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I feel like I've been watching this for like 10 hours. This is weird.
Next people all around the world, and I'm super humbled
No,
to be
no,
able to
no,
provide
no,
opportunity
no.
for our community to level up.
No, sorry, Finn. Finn, no. Down. Intimate. Intimate. That's a good boy. Riley, you donate $2. VG, what's your opinion on chocolate ice cream, excluding the fact that it might be non-vegan? Don't really like it. My favorite was Jelly Tip. You are very based on pineapples, VG, also. Never really liked chocolate ice cream. Like my favorite's usually just being straight vanilla. And yeah, pineapples are just terrible. Let me see this link. Wolf
She's a
mouse? Oh. That's amazing. Well, thank you, Riley.
Has he finally come around to saying he's a conservative yet, or does he still pretend he's a centrist? I don't know. I know he used to pretend that he was like classical liberal or libertarian or whatever.
Sure.
But all of these.
Ever heard of this video? Kinda blew my mind.
Let me see.
Okay, guys, hear me out here, okay? This is maybe the riskiest video I've ever had to make on my channel. Some of you may be shocked by the title of this video.
Let me see.
Now you listen to me, Aaron. You don't blow your money on the comic books, you understand? It'll do you a damn bit of good. And the nude mags, you're going to be inherited mine when you're 16 anyway. Now look, the junk food and the candy just rots your teeth, gives you bad breath, and the girls run like hell. Stay the hell away from buying any rock TV shirts or hip-hop gear or anything like that. Arcade games, pick out one that you can do, okay? One that you can do as opposed to a whole bunch of them that you don't know what the hell you're doing. Techno music, this puts a hole in your brain. Are you listening to me? Look at me when I'm talking to you.
Huh?
What the hell? Get out of here. Oh, I don't want a pickle.
What the hell?
I just want to ride my motorcycle.
Man, I'm about to put the pressure button with the winner, man.
And I don't want to die.
Dude, I have no idea what
I
you're
just
doing.
want to ride my motorcycle. Cool. G.I. Joe!
That was good.
Okay, guys, here.
Who donated? I'm getting so confused.
React no scam.
Yeah, that's this one. Doesn't JRE copy protect the stream, like his thing? I don't know if I can react to that, dude. There are timestamps? Yeah, I can't react to like a full Joe Rogan experience thing. I get copyright issues from that. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Vegan food. Donated $2. Would you eat these?
Let's make Musamman.
Sure, that tastes great, but it doesn't look amazing. Yeah, I've seen this one before. Yeah, that looks good. I really like cauliflower wings. I could pass on that one. Thanks for the donation, vegan food. Shaggy donated $2. Let me see.
The glass was just in the small pocket. I guess it's just gonna be the two of us. We seriously lucked out with good weather this weekend. Here, let me pack you a little Scooby snack. Damn, shit's purple. Super sticky. It's crazy to think we're just a small speck. Holy shit. There was a meteor that just cut through Perseus straight into Draco's tail. I thought it was gonna hit Earth. Who are we listening to? Delicate Steve. Delicate Steve? Yeah. I like it. Sire?
Did I hear somebody say Scooby Snacks?
We got a live one.
If you want to join us, you can.
I'm thinking about it.
Are we just not going to talk about what happened the last time he touched our Scooby Snacks?
It's in the past. If you're gonna join us, you have to keep it down, though.
Actually, I get kind of loud when I get high. Never mind.
Imagine living on another planet. That shit would be so surreal. Are you feeling it yet? Tell me which planet you are on currently. Are you more of a Mars or more of a Saturn?
Jupiter.
We gotta change that. I have some OG back in my tent.
Yes, please.
Here you go, kind sir.
Thank you, my lord.
Go easy on the lungs. Holy shit, be careful. Shit, keep it down.
I'm alright.
Yeah, I'm sure you're suited right now.
'Cause I am.
You guys know you ain't subtle, right?
Go back to sleep. We're trying to have a sesh. Either join us or ignore us.
Guess I shouldn't have said anything.
I had trouble understanding that. That made no sense to me. I couldn't understand it. Shaggy donated $2. Already saw that. Or wait, Riley donate that?
She's a wolf in mouse clothing. The mouse's ghostly howl stakes claim to.
Yes, that's good, Riley. That's good. Tyler Palazzo donated $2. Let me see. I love kitties. Oh, I love kitties so much. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Faggot donated $2.
Jay here, checking in from the road. I'm in Pennsylvania on I-90.
Oh, no.
Headed to Buffalo, New York, and then on to Syracuse, and then back to Ohio. I got something to say about this Harvey Weinstein bullshit.
No.
That guy was so fucking ugly that his so-called victims would have never been alone with him if he was a fucking construction worker or a truck driver or a fucking waiter in a restaurant. His so-called fucking victims are nothing but fucking predators in their own right. It's called being a gold digger. They got what they fucking deserved. They were trying to get free money by having sex with an ugly motherfucking Democrat, and they wind up getting fucking a little more than they bargained for. Victims of Harvey Weinstein, go fuck yourself.
That is just such an insane, sexist, racist, inappropriate thing to say. I have no idea how serious he is either. Thanks for the donation, dude. Richard is high. Yes, Kite donated $2. Hello, buddy. Richard Gaines. Time to revisit this classic hit from Korn. Yeah. I can't watch, like, you know, music videos because of the copyright crap, but that's a good one. Thanks for the donation, Richard's high as a kite. Casey donated $2, $3.30.
Now, before I even begin, I want you all to know that this video isn't meant to promote hatred towards a certain group of people. It isn't meant to incite hatred towards Muslims because
your Prophet Muhammad has the munchies. And, what could I get you, oh glorious Prophet Muhammad? I'm in the mood for some barbecue. Go kill me that goat over there. But, my Prophet, surely you don't want to harm an innocent animal. Please let me get you some fresh fruit instead. Are you questioning me, the Prophet of God? You either slit that fucking goat's throat open or you face the wrath of God. What's it going to be, bro?
Yeah, that was one of my good ones. Thanks for the donation, Casey. Going Anders donated $2. Let me see.
I'm at Walmart, and I don't even know how I should feel about this. Y'all let me know. Like, come on, bro. I know we're related. I'm at Walmart, and I don't even know how I should.
That last one was not good. That's what we're all thinking. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders.
No scam this time, react no scam.
Alright, let me see, retard. Finn and BMO are downstairs. Hey, Jasmine. Could you do me a big favor? Could you just grab me a water bottle? Oh. We're gonna be here a while.
Hey, I read somewhere that mathematicians can turn a sphere inside out.
Yes, that's true.
What's the big deal? Just poke a hole in it and pull it through.
Sure, but the point is to do it without making a hole.
But then it seems impossible.
You're right. You cannot do it with an ordinary sphere, like a basketball. You have to understand the rules of the game. This sphere is made of an abstract elastic material that can stretch and bend and pass through itself. But you cannot rip or puncture this material without destroying it, and you cannot crease it or bend it sharply.
If the surface can pass through itself, what's the problem?
Do you think allowing self-intersections makes it easy? Try it.
Alright, a bit passive-aggressive there, but I'll just push the two halves right through each other.
Be careful. What about that ring around the equator? Remember, you mustn't tear or crease it.
Why are you sending me these weird videos? Thanks for the donation, retard. Just random vids donated $2. Let me see. This is hard work for me right now. Holy shit. Yeah, that's scary. Oh yeah.
Do you want to go out sometime?
Yeah, all right. Doesn't matter what comes, fresh cool I'll kill you! I will kill you! Why would you do that? Mentos, the fresh maker. Hey! Oh, you're
you're tripping? Oh, cool. Oh, my skin is inside out again. Help! Help! Oh, catch! Wait, do you feel them crawling too? Get out! Get out of my head! Get out of my... Are you itchy? Oh, that's the spot. Uh-oh! You're not looking too good. Here, drink some water. Oh, wait! It's gonna burn a little bit. Deep breaths! Deep breaths! Hey!
Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Adam donated $2. React, my nigga, don't scan.
Are you under the influence? Well, now you're not. Reality is COVID, co-vegan identity. The coronavirus is an anagram of carnivorous. Eyes are V-corn / savior eye corn is the antidote. Well, here we are in reality. I'm Mevican from Mevico. I work for the CIA.
Oh.
My name is Adam John Googie Mouse. I work for Vegan Outreach. Did you know COVID is co-vegan identity? And the coronavirus has the same letters as carnivorous. But don't panic. Eyes are V-corn / savior eye corn is a sentence in coronavirus. Corona means crown. I'll show you my crown. See? That's my crown. VIB, VIB. I'm smoking a crown. Vegan is meant for everybody. And it is twice as good. I hope you can vegan. My name is Adam John Googie Mouse. So, my friend is Richard Burgess Vegan Gains, and he's been vegan for like 10 years. You know, I was vegan. I kind of feel vegan, and, you know, I love vegan. Vegan's a taste of reality and how life should be, but, you know, here we are. Anything's possible, and you could be vegan and have it, but anything's possible, and that shit gets taken away. I can see Richard's pain. It's just, you start biting yourself, you start consuming yourself, and what are you going to nibble on a seed every time? Oh, you see, I'm just going to eat a seed throughout the whole day. I want to do that I want to graze the rest of my life. Because reality sets in, which means anything's possible. And you got to do what you have to do. Not that you want to. It is a mental breakdown, but he'll get through it like I got through it. And I hope he doesn't have a problem. So,
Thanks for the donation, Adam. Anonymous donated $2. That's silly. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Bob donated $2.
朋友是一个坚韧不拔的纪录片。朋友是一个坚。
Yeah, there's a lot of scams in China.
Attention viewers. The following high-definition audio-video content contains HC2K Technolock encoding. Technolock is an imperceivable hypnotic digital video signal that has been subliminally embedded to program the viewers with positive thoughts and affirmations.
I'm Fred Ferner. Welcome aboard. Info Channel. More information, less grimformation. The best information, the best graphics, the best sound effects. The obvious choice. Info Channel.
Interesting perspective, Babs. That's what our ladies are talking about.
Thanks for the donation, Bob.
I know something scary you could react to.
Alright, Dodo, let me take a look. Oh, that link is unavailable. Sorry, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude. Grey Knight donated $2. Classic. Oh god.
Yo.
Hello, Shorty. What are you doing?
Nothing. Sitting here watching the game.
Are you all alone?
What's up? What's up?
Who's that?
Yo, pick up the...
Yeah, I remember when that was a thing for some time. Thanks for the donation. Grey Knight. Death of Rabbit. Here's yours. Death of Rabbit donated $2. Thanks for the advice earlier. How does my back look now? Before you said my back was small. Is it small still? Since the cut, I lost 8 pounds. 182. I can't see your... Oh, wait. Yeah, your back is looking, more well-developed now. Yeah, just keep up the, back volume, but it's looking good now, dude. Definitely more muscular and defined. Good work, Death of Rabbit. Thanks for the donation, dude. Sorry if that you had to wait so long.
Don't fucking skip through this video, I swear to God, Richard. Fucking hell, Richard, react, no scam.
Big supporter of former President Trump, introduced the former president at the RNC, did a very good job, and spoke at his recent MSG rally as well. He is the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, Dana White. Dana, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Haven't met you.
Oh my god. Yeah, I've got to watch that. Thanks for the donation. Stop scamming. Sloppy Kid donated $2. This was my favorite game. feel like I can see into the future. It's weird. Thanks for the donation, Sloppy Kid. I don't think that's a game, though. Cuck Yourself donated $2. Watch full dose again.
Suck my fucking dick. Oh my god. What an idiot. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. No, shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up. Is it sound? Is it fucking sound? Answer me. No, shut up. Stop derailing. Stop derailing.
I know where the whole confusion lies now.
Answer the question, you dishonest fuck. Is it sound? Is it sound? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Would you like to let me talk or just interrupt me? For being true. Yes or no? Clear answer, Foot Soldier. No. False dichotomy. False dichotomy. It's not a false dichotomy, you fucking moron. It fucking is, you dickhead. Let me fucking talk. Not the case Rich, that you have an argument. Please, Mod. Please, Mod. Either have an argument or you don't have an argument. Richard, please, Mod. Have an argument for P4. Yes or no, you fucking idiot.
Okay, look, Foot Soldier, Foot Soldier.
Do that, but then he needs to grant that he doesn't. You're gonna deliver the.
Yeah, that Foot Soldier's a cancerous dipshit. Thanks for the donation, Cuck Yourself.
I know something scary you could react to.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
Why would you want to do this one? Sounds fun.
Yeah, no. I would not want to do that. I really don't like spiders. Ugh. Yuck. No. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And before I even get into this video, I want to say there's nothing wrong, YouTube administration team, with what...
Versified donated $2. Give me that shop shoddy. My nigga needs some of that vegan. Stop all over my dick, bitch. Bend over just like Dodo bends over. For bend over, let me play with your large tits, or I'll fucking make you whisper in my ear badly, daddy, and I'll give you a surprise. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Versified.
What I'm accusing John Jones of being. In fact, I'm making this video with a purpose of gaining John Jones a new niche of a fan base that he didn't even know he could have, that they didn't even know he had. And that fan base is the LGBTQ plus fan base. Now, hear me out in this video, guys, okay? John Jones is a deeply closeted homosexual man. There's nothing wrong with it, YouTube admins! There's nothing wrong with it, YouTube admins! John Jones is a deeply closeted... He's so far in the closet, he's met Aslan. That's all I'll say. And Mr. Tumnus.
Tyrese donated $2. Have you played these games? Let me see.
There is no such thing as a coincidence. The fact that you're watching this video means you are energetically aligned with me and this message. Your thoughts create your reality. Well, you already knew that, yet you still live a life that you dread.
Excuse me.
That is because when you visualize your dream life, you unconsciously believe that it is unreal.
That's not a game.
Pogadajmy lepiej o czymś innym. Czekaj. Lepiej się w nic nie pakować.
Oh God. That's so silly.
When Mays betrayed me, I knew he was a coward. But you are the biggest disappointment of all. You have been given too much power, and it has corrupted you. But it isn't too late to turn back. Stop this now, and there is still hope for you, for all of us. Please.
Fable was shit. I never played it. Thanks for the donation, Tyrese.
You before, but I am a huge fan of the UFC, and I appreciate what you've added to the culture in that regard. Now, when you listen to Mark Cuban, you know economics as a businessman, but also
I want you to draw whatever comes to mind and tell us the future. If you need a stimulus, Wild Willie. Bro, you seem incredibly geeked. Also skip to 30 seconds on this vid.
Yeah. You could say that. I'll take a look at that in a minute. if you look at it in just the right way, it looks like Sonic the Hedgehog. And if you look at it in some ways, it looks like an alien spaceship flying into a black hole. There's like a lot of things it can be. It's really weird. Thanks for the donation, Negan Vugget.
Madison Square Garden, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the greatest capitalist in the history of the United States of America, Elon Musk.
Budget.
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Never seen before. The future is gonna be amazing!
Really, you wouldn't bath in spiders, not even for $1 million prize?
Maybe if it was 1 million, I'd suck it up. But, you know, I'd need a lot of money for something like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Elon Musk is so stupid. Thanks for the donation, Maddie. Joelington donated $2. Versified. Richard is my bitch. Stay back, nigga. Richard, fuck me in the hot mouth. Oh God. Harder, yes. Daddy, I want it. Oh God, yes. Oh my God. That's the spot incoming. I'm coming now. Me and Versewide has to battle to see which one is the alpha. Alright, well thank you, Joelington. I'm flattered. GM Flash MX donated $2.
Oh, you're really rolling right now, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Have a good trip.
Yes, I've been enjoying myself. It's amazing how many things fit into so many things.
Pop a flare if I have to. Yeah, just get. Let's stay together and get the fighting towards us.
Poor bears. It's really sad that they have to fight like that and they can't just be friends. I skipped your dono, Mark Rose. I don't think I did. I don't think I skipped it. Yeah, poor bears. I don't like seeing them fight. I just want bears to be friends. I skipped a couple.
Madison Square Garden, ladies and gentlemen, give it up.
Yeah, the Elon Musk thing was stupid. First fight, Richard's my bitch. Fuck me. Yeah, I said that. I saw that one. GM Flash.
Pop a flare if I have to.
That's a bear. Oh, you mean this? Well, we keep getting bogged down with more people sending more stuff, you know.
Pop a flare if I have to.
I don't know which one you're talking about. Going Andrews donated $2. Mark Ross donated $2.
How many times I gotta tell you, I'm not Yakuza. You retarded or just deaf?
Fuck you! You're not coming in here, you fucking asshole!
How many times I gotta tell you, I'm not Yakuza. You retarded or just deaf?
Fuck you! You're not coming in here, you fucking asshole!
How many times I gotta tell you, I'm not Yakuza. You retarded or just deaf?
Fuck you! You're not coming in here, you fucking asshole!
How many times I gotta tell you, I'm not Yakuza. You retarded or just deaf?
Fuck you! You're not coming, asshole!
How many times I gotta tell you?
Kazuma-san, she's a guy!
No, haven't started on the cheesecake. I don't think I'm gonna be able to convince Jasmine to cut me a slice of cheesecake and bring it downstairs. You're just gonna have to wait until this calms down. I feel like a little nap would just snap me out of it. Nice nap.
There's no other choice. Go! Kill this arrogant motherfucker! There's no other choice. Go!
Richard, are you stoned today? Why are you laughing so much? Did you eat the cheesecake already? Also, do you like this song? It works really well when I'm stoned.
Yeah, I'm... Back up. No, in a month. In a month. In a month. Lie down with your kitty. Good boy. Do I like this song? Eh. Not great. Thanks for the donation, Kumar Burgess the Brown. Retard donated $2, natty or not. Let me see. Yeah. This one? This one? Oh my god, it's just... Oh, that is so bad. I'd say not natty. Thanks for the donation, retard. Gigliardo donated $2. Happy Halloween from Gig.
On a crisp Halloween night, in a cozy home, wrapped in autumn's glow, we find Gig and Vegan Gains. The air is thick with magic and mischief, the kind that only stirs on Halloween. Join them now as they step into a night where anything could happen, if you dare.
I'm Vegan Gains, and I hate Halloween.
OVG, don't be a lame ass bitch. Now let's watch some good informative television.
If you eat pineapple, it makes your taste good.
Wow, I did not know that. Who the hell is it?
Trick or treat.
I hate trick or treaters. Almost as much as I hate pineapple on pizza. Huh? What now? Those darn kids. Hello? My nuts. What? Pineapple on pizza. Oh no.
Ooh. What the fuck? Is anyone there?
What was that? Gig, Where are you? What the hell is all this sticky shit? That was close. Gig, I found you.
Hello VG, I seem to be trapped in some sticky goo.
Oh no!
VG, you have to fight this monster.
But I've never been in a real fight in my entire life.
Hello, I am the monster and I am made of your sperm. That's right. I have been trapped in your balls ever since you got a vasectomy. I escaped when that pizza hit you in the nuts. Now I am here for my revenge.
So you are made of my sperm? What kind of sicko could ever think of something like this?
Enough talk.
VG, what are we gonna do?
If you eat pineapple, it makes your taste good.
Pineapple! Hey, Jizz Monster, I can't fight you because I'm too tired.
What?
I said, I'm too tired.
Hey VG, I heard you were tired. Here's $10,000. Now you can end the stream early.
Hey kids, wanna eat something sweet?
As our story comes to an end, we find fair VG with a newfound love for Halloween, surrounded by the echoes of laughter and treats. Once a skeptic, now a believer in the magic of the night, VG shares a warm smile with Gig. As they share that final smile, Gig and VG bid farewell. Until next Halloween.
That was very odd. Thank you for that, Gigliardo. Anonymous donated $2. How do you feel about your grandfather now? Do you still hate him? Are you still glad he's dead? No, I don't hate him. He was just a person, you know? It's not like, I'm not without my flaws, or anyone is without their flaws. But I just don't care anymore. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Anonymous donated $2.
It's too hot! The R-Wing can't withstand the surface temperature of the sun!
Why did we even come here? Because we're Star Fox. Are you fucking kidding me? Get it? Because we're on a star? Yeah, Fox, we got it. Did you drag us to the hellscape for a stupid pun? Come on, Falco, don't lose your cool. Oh my god, you did. Fox, we're in the middle of a war.
I can feel my organs melting!
Your father never would have done this. Whoa, this conversation is really heating up. Wait, did you come up with these before we got here? Nope. We're just on a hot streak. Ugh, these aren't even funny. Sure they are. Right, Flip?
Help, I'm dying!
See? He loves it. No, he doesn't. He's roasted alive. Come on, Flippy. Tell him my jokes are fire. Flippy? No life signs detected from Flippy's R-Wing. Nice going, Fox. Flippy's dead. How do you feel? Honestly, I'm feeling kind of burned out. Serves you right, hothead.
That was wonderful. Just wonderful.
Can't let you do that, Star Fox. Long time no see. Who's the swine? How dare you! I am Pigma Gengar, and I... Pigma Balls! God damn it, this happens every time!
It's creative. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
A long mine ago I love KSI.
I'm in the thick of it.
Everybody knows. They know me where it snows.
Only when it snows I skied.
I don't know nothing about no ice, I'm just cold. 40-something lily subs or so, I've been told. I'm in my prime
I'm in my prime and still ain't feeling violent one. And knocked down, but still my feet they find the floor. I went from living room straight up to Silverton.
This is how the story goes.
Whoa, I guess this is how the story goes. I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows. They know.
I don't know nothing about no ice, I'm just cold. 40-something lily subs or so, I've been told. From the screen to the ring, to the pen, to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. See, I believe that if I see it in my heart, smash through the ceiling 'cause I'm reaching for the stars. Whoa, this is how the story goes. Whoa, I guess this is how the story goes. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. They know me where it snows, I skid in and they froze. I don't know nothing about no ice, I'm just cold. 40-something lily subs or so, I've been told. Highway to heaven, I'm just cruising by my lone. They cast me out, left me for dead when people cold. My faith in God, mine in the sun, I'm about to sow. My life is hard, I took the wheel, I cracked the code. Yeah, yeah, whoa, ain't nobody gonna save you, man, this life will break you. Yeah, whoa, in the thick of it, this is how the story goes. I'm in the
thick of it, everybody knows, you know.
Where it snows, I ski in and they froze. I don't know nothing about no ice, I'm just cold. 40-something lily subs or so, I've been told.
Oh, I'm in the thick of it. Oh,
I guess this is how the story goes.
all right. Hope you enjoyed that. Thank you. Thank you, Death of Rabbit.
Are you and your boyfriend still together?
Yeah, I love him a lot. Thanks for the donation, Sparage. It's not playing the audio, but it says Happy Halloween, motherfucktards.
Old Godzilla was hopping around Tokyo City like a big playground when suddenly Batman burst from the shade and hit Godzilla with a bat grenade. Godzilla got pissed and began to attack, but didn't expect to be blocked by Shaq, who proceeded to open up a can of Shaq Fu when Aaron Carter came out of the blue and he started beating up Shaquille O'Neal. Then they both got flattened by the Batmobile, but before he could make it back to the Batcave, Abraham Lincoln popped out of his grave and took an AK-47 out from under his hat, blew Batman away with a rat-a-tat-tat, but he ran out of bullets and he ran away because the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Good guys, bad guys, and explosions. As far as the eye can see, and only one will survive. I wonder who it will be. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Godzilla took a bite out of Optimus Prime, like Scruff McGruff took a bite out of crime, and then Shaq came back covered in a tire track. But Jackie Chan jumped out and landed on his back. And Batman was injured and trying to get steady when Abraham Lincoln came back with a machete. But suddenly something caught his leg and he tripped. Indiana Jones took him out with his whip. Then he saw.
React to this.
Voice?
Said the oldest Henderson boy.
Would you please stop saying said the old
Face turned red, but inside he
voice really knows what
in the west. Blood
just gonna read. Point is
That's a stupid idea. Thanks for that donation, Mike.
Motherfucker, is you high? Or shit? I didn't sign up for this. I came to support the cause and the animals, not stare at some big bald motherfucker whacked out of his mind. Oh well, fuck it, I guess. Enjoyed this?
No, this is just how I normally am. Let me see.
Franz, could you try to break this glass, please? Sure? Yeah. Oh my fucking god. Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
Kevin? Steve? Tell me the last thing you stuck your finger in. My wife, Steve.
What do you got here?
This is plan B, because I wasn't expecting you to actually eat one of those.
Okay.
Dick's Burgers.
Love dicks.
So this is how you make it look like you have abs in every photo. You put your foot like that, you rotate it, and you go to the gym, you fat shit.
Who's this black thing over there? What is that?
Obama.
I'm sitting on toilet. I had to take a duty when the duty hit the water hit my booty.
What the fuck?
My shake?
Sorry?
My shake?
I didn't get a shake, sorry.
Shake your booty? Thank you. Just a shake. Fart? Shake your booty.
You see a Picasso trying to get takes like
I am the one, the way your son don't need a gun to get respect up on the street.
This is way too nice a house. Let me see your ID.
I need to show you ID. This is my house.
Look, respect me. Take your hat off when you speak to a police officer. Show me respect. Take your hat off.
Girl, what do I have to take my hat off for?
Oh, you didn't tell me you was wavy like that.
What? Wavy? What are you talking about, wavy?
Talking about wait? What am I talking about?
Oh.
You already know.
Oh, cuz.
Because I ain't trying to drown these niggas.
I'm gonna do a little bit of a cannonball. So I'm about to let all the goddamn water out this bitch. You feel me? Here we go.
I get those goosebumps every time.
You want a demon ending up in your house? Set him up.
Who's gonna win the race? Small or big? Think about it. Think about
I think
it.
the big ones raptors
Small
have the
or
small
big?
ones.
Ready?
So the small ones definitely.
It's a tie.
Yeah, I'm a cop, region of York. People call me pig, but what's wrong with pork? Not that night man, don't have a fork. Teach me how to duck it while I'm heading in the court.
God, that the information, put it in.
We only get this opportunity once a year at best. Send all the memes. This is a zero productivity stream tonight.
Yeah. Oh, legal like. Yeah, legal. We'll do it on your terms, motherfuckers. Motherfuckers, I'm coming for you!
Yes. I marry my cousin in Islam. Yes.
That is deranged. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
React to this.
Heart.
Nope.
Me?
No.
Right. And Elijah.
You know, like something bad's about to happen, like a
Death? What the hell? I think this voice wants us to
Killed the youngest son of.
It's just not that funny.
Hey VG, been following since you owned Frank Tufano. Happy Halloween, bud.
Get the fuck away from me, you fucking nigger. Get the fuck away from me, you fucking nigger.
Yeah, that was Rich Piana. Yeah, thanks for the donation. Vegan, Regan.
You take that back, Mr. Burgess. Fable 1 was my childhood. You could do anything in that game. True RPG, you could go into a village and genocide everyone and buy out their property and kill her sister, or you could be goody two shoes and eat tofu and get Angel Halo.
Fable 1 sucked. Boring, dumb. Thanks for the donation, Tyrese. Riley donated $2.
Doing good, but then the first... Get out of here! You son of a bitch! Jesus. Okay, so the first night is never usually that bad in any of the games, so I'll play through... Ah, fuck! What the fuck? Oh!
He's faking his reaction. It's not funny. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
You should play this on stream next.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Godzilla Rules donated $5.
On tonight's episode of Unanswered Oddities, humans, are they real or just a youngling's fairy tale? Humans have been a great mystery of our time. These creatures of lore supposedly ate potatoes and enjoyed sleep. They're thought to be long extinct, if they ever existed at all. But recent sightings all across the world have drummed up the debate once again. Rural Morgmog, 2 hours outside of Deedle, a hiker claims to have seen a human.
So yeah, it was a Tuesday night. I had just gotten home from spitting. I went out for my midnight lurk, you know. I was just being creepy and weird, and that's when I saw it. It was a human. You could tell by the knees. I've seen them in the historical books, and it was just standing there, listening to sounds. I thought I might die.
I was called to the scene around midnight. Mr. Fugsnuck was in a panic. I searched the area for humans, but only found a toothbrush.
We don't know much about humans, other than they were most likely wildly stupid creatures. We do believe they did some cool things, though, like super sweet water sports.
The current prevailing theory is that humanity was wiped off the planet by what were called escalators. One by one, each human slowly sucked into the moving stairs, taken out by their own dumb invention. It would have been quite the sight.
But of course not everyone believes that humans existed.
Humans ain't real, brother. That's a ruse made up by the monolith to distract us from the fact that they are putting plants in our food.
Whether you are a believer or not, something happened to Mr. Fugsnuck that night.
Now that I think about it, it could have just been a tree that I saw. It was pretty dark, and my eyes were closed, so it's hard to say.
As is department policy, I fired off multiple rounds into those woods just in case there was a human. I was promoted shortly after.
Without definitive proof, we may never know if humans actually existed or still exist today. What we do know is water sports are awesome.
That was really good. Thanks for the donation, Godzilla Rules.
Does Jasmine enjoy pegging you, or is that just for your pleasure kind of thing? I personally enjoy getting pegged, twice a day sometimes.
Yeah, she likes it. Thanks for the donation, Bob Denvers.
Who is more a threat to democracy? A man who won 2 Democratic primaries? Or a woman who won 0?
What you just asked made no sense. Thanks for the donation, Sneed. Dodo Donatillers can't believe Buzz Aldrin endorsed Trump today. What a letdown. Oh my god. There you go. Why are some smart people can be so stupid sometimes? Is there any difference between being smart and stupid? Incompetence and competence. One driving to destruction. One driving to creation. And both require the other. And so it was made by the thoughts of its future. And that is what created your universe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Easler donated $2. You don't have to sing, just enjoy this visual spectacle.
Niggas lame and you know it now. When a real nigga hold you down, you supposed to drown. Bam. Bam.
Honey.
What you doing in the club on a Thursday? She said she only here for a girl birthday. They order champagne but still look thirsty. Rock forever 21 but just turned 30. I know I got a bad reputation. Walk around all...
That's terrible. Thanks for the donation, Yasler. Riley donated $2.
Henceforth, you shall be known as Darth Vader.
Thank you, my master.
Hey, before you go, my face is really warm. Is everything okay up here?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Ow, my face, it's on fire!
Well,
with the first 65...
Alphonse!
It's copywritten, so...
For planet, you...
I can't really watch this because of the copyright. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Sing this for your day of being high.
Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits, fart, turn, twat. Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits, fart, turn, twat. Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits, fart, turn, twat. Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits, fart, turn, twat. I fucked your mom.
That was very relaxing. Thanks for the donation, Axel. Retard donated $2. Let me see.
I'm shit.
here in Georgia, and today probably they have the biggest elections in the history of the country.
The European Union sent me and other 6 members of the European Parliament
to supervise the elections, to make sure that they are fair and they are not cheating.
I landed at my 5-star hotel paid by the European Parliament, and immediately we started attending briefings that the staff arranged to understand the political situation in Georgia and how the election process was going to be. Among the people that came to brief us was the Prime Minister, the opposition party leaders, and the owners of the media. In our free time, I was attending rallies and I was asking the few people in the streets that they spoke English more information to better shape my opinion. But also I did some sightseeing and enjoyed a bit the beautiful capital of Georgia. And finally, it was the big elections day. We woke up early in the morning and we started hitting the polling stations. Here is the first voter of the day. Wow. Then we drove to multiple polling stations and I was actually inspecting for my first time if the polling stations were doing a good job. Even though I saw some incidents that I didn't like, overall the day went smoothly and we stayed until late night in the polling station to inspect the counting as well. The next day, our real work started. All of us, the 7 members of the European Parliament, we went together in a room and we worked on a text in which we explained our observation. And then we shared our statement in a press conference full of local and international media. Anyways, this was my boring politician vlog. I love you all.
That's worrying. Death of Rabbit donate $2. Axel Balls, Stool, Shitstorm, Versified, Fartsified, All Wally, Blue Balls, Vegan, Bitchard Burgess, Penis, Q, Wallace, Giggly, Fardo, Oreos Cum, Kishit, McCummington, Godzilla Butt, Austin Cummins, and Perky Tom are all my friends. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Can you watch?
Let me see.
Giant water?
I hate that. No. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Faye. What are you doing? Stay out of trouble. It's a good dog.
Forth. I told you it was a setup, Dutch. My boy.
Oh no, Dutch, don't do it!
What?
No!
I got away. Yeah, you did. Miss Grimshaw, I need help. Reverend Swanson's gonna sit
The POV!
Oh, of course.
Oh, look, oh my God!
I'm sorry, Arthur. It is a beef now.
Oh, let's get him.
I got you.
Thanks for the donation. Was that been North? Riley donated $2. Let me
Am
see.
I pregnant? Am I pregnant? Am I pargant? Am I gregnant? Am I pegnate? Help? Is there a possibility that I'm pegrant? Am I pregnant or am I okay? Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? Can I be pregnant? Can oo get pregante? Can oo bleed while oo are pergert? Can oo down a 20-foot water slide pegnat? How can I get my GF pregnant? What happened when get Perginat? How can a 9-year-old get pregnant? Will my get pragnan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant? Does anyone know how many teens get pregnant a year? Are these systems of being pregnant? Girlfriend ain't had periods since she got pregat. Is it possible having sex to a 8 months pregnant? If a woman has starch marks on her... Wait. If a woman has starch masks on her body, does that mean she has been pregnant before? Period, question mark. I circle is normal, but yet I still don't get pregnant. What can I use? Period, question mark. Has anybody got pregnant by just pre-cum while using birth control? Did most you women feel pregnant before find out? I am pregnant last 5 weeks, so can I start sex? Danger ops, pregnant sex. Will it hurt baby top of his head? Me and my boyfriend.
Hey man. All is forgiven. Super Bowl this year.
Dadas.
I don't watch the Super Bowl. Thanks for the donation, Lobliner. Thanks for the donation. Wake up, Blackie.
quart of Igentillion 919 Trevigentillion 919 Duovigentillion 919 Unvigentillion 919 Vigentillion 999 Novemdecillion 999 Octodecillion 999 Septendecillion 999 Sexdecillion 999 Quindecillion 999 Quartuordecillion 999 Tridecillion 999 Duodecillion 999 Undecillion 999 Decillion 999 Nonillion 999 Octillion 999 Septillion 999 Sextillion 999 Quintillion 999 Quadrillion 999 Trillion 999 Billion 999 Million 999,999.
Inament. Finn. Inament. No, down. I'm okay. Inament. Finn. We're here. Inament. Inament. Relax. Good boy. Good job. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. My cat just vomited. I'm gonna try to clean that up. No, get out. You leave. Mark Ross donated $2. That's not very impressive. Thanks for the donation, Mark Ross.
The cats are really, 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 really cute right now.
my god. There's my Joey. Oh. It's nice that they're such good friends.
Really? How cute you are.
Whoa,
Joey?
so sentient.
Why are you the way you are? Joey. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
It's ridiculous.
I love kids.
I think you need some Joey.
Yeah, I did the thing. Thanks for the donation.
Don't you get horny as hell on weed? I come so hard when high.
No, normally, does the opposite. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. Sabi donated $2. We should have a third branch partnership.
Villagers will attack villagers on sight. However, if the villager is just a baby, all of the pillagers will leave it alone, showing that they actually do have morals. Villagers will attack villagers on sight. However, if the villager is just a baby, all of the pillagers will leave it alone, showing that they actually do have morals.
Oh my god.
It's the most beautiful thing you've been told.
You know,
عباد المسيح لنا سؤال نريد جوابه ممن وعاه إذا مات الإله بصنع قوم أماتوا.
It's the most beautiful thing you've been told.
That was cringe.
This is what I'm telling them, though. You want to hear what I got to tell them? That you not shit. You gonna be broke forever. Nigga, stop gambling. What? Stop gambling.
So this guy tried to rob this little shop, but he had no idea just how nice the owner would be.
This is what I'm telling them, though. You want to
That made no sense. Thanks for the donation, Wasabi. Sengoku donated $2, still dying, and if so, how much longer you have to go? You gonna have any treats for Halloween? Well, yeah, I got Chinese food primarily, and I do have some, those Smart Sweets gummies and stuff. But I'm not really a big sweets guy. So, like, I don't like a lot of candies. Thanks for the... And yeah, I'm still dieting. I'm at 213. Today's a diet break, so I'm just, like, eating on stream, doing whatever. Then just back on the diet, and then, you know, like, another few weeks. That's what I'm guessing. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Nice try, dipshit. Nice try again, dipshit.
Nine 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 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9  9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9  9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 Nigerian writer. Watch it, bro. This reminds me of the time where that one thing happened and then my butt exploded, but that was right before I ate 72 asparaguses because I was feeling extra sexy. Also my nostrils started dancing on the table, but that was only because I was a dinosaur. 7. Wake up, VG, you can sleep when you're dead. Wake up my nigga, wake 'em a nigga, 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 wake up my nigga, wake 'em a nigga. Vegan Gains has died. Cheesecake? Since it's Halloween, VG, I think it's time we watch some real information like it said in that short that was about you. Wake up, nap time is over. Wake up VG. 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 Hi VG. It's me Big Lenny. I know you killed me by making my belly explode with your extreme vegan diet. I also know that you made Frank Tufano cross eyes. I know that you're Jewish. I haunted your vegan gummies and made you sleepy. I will haunt you forever. Inverted question mark inverted exclamation mark 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 mark inverted question mark inverted exclamation 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 mark. Durian? You? Ara? Ride a durian, 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 ride a durian. You? Ara? Ride a durian, you? Ara? You? You? Ara? You? O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. I'm shit-faced, but it's time to remind you it's your birthday. You were born on Halloween, my spooky ghost. Yes, I'm your dad. Sure, I'm 3 years younger and the half-black gene isn't common in my Jewish lineage, but don't be such a science-based cuck, son. Enjoy, my son. Some beatbox. Sure thing. A rofl train goes titched stitched 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 woo 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 titched stitched stitched stitched. Chat. Once upon a time there was a dog named Finn. Every night he would crawl up to VG's ear while he was sleeping and scream jury and ride a 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 jury and ride a, but VG never woke up. $777,777 Jurian riders have anal sex with 777 Jasmine Kumar Burgesses and 777 Finn Burgesses licking peanut butter of the balls of 7,777 Jurian riders. 7 November 777 October 777 September 777 Sextillion 777 Quintillion 777 Quartillion 777 Tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777. cheesecake, 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 cheesecake.
That was a whole new thing entirely.
Okay, guys.
What the hell, VG? You were asleep for like 2 whole hours. What happened?
I was recovering and healing. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I love you. I'm not gonna be.
Lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. You better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes.
What y'all reading?
Reality can be whatever I want.
Quit pissing. Quit fucking pissing on me.
Guys, I swear.
So weird they say that when Trump is in such bad health.
Think you want what's happening here?
Yo, back in this bitch, I'ma kick the door down right dirty like shit in your mouth. Nah, just pulling your leg and all that shit talk, mate, I'ma put it to rest. Yes, you know what this is, hip-hop and neuro-linguistics, I'm real, I don't rap for the dough. Tell it to a friend, bitch, act like you know, I'm a dedicated motherfucker, living my dream, and I'ma keep them coming like a fucking the beam. Set the kitchen ablaze, then take to the stage like Ricky Gervais. Tell it like it is in a world gone mad, I paint the town red like me girl on rags. Got 3
What Vince wearing VG look?
Blunts like tree trunks, you know who it is. Big Macca doing the do. Cage make a name like Bronson. It's all gold when summer hits autumn. This is my trip and there's nothing is awesome. In a Carl Sagan built ship with Bill Hicks holding a suitcase from Hunter S. Thompson. Caution, Jonathan's mind's like a space.
Let me blow you a kiss here. There you go.
You mean, okay, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Footbox. Happy birthday to.
Oh, that's very gay.
Hear me out here, okay? This is maybe the riskiest video I've ever had to make on my channel. Some of you may be shocked by the title of this video. And before I even get into this video, I want to say there's nothing wrong, YouTube administration team, with what I'm accusing Jon Jones of being. In fact, I'm making this video with a purpose of gaining Jon Jones a new niche of a fan base that he didn't even know he could have, that they didn't even know he had. And that fan base is the LGBTQ plus fan base. Now, hear me out in this video, guys, okay? Jon Jones is a deeply closeted homosexual man. There's nothing wrong with it, YouTube admins! There's nothing wrong with it, YouTube admins! Jon Jones is a deeply closeted. He's so far in the closet, he's met Aslan. That's all I'll say. And Mr. Tumnus. The lot. This man's gay. And he hates that he is. So he beats women when he can't get it up. Okay? For them. And when he gets drunk, the truth starts to come out and he starts to behave a certain way. And I'll just be honest as well in this video, I'm not above the idea of this guy being turned this way through Tren abuse. Okay? Because I've watched enough More Plates, More Dates to know that can be a thing. Okay? We're going to watch this video. And we're going to watch many other videos of the rest footage where he accidentally leaks that he was there to meet HOMO people rather than homeless people. No one talks about this. But we're gonna play some of it. There's a lot more evidence that I want to go through as well. A lot more evidence, more articles, more stories you may not have heard of as well. Okay? But I'm going to play you this video first because I've been thinking this about Jon Jones for a long time. I've known that this guy's gay. Something, you know, you got a gaydar about someone, this guy's gay. I've known it. You know what I mean? I've been saying it. People have been calling me crazy or projecting.
I think it's time we react to an informative video like in that cartoon about you said.
This tangle of silk is the home of one of Australia's most feared spiders, the highly venomous redback. Hers, she than ours. For both defense.
Oh, thank you, Dodo.
Then I saw this video I'm going to play to you guys right now. We're going to watch it together. And we're going to listen to Jon Jones in a crowd of a comedy show. A small-time comedy show that he probably doesn't even know is being recorded. Absolutely wasted drunk with his male friend that he refers to as a cutie and also mentions...
If someone, and I'm definitely not saying it's me, I offered you $2,000 to 1, reverse the cheesecake challenge and 2, unban Christie permanently, would you do it?
Yeah, I think so. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Things with in certain regions, okay, and also mentions, and also the comedian here even notices that John Jones puts his hand on the groin area of the guy sitting next to him here in the crowd. You can't see John Jones in the crowd. Let me know when you hear John Jones in the crowd.
Oh, thanks, Ian, for bringing me up before Riley up the drunk person. Great. You fuck off. So wait.
That's John Jones. Now, I wasn't sure at first. People are telling me, dude, have you seen this video uploaded by a comedian? It's got no views, but on Reddit, people are saying it might be John Jones. And I was listening to this video, and I was like, okay, there's a gay guy in the crowd. As soon as he started speaking, I was like, okay, there's a gay guy. Listen, I'll tell you when I figured out this guy's gay. No offense. Nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it, YouTube.
Are you? You're an audience member, right?
Uh-huh.
Are you a little drunk, I assume?
Un poquito.
Now, at this point in the video, when I watched it first, I was like, I don't know if this is John Jones. I know that he's gay. Okay? There's nothing wrong with it, YouTube. There's nothing wrong. But we're going to keep playing. Okay? Shout out Def Noodles, the YouTube channel that uploaded this. You can see the name on the screen right there. Shout out to him for the content and the discovery, let's just say.
I would say is
I want her shit. I want a good white joke. Like I want a white guy to give me the best.
Well, I'll go.
I want to give you the best. It's John Jones. We'll get confirmation of that soon, I promise. But he's absolutely blackout drunk, no idea what he's saying right now. Certain sentences are very clearly said by him, though.
Yeah, I'm still a bit high.
I want my friends to give me a
Hey,
guys, give it to him. Give it to him for a good black joke.
Huh?
I was saying, guys, give it to him for a good black joke.
Give it to him for a good butt joke. I don't know when anyone mentioned butts, but Jones has something on his mind here. And we'll go deeper into this. Okay? Pause.
Give it to yes. Everybody, give it to me right now. So wait, how did you stumble?
Versified $22, bro. Hope you had a good nap. Lol, this all a wall, yeah.
Hey, yo, bite the fuck you gonna bite. Hey, no.
Yeah, I think I saw Alawali there.
How did you actually stumble upon this place? Are you just blackout drunk?
Well, my kiwi over here was just the resource of everything. That's awesome.
By the way, that's a man that he sat next to. His cutie over here is a man that's been with him tonight. That let's just say Jones begins to get a little handsy with in the crowd around the groin area. This explains everything of John Jones that we know. Share this! No more confusion. Why does he do this? Those demons in his head, they ain't demons. They're haram thoughts to John Jones. Okay? They're not quite kosher thoughts that he's having. They ain't demons that are making him angry when he gets drunk. Or demons that are making him angry when he has to spend time around his wife. That he needs dick pills for. We move on. Keep it playing. Just a casual thing. I'm projecting. Jones is just comfortable in his sexuality. We keep going.
Are you sure this is alcohol or is it?
Like, they're no.
Why do so many of these gay guys hate themselves? Well, you know. It's extremely easy to make people hate themselves. A lot of people do, you know? Booga booga. Nah, I can't play TA right now, dude. I think you know that.
Listen how drunk he is. He's absolutely wasted, no idea where he is. Probably rambling with his eyes closed right now.
Are we? Is this what you do for a good time? No, honestly, I'm trying to find the amusement in it. And you guys have been awesome.
Can we all
honestly, none of you guys have been funny so far.
Huh?
None of you guys have been funny so far.
Oh yeah. You know, thanks. I appreciate the person who's drunk out of their senses thinking we're all funny. That's great. So wait, how did you? I mean, what has your evening been like? You went to El Compadre or just roaming around town?
Well, it's just being that dude. You know, it's just being a lot of work.
Just being that dude, beating that dude. Maybe you just had a fight recently before this. Just being that dude.
It's a lot of work.
You work like this? This is your work?
LA guys.
How do I get your job?
Listen to what Jones is about to say. While this guy's shouting at him, John Jones is going to profess how fond he is of LA guys. Let's have a listen. This could mean anything though, right? Have a listen. You LA guys, listen to John Jones's voice. Single out in your ears.
LA guys.
How do I get your job? Work like this? This is your work?
LA guys.
How do I get your job?
I'm obsessed with it because
you LA guys, I'm obsessed with you because just keep it playing.
It's amazing. It's been showing me that it's amazing.
What, LA?
Yes.
Are you from LA?
Where are you from, random homosexual man in the crowd? Let's find out if this is John Jones.
New York guy, but like
he's a New York guy. Well, John Jones is a New York guy.
You're in New York?
But that's too broad, right? A lot of people in America are from New York. Maybe someone there sounds like John Jones.
Okay. Albuquerque this last few years.
Been living in Albuquerque for the past few years. Well, John Jones lives in Albuquerque, and he was originally from New York. But that's not right. Real John Jones would say he's from Rochester, New York.
Where are you from in New York?
Rochester. I'm a northerner.
Oh, it's John Jones, guys.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, I'm from. I love it. People say, "I'm from New York." Where are you from? Long Island.
No, honestly, though, like all jokes aside, you guys have been amazing. It's so healing and just.
Thank you.
It's so healing. It's just so healing. There's nothing wrong with it, YouTube admin. I just want to uncover something that explains so much of this despicable. No. He's not despicable for this reason, okay? There's other things this man has done that are despicable. This internal hatred for himself may be the answer to it, okay? That's all I'm going to say. This has just been so healing. That's a gay man. Just, let me be honest with you guys.
I can promise everybody here will give you a hug on your way.
Everyone here.
Am I going to watch the Dana White thing? Yeah, just, you know, after we figure out whether or not John Jones is gay. So that's of high importance.
Here will give you a hug on the way out. Synapses. Jones liked that idea, but it's not enough for him. A hug is not enough. What would Jones rather people let him do to them on their way out of the comedy club, out of nowhere?
I'm more like the type to put my finger in your butthole.
I'm more of the type to put my finger where?
Wait, what? Whoa. Hold on.
I'll put my finger in your butthole.
We just missed some very...
Thank you for clarifying that, John Jones.
Very important. You're talking about finger in your balls?
Finger in the butthole.
Oh, finger in the butthole.
A whole black finger in the butthole.
Is that how they do it?
Explicit. Weird. What? No one asked.
Do it in Rochester?
That's how we get down. That's the way we say I love you.
Oh, it's the way you say I love you in Rochester?
There's awkward energy here. There's very awkward energy here. Everyone's like, is this guy coming out in the audience? Are we like having this guy come out to us while drunk in the... Sorry, I'm not throwing up. I literally had to burp there. Are we seeing this guy come out to us in the audience right now?
By the way, Mike, I saw.
See what he just saw there? That he noticed earlier. He points over, he's noticed something that happened between the guy sat next to Jones and John Jones in the crowd earlier. Listen.
By the way, Mike, I saw his hand slipping over to you. What was he trying to give you a handy? What's going on?
He was trying to give you a handy? Why was his hand slipping over to you like that in the middle of it, Mike? The guy that Jones called a sweetie earlier.
McCaffrey friend, he's fine.
What are you? What was he trying to give you a handy? What's going on?
He's like my McCaffrey friend, he's fine.
He's like my crappy friend, he's fine. This is a game mode! And there's nothing wrong with that, YouTube admins. It's just true.
We're good.
And he's nervously, we're good.
You're good in more ways than one.
It's fine.
What did Jones just say? He knows where he's going home tonight. It's fine. Listen.
You're good in more ways than one.
It's fine.
He knows where he's going home tonight. He's fine.
So you get we see we got a love triangle here, Mike. I see potential in this dude.
Is your butthole tight or what?
He's asking that to the friend of his sat next to him that he'd... And the comedian's even's like, okay. The comedian's like, all right, I get comedy, but you're just being gay in a crowd. Now, why is Jones asking this? Why is he requesting to put his fingers there? Grabbing the groin of the guy next to him that the comedian notices, that he called his sweetie earlier, that he says knows where he's going home tonight, that he's out completely drunk with in Los Angeles. And by the way, those LA guys, I'm totally obsessed with them. This is John Jones. Okay?
Well, he wants to test you.
And like he even said, is your so-and-so tight?
Is your butthole tight or what?
Well, he wants to test you. Mike, go.
He wants to test it, Mike.
Bro, Mike goes into your butthole. That's what you don't understand. You ready to give up your butthole?
God damn it.
Jones, are you ready to give up your so-and-so to Mike? God damn it, he says.
That's my answer.
That's your answer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So is that a yes or a no?
Everyone right now is like, oh, is he gay? We just uncovered a gay guy in the crowd here.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Oh, Mike!
And then he admits, yes, he'll let Mike do it there. The guy that he's out with, drunk with, at a comedy show with, calling sweetie, grabbing the groin area of, talking about fingering the you-know-what of, he would let him.
Oh, get some black booty.
So wait, what have you
Get some what?
been drinking tonight?
Oh, this is myself.
You guys have no idea what he's saying.
That is
myself is the only answer.
That's
I'm a whole bowl.
Oh, he's a whole bowl. Let's move on to another topic. That is gay. Nothing wrong with it, YouTube admins. But that's John Jones being gay, okay? Let's listen to John Jones while he was on some type of performance-enhancing drug. This is for the rematch against DC, where he had the testosterone levels of a castrated male. And let's just listen to the way John Jones speaks and acts in this interview, okay?
He did try to have a commentating job, but he sucked at it.
No, actually, I got offered.
You did, and you tried and you sucked at it.
I got offered
Let's
to
just
do
be
Fox
honest.
Sports.
You tried and you sucked.
I did Fox Sports, like literally got thrown on me at the last minute. Dana White was like,
sucked.
dude, how young was I? I was like 24 years old, and they.
Nothing much yet. Weird mannerisms. Different when he hasn't got his beard.
Gave me the opportunity, and it was like...
You still sucked.
Well, let me tell you, what I don't suck at is, you saw already. You were crying on Ken Velasquez's shoulder. So
Well, I'm going to prove to you I don't
you know
suck
what?
at-
Actually,
Watch.
you know what? I don't want to be a commentator. I just want to make you cry backstage again.
You just want to beat me as I want to beat...
The mannerisms are very gay here, okay? They're very, very gay.
You cry backstage again.
You just want to beat me as I want to beat you, but I'm still going to be a commentator
I
to make
want to
more
beat.
money.
I want to beat you.
Yeah, you want to. You won't do it again.
I
though.
already beat
But you're
you.
not going to beat me.
As a gay man! As a gay man! The man is gay! He was just being nice to the the homeless guys and calling them an FAG boy, FAG boys. And this is John Jones here. I don't know if you can see it. John Jones.
You see in the people around you and what you're hearing. What do you believe?
Spelunkin vegan donate $2. Bonobos rape each other, but it just means hello and isn't sexual. Is it an ethical issue? I'm not gonna show that on screen just to be safe. I mean, if the fucking monkeys aren't bothered by it, whatever. I don't know.
Happy Halloween, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. I wish that you could watch the Jew bully video where Destiny debated over 20 maggots. It was epic when Destiny steamrolled over everyone in that 1 versus 25 showdown LMFAO.
Yeah. I want to, do that. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
His argument, how it lands with the voters, Dana.
Well, a lot of the things that I've heard, since I've been on here, this election is about competency. It's about competency. When we were talking about diamond out your boss earlier, this isn't about your boss. This is a world leader. This is the guy, this is a leader of the free world we're talking about here. Trump has already proven he can build a strong economy. He can secure the borders. And he is somebody that allies and adversaries respect. Those are all very important things. She has never, what has she proven? What has she done over the last 4 years? And you cannot make the excuse that she was the vice president and she wasn't in charge of anything. I think that's ridiculous. She is the sitting vice president of the United States right now. She's proven nothing. She's done nothing. I think she's in over her head. She knows she's in over her head, and nobody who is intelligent, like Mark Cuban, Stephen A., or any of these other guys can tell me they truly believe that she is the better candidate.
I'm going to have Mark get in. I'm going to have Mark get in, but Dana, just clarify. Dana, clarify something, and then I'll have Mark Cuban respond if he wants, which I'm sure he does. Dana, can you tell me of a vice president you've ever heard of who did something remarkable on their watch?
Not that they did anything. Let me tell you this. So
go ahead.
Think about this. Right, leading up to the debate, everybody was talking about that he's never been sharper. He's on top of his game. I was just in a meeting with the other day. They do the debate ends, and they figure out he's unfit to run, right? He's the sitting president of the United States. He's unfit to run. So now they slide her in, right? Nobody voted her there. Nobody voted Kamala Harris. If she went up against other Democrats, she would not be in the position she's in right now. Fact. Okay?
Well, it's not a fact.
They slide her in there. Really? How did she do last time? How did she do last time?
She was Biden's running mate, and they got 85 million votes. But I hear you. The process was a problem. Let Mark Cuban get in. Talk to your friend Dana.
Dana, I love you. You're so wrong. Trump, inflation was up 25% over the Obama economy he inherited. Ask him about Yemen, where he decided not to take action and allowed 100,000 people to keep on dying in Yemen. Talk to him about his tariffs. What worked with his tariffs? He had 4 years to make tariffs work with China. China kicked his ass. China took him to court, right? Because he didn't know how tariffs work, and it hurt the economy. The economy was rolling along, and it got so hit by the tariffs that his appointment to the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, had to come back in and cut interest rates 3 times. And then we get to the real point of reckoning, the pandemic. And what does he do? He says, if we don't test people, the viruses didn't really happen. He holds back on resources, except for Vladimir Putin, to keep people from getting healthy. That is not an accomplished president, Dana. He has not done anything. What he got, he inherited.
Hey, thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget, click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
It's not about garbage. Desperate clingers, guns to their guns and Bible, deplorables, Nazis.
His whole career is all he's done is attack gay and trans people. Now he's like, he's getting offended.
If you are worried about trans athletes, how are you not talking about the issue of women's bodily autonomy?
How about the border? How about the economy? How about endless wars across the pond?
When you say Trump won't be allowed to be president, what do you actually mean by that?
Both of these parties should have thrown the bad apples out and competed for the middle, the moderates and the reasonable people. And instead, they were pussies.
President Biden's garbage smear has quickly entered the Hall of Fame for political blunders. First, there is the still inexplicable timing. His anointed successor, the apparent last bastion of democracy, was standing outside his window, literally, giving what she thought was a career-defining, campaign-saving speech. Why on earth was Biden speaking on a campaign call on Skype at exactly the same time from a few hundred yards away? He was running his schedule. Next, there was the attempted cover-up. First, an important reminder of what he actually said.
And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
You could uncharitably argue that President Biden hasn't sounded that lucid in years. But the president's team has been spinning like a tumble dryer. The official White House transcript added an apostrophe, arguing nonsensically that Biden was merely describing comedian Tony Hinchcliffe's personal floating garbage.
So just to clarify, he was not calling Trump supporters garbage.
The president was referring to the demonization being garbage from one prominent supporter.
By the way, as someone who had a stutter growing up, it's very obvious to me that there's an apostrophe at the end of supporters there.
What a load of garbage. This could be considered Orwellian if only 1984 was a comedy. The final component of Garbagegate, cementing its star on the political walk of shame, is the Trump campaign's gleeful exploitation of the gaffe. Trump mounted a garbage truck in Wisconsin, a key swing state, before delivering his entire rally speech in a garbage collector's fluorescent vest.
250 million people are not garbage. I can tell you who the real garbage is, but we won't say that.
That shameless opportunism has given the garbage smear another 24 hours of top billing. Cable news has now spent 2 straight days debating a phantom apostrophe. You might not like it, and I fully accept that half of this country seriously doesn't. But Trump is closing his campaign with a real people's man swagger. McDonald's, Joe Rogan, a high-vis vest and a giant rally featuring Hulk Hogan and Dana White. The Harris campaign, meanwhile, is closing with Nazis and garbage. And we're all still talking about the one thing she really wants us to forget, the current President of the United States. Well, in a moment, I'll be joined by Tim Miller and a superstar panel, plus Eric Weinstein will be here. But first, talking garbage is comedian and commentator Steve Crowder, who's hosting the Rumble on Rumble next week, a massive election live stream that will run until a winner is called, even if it takes weeks. Well, let's go straight to Steve now. Steve, well, good luck with that if it drags on for weeks. Great to have you back on Uncensored. I didn't think after all the slings and arrows of this extraordinary race, including 2 assassination attempts and a change of nominee on the Democrat side, that the one thing we'd all be talking about in the final week would be garbage. And yet here we are. How serious is garbage gate.
It's garbage gate. Everything is a gate now. And it's funny when you look back that Watergate wasn't really the gate that we think it is. I don't think we're talking about garbage so much. I appreciate your introduction there. And by the way, people who don't see your Instagram, Pierce's Instagram, he's a natural puller. He's lifting some heavy weight. I'm proud of you. You're doing pretty well. I know you've been invigorated by that. And I mean it. I mean it.
Thank you.
Look, it's not about garbage. Desperate clingers, guns to their guns and Bible, deplorables, Nazis, garbage. The key difference here that we see, and I've gone through this quite a bit because the New York Times has a whole running article, at least between 2015 and 2021, as to all of Donald Trump's insults on Twitter before he was banned. You won't find Donald Trump insulting the American voter like you do with the left. They did refer, we can argue the phantom apostrophe, like you said. I appreciate you recognizing its absurdity. Donald Trump goes after those who are in power, the elites. He refers to the DNC. He refers to the establishment. You may not like him referring to the swamp. You may not like him referring to people inside the Beltway, but he's never gone after the American voters. He actually does respect them, and he's trying to win them over. That's what we're actually talking about. And it's the Achilles heel of the Democrat Party today. They're very elitist. That's the problem with garbage.
Was it still damaging for Donald Trump to have this guy, Tony Hinchcliffe, at Madison Square Garden? I was there, and aside from anything else, the joke fell completely flat in the room, so it didn't work even on a comedic value with him. Although I thought Jon Stewart made a good point that this guy's a roaster. It's what he does. He roasts everybody and everything. But putting that aside, I saw Megyn Kelly and Bill O'Reilly both saying, look, if you're going to get to the last week of a race, you don't want to have people at your rallies insulting the whole of Puerto Rico, given how many Puerto Ricans, for example, are in the state of Pennsylvania, a crucial state. Do you agree with that?
I don't care. And I mean, I know we're discussing perception. Look, I think there's a huge difference, for example, between a roast comedian or an insult comedian making a joke. I think there's a big difference between that and the sitting president of the United States between biting baby stints, referring to the American voters as garbage. You may not like one, but I don't think that we should be applying the same standard. Donald Trump has never called anyone garbage. Barack Obama referred to half of America as bitter clingers. Hillary Clinton, at least half of Trump voters as deplorables. And you know what? I've heard people refer to that joke as horrifying. I hate it when people feign offense when they're not really offended. Maybe some people are offended. I think a lot of people aren't that offended by the joke, at least not as much as they let on to be. But I've heard a lot of people refer to it as horrifying, that rally. I don't think a joke from an insult comic is horrifying. You know what I do think is horrifying? I don't know if you know this. Adolf Hitler, the Nazis, killed 6 million Jews. I know it's lost on a lot of people. I think that's horrifying. And I think to belittle the horrifying acts of the Nazi Party, the National Socialist Workers' Party, by referring to Donald Trump as a Nazi, which is largely the reason he was the subject of an assassination plot at least 2 times that we know of, I think that's horrifying. But that's just my opinion, and I'll disagree with people.
Well, I actually agree with you, but someone who doesn't is the host of The Bulwark, Tim Miller, who has this to say in response. Tim? Welcome to Uncensored.
I was just laughing listening to all that, Piers. Donald Trump's never called anybody garbage. Donald Trump called Kamala Harris's advisors garbage just like the other week. Donald Trump said America is a trash can and the world is sending their garbage, which is migrants here. Donald Trump's called me and other people that oppose him in the media the enemy of the people. He's called people human scum. He said that Haitian migrants were eating cats and dogs. Do we need to keep doing this? Like this? Like we're going to pretend to be offended on behalf of Donald Trump? I mean, and Steven Crowder, by the way, his whole career, this is why he's on Rumble, not on YouTube, because he got kicked off YouTube because all he does is insult gay people, insult trans people. The only garbage I know is Steven Crowder and Donald Trump. So they're garbage. I don't think all of Donald Trump's supporters are garbage. I think that many of them are good people that have been misinformed by Donald Trump and Steven Crowder's lies.
Stephen, your response.
Yeah, well, look, one thing, I don't like the way that these panels sometimes some people descend into nothing but ad hominem and interrupt each other. So I promise you, I'm going to respect your time, and you will not hear me speak a single time today, not one interruption, until you hear this bell. I just ask that you give me the floor. So not going to address the ad hominem, but I've never been banned from YouTube. As a matter of fact, this will be up on YouTube. The election live stream of the century will be on YouTube as well. Every single example that was just given was not addressed to the American people at large, and not even the Democrat voting base at large. America is for Americans. Are black people not Americans? Are Hispanic Americans not Americans? The qualifier that I have always made, and Donald Trump has always made, and the reason that so many Americans support him is because there aren't those qualifiers of race that we see in identity politics. Every single example, I could go through all of them, the people around Kamala Harris, the people surrounding her are scum and garbage. That's not going to be misinterpreted as Kamala's supporters are garbage. The voters of Donald Trump are deplorable. These people are scum. Kamala Harris is dumb, whatever he said. That's very different from the hatred, the reviling of the American voter. Your floor.
Yeah, you know what, Tim Miller, what I would say is, people on the left, they're very, very quick to be very offended by Trump's rhetoric. This has been going on for 8 years now, that this guy talks in a disparaging way about people. It's unacceptable, it's awful, blah, 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 blah. But you think nothing as a group of constantly flashing the Nazi word around, fascist, Nazi, and now garbage. Why is it one rule for Trump? Why do you want him to clean up the way he talks, but a completely different set of rules for your own side? Why are you allowed to just go around calling people mass murderers?
I'm not. Like I said, the only people I called garbage were Donald Trump and Steven Crowder, because they've acted like garbage by disparaging people their entire careers. Like, that was the whole premise of both of these two guys' careers. Donald Trump's just been a little bit more successful at it. So Joe Biden's statement, I think, was like totally nonsensical marble mouth. And I was maybe one of the most vocal people saying Joe Biden shouldn't run for president again. Joe Biden isn't running for president. Kamala Harris is running for president. And she gave a speech on the Ellipse where she talked about how MAGA voters would have and MAGA politicians would have a seat at the table in her administration. So you guys are trying to make something out of nothing, and you're trying to do this fake outrage where it's like in soccer, Piers, where you guys are flopping. You're flopping on the ground, hoping the refs call a foul on Joe Biden, when Donald Trump's whole career has been insults and lies and disparaging people, and also his actual actions have been hurtful. You know, the sexual assault that he committed on women, the fact that he banned people from coming to this country based on their religion, the separating of family. We could just go on and on about Donald Trump's behavior, the cops that got injured at the Capitol because of the riot that he started. So Donald Trump, it's not just his words, it's his actions that have been harmful. And you guys can get mad about what the soon-to-be former president, Joe Biden, like incomprehensibly said, but he's not running against Joe Biden. And it seems like a desperate ploy to like put on a fancy costume and dress up like an Oompa Loompa.
All right, Stephen, I mean, last time I checked, Joe Biden remains the current president of the United States. He is the leader of the free world. And for him to pop up as Kamala Harris is delivering her supposed great final mission statement to the electorate on a Skype call, calling half of America garbage, struck me as just, never mind anything else, incredibly bad timing, to the point where you think, was that deliberate? Is he trying to sabotage her?
Thank you. But again, I'm really going to avoid ad hominem, which is really tough because it seems to be coming from the other side of this panel here.
Well, I will note for the record that you have not gone ad hominem. And Tim, to be fair, all you've done is abuse Steve. All you've done is abuse Stephen on a personal level. I actually would like to rise above that.
His whole career is all he's done is attack gay and trans people. Now he's like, he's getting offended, being called out for it. Just Google his history of his comments about gays, trans people, women. Like he is Mr. Ad hominem. So don't like try to be like, oh, I'm Mr. Nice Guy now. Come on, give me a break. Let's be honest.
Stephen?
Okay, thank you for giving me the floor. As far as it being ill-advised, I would say so with Joe Biden. The problem is that Kamala Harris was given so many opportunities to distance herself from Joe Biden. The Biden-Harris administration, she chose not to. She said there's not a thing that she would do differently, and she was one of his most important advisors in all of the decisions that had an impact. Vice presidents aren't always given such an easily identifiable pet project. She was. And I know the talking point is she wasn't the border czar, even though Biden said that. The point is she was in charge of, she was being tasked with discovering the root cause of the immigration issue. Well, we had 3 million under Donald Trump's tenure, and now we have at least 15 to 20 million on the low end. That is a huge impact that affects Americans. If we want to talk about Donald Trump's actions hurting Americans, look, I guess we're back to 2016. The issue is no Americans have lived actions that have harmed them more than the latest administration. They've lived it. They lived Donald Trump for 4 years. They've lived Biden-Harris for 4 years. It doesn't work. It falls on deaf ears. It's like Paul Revere always saying, the exact same economy is coming. The exact same economy is coming. You want to talk about actions that have hurt? I would argue that the actions on the border, the actions on American energy, the policies, which I would like to discuss, have hurt Americans. It's why they're rejecting Kamala Harris. It's why they trust Donald Trump more on issues like the economy and immigration. And by the way, I'm one of them. But the point remains, not one example has been presented. And by the way, I'm not offended by any of this. You haven't heard me feign outrage. I've just tried to describe the situation, why Americans don't like it. Not one example at all of Donald Trump referring to the American people at large as garbage or insulting them as the Democrat Party does every single election cycle.
Wake up, bitch boy. I saw you
The
open
other thing I
your
would
eyes.
say to you,
Vince
Tim,
Goodrum
is
got dressed up
what I
all nice for
find
you for
as an
Halloween.
ongoing Trump is the most racist candidate there's ever been, etc. He's a fascist, and so on. How do you explain the fact amongst black and Latino Americans is rising to record levels for him in the last 8 years? Why is that happening? Why are they gravitating to somebody who is supposedly this terrible racist?
I mean, we haven't voted yet, Pierce, so let's see how that turns out next week. It looks like we're going to have record turnout in Detroit, they just said. We'll see if there's a surprising turnout for Donald Trump there. I kind of doubt it. This whole thing that's like, you guys want to play in this fantasy pretend world where it's like Donald Trump doesn't insult people. What? Like, everyone watching knows that's not true. Why is the left calling Donald Trump a fascist? The left isn't calling Donald Trump a fascist. John Kelly, who Donald Trump made the head of his Department of Homeland Security, who oversaw the Muslim ban 1.0, and then Donald Trump promoted him to chief of staff. And then he was his longest serving chief of staff. He wasn't a never Trumper like me. He wasn't a moderate Republican rhino. He's a down the line conservative American hero that Donald Trump hired twice, who says he is concerned that Donald Trump has fascist tendencies. And there were times during the first administration where Donald Trump wanted to do things against the law, and it required him and Mattis and Milley and others to prevent him from doing it. And he's worried that those guardrails won't be around the next term. So it's not the left, it's not MSNBC, it's not wild-eyed liberals. It's John Kelly, a conservative American hero that Donald Trump hired twice, that is saying that about him. And you guys need to reckon with that rather than just pointing fingers.
All right. I mean, Stephen, that's a fair point. There have been a number of people of John Kelly's ilk who have come forward and said they think Trump is dangerous, who did work with him at the White House. What's your response to that?
Thank you. Well, this is the same John Kelly, by the way, in The Atlantic, the same journalist who spouted the losers and suckers lie, right? This is a disgruntled former employee. Now, maybe it's true, only that same article included Donald Trump saying that we don't need to spend that much for an effing Mexican. By the way, the soldier's family immediately came out and refuted it. So if we're going to talk about people who don't like him, he said, she said, we can do that, or we can discuss the results for the American people and what affects them at large. We can reckon with that. There you go. That's the reckoning. I don't really care what John Kelly says, but here's the fundamental dynamic. And this is why the left, and this is certainly why legacy media, I'm not saying the media, but legacy media, ABC, NBC, CBS, and big tech, they're demanding that Americans trust their institutions, and they're blaming Americans for not trusting their institutions. This article in The Atlantic, John Kelly, is exactly why Americans don't trust those institutions. I trust the family of the soldier, not John Kelly. I trust the American people who want us to have voter ID, not people who say the most secure and fair elections of all time. When we look at the Hunter Biden laptop story, which I know will be dismissed and people say that it was allowed to after a day, that's the perfect encapsulation of the institutions that we're demanded to trust who have failed us, whether it's intelligence officials, whether it's Facebook and the CEO of which apologizing afterwards, Jack Dorsey, YouTube's, the fundamental Democratic Party, and we're told, wait, trust your institutions. Well, I don't trust the institutions that repeat lies that have been debunked, including some specifically from John Kelly. I don't trust those publications. I trust the voice of the family of that soldier. And by the way, the families of all the soldiers who overwhelmingly support Donald Trump and the Republican platform, in contrast to Kamala Harris. Your floor.
Tim Miller, I want to talk to you directly about the fact you went down to confront the MAGA mastermind, Steve Bannon, when he was released from prison at his press conference. And Bannon decided to have a bit of fun at your expense. Let's take a look.
This is Tim Miller, one of my favorite guys from MSNBC in the Bulwark. Used to be the spokesman for the Republic. When I met Tim as a younger man, he was the spokesman for the RNC, the old RNC, the establishment RNC, the RNC of Mitt Romney, not the RNC of Donald Trump. But go ahead, Tim. Question.
Tim, I mean, you went down, you quizzed him on whether he would attempt another coup as an encore to January 6th, and Bannon gave quite a serious response. Let's take a look at that.
Nancy Pelosi gave an interview to Rolling Stone magazine. She said her number one priority is to make sure that Donald Trump is not only not elected, a re-elected president of the United States, but he never sets foot in the White House. Nancy Pelosi and Jamie Raskin right now are thinking about, and they're very open about it, of not certifying a Trump victory on November 5th.
So, Tim, I know you're going to leave us in a few minutes. Just your response, really, to what Bannon said there.
Well, that comment is based on nothing. I do think that there's kind of a delusion in there's sort of this every accusation is a confession a little bit sometimes with people in MAGA, where it's like they're not going to certify the election, like we didn't certify the election. If Donald Trump wins, the Democrats are going to certify the election last time, just like the Democrats did in 2000 in a much, much, much closer election than 2020 when Al Gore conceded to George W. Bush after his legal challenges had been exercised. Donald Trump didn't do that. And when I asked Steve that you didn't play there, and I've quizzed Steve many times. I interviewed him on the circus several times. We've gone back and forth. And so it wasn't like I was confronting him. They invited me to the press conference. And what I asked him there was, he got out of prison. And I was wondering if sometimes when people get out of prison, they feel like they're reformed. And they look back on their actions and they say, you know what? Maybe I went too far. Maybe in 2020, by advancing these lies about the election, I thought it was all part of the political game, but then things got out of hand. Dozens of police were injured. The vice president had to be scurried off by Secret Service. The vice president's life was in danger. Senators and House members' lives were in danger. I was really the ringleader of pushing that in the media, in the MAGA media world. And given that the results ended up so disastrously for the country and for those individuals who were harmed that serve our country, maybe those 4 months in low security prison, he had a chance to reflect on that and say, you know what, next time I'll do things differently. And I got to say, I was pretty alarmed that the answer to that question was no. He did not. He doesn't see that he'll do any change. And if we are in a similar situation this time, I think both him and Donald Trump will act the same way, and I find that very alarming.
Final question, Tim, before you go. Who do you think is actually going to win this election? Not who do you want to win, but who do you think may win?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's utterly close. I think if you listen to David Plouffe on the Harris campaign or Steve Bannon when we were talking more politically outside of the context of January 6th, they both kind of sound the same way, which is that Kamala Harris has a narrow path through the blue wall states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. I think that she's very narrowly in the lead there, but I would not feel at all comfortable if I was their campaign. I think that gives Donald Trump's campaign 3 outs. They can crack the blue wall, win one of those states. I think he's probably the president. I think she has maybe 1 out in North Carolina. So I think she has maybe 1 out and he has 3. So I guess I would rather be her than him because I do think she has a narrow lead in those 3 states. But I think it's extremely close. And I think if anybody telling you anything else, like really, is gaslighting you.
Well, my thanks to Stephen Crowder and to Tim Miller. We're going to go to the next stage of our debate now and begin with a bizarre new Harris campaign ad voiced by Julia Roberts, which urges women to secretly defy their MAGA husbands.
Your turn, honey.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose, you can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey.
Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls.
Well, the subtext appears to be that women aren't capable of making their own minds up and own decisions. And even worse, that they should be afraid if they do so. Here to debate that and more, a panel of a man and a woman who are certainly not shy about their politics. Brian Tyler Cohen, host of No Lie, and Sage Steele, the host of the Sage Steele Show. Well, welcome to both of you. Brian, I got to say, I found that ad patronising and nauseating. And if I was a woman, I'd be like, sorry, what?
I think that we are defying reality or denying reality. I think we're denying reality if we are sitting here and pretending that there is not a culture of misogyny in the United States. If you're offended by that ad, can you actually not tell me that you're not more offended by the fact that Republicans have stripped women of their bodily autonomy in this country? Is that really what we're pretending that we're upset with? I mean, we have J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee right now for the Republican Party, who has gone on some tour across the country where he's called women who don't have kids childless cat ladies, who's attacked them, who's denied the legitimacy of families that don't have children. I mean, can we really say that we're more offended by that ad than the reality of the situation on the ground in the U.S. right now?
Let me just ask you, Brian, if the Democrats are the party of fairness and equality for women and are the standard bearers and flag wavers of women's rights, why is it that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris continue to support trans athletes competing in women's sport, which everybody knows is a grotesque attack on women's rights to fairness and equality? I'm bemused.
Piers, again, the same concept applies. The number of people that are A, worried about that in this election, and B, that actually impacts. Again, if you are worried about trans athletes, how are you not talking about the issue of women's bodily autonomy, of their reproductive freedom, of Republicans' threats to block women? Women from traveling between states in this country. I mean, you try to have it both ways, where you pretend that the trans issue is something that upsets you to the ends of the earth, and yet
it does.
That impacts how many Piers, how many people does that impact in this country?
Let me
how
ask
is
you a
that
question.
actually something?
I love the way that Democrats like to pretend nobody cares, one, when they do, and secondly, it has no real impact on women's sport. The United Nations last week, hang on, the United Nations last week came out with a report that said that around the world, 900 medals.
Oh, is Trump racist, they ask?
That's one of my buddies. We had fun. We carved watermelons together. It was awesome.
No, I'm not a racist.
They're taking black jobs now. The whole country's going to be like, it'll be like Detroit. A lot of it's about the genes, isn't it? Don't you believe? They're poisoning the blood of our country. Troublemaker. These are troublemakers. Look, I love the old days, you know? Do you know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. Now, if you had one really violent day, like one rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately.
Medals had been deprived from going to biological women because they had gone to trans athletes in women's sport. 900. That is not a small thing.
This was insanely dishonest. I'm assuming Pierce probably didn't read the original source. That UN report is relying on a random blog forum where people can self-submit stories about how a trans person beat a cis woman in sports. Also, most of the anecdotes on that website or reports on that website are not from the US. The vast majority, like we're talking well over 70% of the cases, were amateur events. So not professional sports. Some of the reports weren't even sports. There was a case for poker on there. And Yeah.
That is an erosion of women's rights around the world, and it's being promoted in the United States by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So when they position themselves as we are for women's rights, I say, as we would say in Britain, to a point, Lord Copper, because you're not when it comes to women's rights in sport. And there is an absolute conflict there. Let me bring in Sage here. I mean, Sage, this is where I think there's a real contradiction. How can you be for women's rights on abortion, but not in sport, for example?
It's completely hypocritical, just like what happened with the vaccine and that forced mandate, which I had to do to keep my job as well at Disney. So my body, my choice when it's convenient for you. And again, hashtag science, right? There has never been an issue that is this black and white. Brian, we can go back and forth and debate on the vaccine and the efficacy of it and all that. Did it help? Did it not? How many? There has never, ever, in the history of this universe, been an issue between men and women, and all of a sudden, well, I don't know, XX, XY, and it's okay if he has this and that. Stop it. And at the end of the day, it's actually much more. It's almost 1,100 now, Piers, and this is just from a couple of days ago, trophies that have been taken away from women or girls. But that doesn't count on the lower levels where there are no trophies given out per se. We're talking about Olympic boxing and stuff like that. But when you look at, junior high school track scholarships, you got to finish in the top 3 to go ahead to state. But now you're 4th because I live in the state of Connecticut, where one of the major lawsuits first came from 5 or 6 years ago. Actually, a young woman I live next door to. This is happening everywhere, but you don't want to talk about it because you know deep down, you're not going to admit it, but deep down you know that it's wrong. And I also think it's interesting that you go with this low-hanging fruit and all those talking points of the childless cat women from 4+ years ago, completely out of context. At the end of the day, stick with the facts. By the way, I'm not offended by that Julia Roberts stupid commercial. Like, I think it's so lame, and it is very condescending. Like, I'm afraid to tell my husband, my boyfriend, my partner, whatever it is, who I'm going to vote for and just be quiet about it. Like, stop it. And most importantly,
do you think that
is the only issue? Why is that the only issue that you guys are focusing on? Abortion, women's rights. Have things changed? Yes, but there are plenty of states that have 0 restrictions where you can do it up to the moment the baby's born, and I guess you're okay with that.
Do you think that ad is more offensive and more condescending than women's bodily autonomy being stripped away? Are you more offended by that ad than the actual reality on the ground?
Well, maybe because of the fact that women's bodily autonomy is not being stripped away. It has never been part of the Constitution. It never has been.
There isn't an abortion desert in the South. There isn't abortion bans in the South. Women are able to go get abortions in the South.
Yes, but it also, there are more. You asked me a question to let me answer. There are definitely more restrictions depending on where you live. There are also many states where there are fewer restrictions, #none, where you can do it up to the moment a baby is born. And even in some cases, we have seen after. So let's not act like it's only one way. There are less restrictions in some states,
which
10,
cases
11,
have we seen?
and then there's many others where there are so many more. This has been through the years. This is before Dobbs, by the way. There's so many things. But tell me why this is your only issue. Tell me why this is your only issue, Brian. Why is this your main focus? How about the border?
Can't really listen to this AIDS.
People, like, at the end of the day, like, if you were outside of their apartment, you could hear them, with their Trump fashion dildos like every single night. It's insane. I've never met a centrist or moderate who's like, you know what, I think this is a real problem, and they're talking about something on the right instead of something on the left. They sane wash and they carry so much water for every single horrible thing on the right, and then when it comes to the left, it's like, oh my God, can you believe this particular thing, or can you believe that, or this or that? And it's like, who is even thinking about this? A really great example of this in the recent presidential debates is for Walls. It's like, when you went to Tiananmen Square in 1980 or whatever, it was like 30, 40 years ago. It's like, didn't you, later on, you said that you were there and it was actually 3 months later. And it's like, yeah, I said it was kind of dumb or whatever. If you go back and you look at the speeches that he gave on this, he wasn't saying like, there I was blocking the tanks. Yeah, he wasn't saying shit like this. It was insane. And then they let it hang after he answers on the debate. They wait for him to expand more. And I'm like, okay, Vance, is it true that you don't believe in the results of the last election? And it's like, no. And people think these are like the same
they
thing.
They both avoided answering the question, right? So they both must be as bad as each other.
That's insane.
You've got to be fair. We've got to be balanced and centrist about this.
That's
right?
insanity. That's crazy.
Who do you think won the vice presidential debate?
Depends on how you define winning.
Well, how do you define winning? What do you care about in these debates?
I care about people that are adhering to the truth. But what I just said there means fucking nothing because everybody wears that statement as a fucking aesthetic. So anything that I say like that should be the biggest red flag to never trust anything that somebody says. But I mean, whoever's like generally staying as fact-based as possible, I think is good. And whoever's making better arguments towards the other person to counter what they're saying, I think is good.
Who do you think had the better arguments? Who do you think was more convincing?
I would probably say Walz because I tend to agree on that side more politically, but it's so hard to have like a meaningful policy debate when conservatives can just say anything they want. And now we're kind of like we've escaped policy in the United States and it's just this forever, war on culture issues. So
what's the most egregious sin that was committed in the debate in your view? Something that someone said that you thought that's just not true, or that's ridiculous, or that's super misleading?
Vance's refusal to accept the results of the 2020 election should immediately and permanently disqualify him from holding any office ever.
Yeah, he refused to directly answer the question. In fact, I watched the vice presidential debate recently, and I made a note every time I noticed a direct question not being directly answered.
Oh, Vance, I think, avoided almost everything, but he did it really well. He's a very good speaker. I think that he came out.
Versified $22. Let me see. What the fuck's going on there? All right. Well, thanks for the donation, Versified.
Out on top in terms of like public perception. Right. Absolutely. He's a very good politician, very good speaker. And he's a smart guy. He's smart because he was saying a few years ago that Trump was Hitler. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah, it was a horrible administration. They didn't accomplish much. These are all Vance's words. Yeah.
If it's of interest to the viewer, I have the list here of the questions that were not directly answered. Do the candidates support a preemptive strike on Iran by Israel? No direct answer. Does Vance agree with Trump that climate change is a hoax? Was Waltz in China for the Tiananmen Square massacre? He did eventually answer the question, but had to be pressed by the moderator. Would Vance support separating children from their parents in deportation efforts? Not directly answered. He did not say yes or no. He simply said, well, they're already being separated. There was no yes or no. Where will Vance specifically seize federal land to build houses? Where specifically? Again, just didn't get an answer despite being pressed by the moderators. And of course, did Trump lose the election? Vance just says something like, well, we had our problems with it, of course. You can go and look at what we said about that. Why is it so impossible to get a direct answer out of politicians?
I think that anytime you have a question in the real world about why people are doing what they're doing, this is a people skill, a psychology thing. One thing that I hate is when people say, oh my God, this person is so irrational. Like this person's behavior doesn't make any sense. And usually they're pointing towards people that are behaving in ways that we would find disfavorable. We'd think, oh, what's going on with this person, right? Maybe you see a kid screaming in a store, for a candy bar and he's screaming. It's like, oh my God, like what is wrong with this kid, right? But eventually he gets the candy bar. And this is true of a lot of people with maladaptive behaviors, interpersonally or the workplace or, whatever. You look at a person, you think that they're being irrational, but they're not. They've learned this behavior and there's usually a reward for this particular behavior. If you're Vance and you're on stage and you're being asked questions that in reality you can't really provide a good answer for, why would you ever answer that honestly? Especially if you know in these formats that the moderators won't press you because news stations, like a lot of these cringe online content creators, are obsessed with trying to remain fair and nonpartisan. So none of these stations will ever press Trump or Vance anywhere near as hard as they should be because they don't want to come off as being mean to conservatives or too biased, which is a waste of time because they're always going to come off that way anyway.
Yeah, news sources are always biased. A lot claim not to be biased. I think the best thing that we can do when confronted with a media landscape of obviously biased outlets is not try to find one that's not biased, rather compare them and try to effectively determine what the biases are and how they're affecting the news reporting. And that is where today's sponsor, Ground News can help. Ground News collects stories and headlines from across the political spectrum and compares them in one place, as well as providing context. Who owns the source? What is the source story is being Alex O'Day? The left within, whereas the right-leaning Epoch Times solution that meaning news legit / their
I do think that it's important when you talk about political bias, though, and there's all of these, and we could spend 10 hours talking about every single one of these things. There's a lot of things that people say to pay lip service to things like, oh, be aware that everything's biased and everything, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't mean anything. You have to dive deeper into that. Like mainstream media outlets will have a bias in that they'll tend to report a collection of facts that are a little bit more favorable to their side than the other side. But you have to be very careful when you play that equating game, because when people talk about political bias, they'll equate mainstream media with alternative media, and then they will equivocate on the alternative media bias. And oftentimes the alternative media bias won't be bias. It'll be pure fucking bullshit. It won't even be remotely in this world or reality. And they'll get away with that because they can say, okay, fine, yeah, maybe we're a little biased sometimes, but so is the mainstream media.
Right.
Not like there's a difference between subjective bias towards like the perspective that you're presenting, which by the way can be done so much that it becomes dishonest, versus a total retelling of the facts or denial of reality. It's a totally different concept.
Yeah, there are tools we can use to navigate media bias in the traditional media landscape. But when it comes to social media, how should one navigate this? I mean, suppose that maybe you're like a young person trying to start understanding the world. You've got a Twitter account. You're beginning to see posts about the election flooding your timeline from all kinds of different sources, and your algorithm hasn't developed yet. How can you go about navigating this space in an effective manner?
Do you see anything morally wrong with age gaps in relationships, obviously provided the woman is of age, or do you think it's just feminists getting triggered? For example, what Leonardo DiCaprio does. Thanks.
As long as the person is an adult and they aren't cognitively impaired and they can make their own decisions, then no, there's nothing wrong with having an age gap. It's just dumb fucking feminists who are freaking out about horseshit. That's all it really is. Thanks for the donation though, Tool.
Well, the first thing is deactivate your X account or don't ever trust it for news. That is exclusively a platform for shit posting or being racist or watching black people kill each other or whatever else gets posted, en masse there. Elon Musk is just full-throatedly, like full-on, avowedly a Trump supporter. There are a ton of accounts on that website. We don't know what country any of these people are from. We don't know their nationalities. We don't know who they get paid by. We don't know what's going on, and they just post insane stuff. I think X has probably been one of the worst contributors to the current atmosphere of the United States, with Elon Musk being the head of that more so than probably any other single actor except for maybe Trump in the past couple years.
Animal Liberation donated $5.
Steve, Robbie Roadsteamer here. I'm wondering when's the next insurrection, and can we storm the Burger King after this? Like, can we do that? I mean, doesn't he look great now? We were in Danbury the first month together. He looks great. You don't remember me? We were lifting weights and stuff in the weight room. When's the next insurrection? How are we going to do this and stuff, man? You know what? If I'm leaving, I'm having a good time. He looks like Yoda with AIDS right now. Robbie Roadsteamer, no political violence, people. This place smells like mothballs. Wow, over here, where's the elevator? I'm not even going to get like hors d'oeuvres or something. For sure.
Well, that's...
I don't know that Trump...
That's good. Thanks, Animal Liberation.
could have asked for a worse closing message by his campaign's top surrogate just days before the election.
We have to reduce spending to live within our means. And that necessarily involves some temporary hardship, but it will ensure long-term prosperity.
That Trump's agenda will cause hardship for the middle class, but that it's, quote, necessary. And this isn't just some random guy who supports Trump. Trump has already said that he would appoint Elon Musk to oversee a new government efficiency commission, which means that Elon's words...
Booty Cam donated $2. Let me see. That's a black guy kissing a white girl. Alright, that was great.
Yeah.
That's that loser who's boring having a
He
bath.
said that he called in a welfare check, spoke to the security guard. The security guard said he was taken away in an ambulance and died of a stroke.
So it wasn't heart failure.
No, I don't know. Lenny's been in and out of the hospital so many times over the years. You never think to yourself, holy shit, this might be the last time he ever goes to one. It's, oh, Lenny's in the hospital. He'll be out in 3 or 4 days. They'll drain him and he'll be okay. He'll get some new meds. Wash, rinse, repeat. And then it's like, holy shit, this time he's not leaving.
He was slowly killing himself. We all know that. Had no will to live for years, except for his mother being around, like Andrew said.
I think he literally willed himself to outlive his mother just so he can make sure she was taken care of to the very end. And then I think he, in his mind, he knew it was okay to just let go and go to paradise, as he said.
From some of the shit that he would say, it sounded like he's excited to go. And I think that's why he got more preachy and religious towards the end, kind of repenting for all the shit that he did.
He said that he called in a welfare check.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
that's what happened. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Are akin to policy. And his quote here wasn't a fluke. It supports Elon's other public mention of this issue. His response to a tweet that says, quote, if Trump succeeds in forcing through mass deportations, combined with Eli hacking away at the government, firing people and reducing the deficit, there will be an initial severe overreaction in the economy. This economy propped up with debt generating asset bubbles and artificially suppressed wages as a result of illegal immigration, markets will tumble. But when the storm passes and everybody realizes we're on sounder footing, there will be a rapid recovery to a healthier, sustainable economy. History could be made in the coming 2 years. To which Elon replied, sounds about right. So that we're clear, what Trump's top economic surrogate, Elon Musk, is suggesting here, again, just days before the election, is that markets will crash. In an election where the economy is the #1 issue, Trump's promise to you is that you will face economic hardship. Their words, not mine. Now, this is born out of Trump's plan, and I say that loosely considering Trump doesn't have plans. He has random synapses that fire and then words fall out of his face, and his supporters frantically try and form that smattering of errant thoughts into some semblance of a policy platform. His plan is to mass deport all undocumented immigrants, to extend the 2017 tax cut for millionaires and billionaires, and to put a blanket tariff on all imports. In other words, the plan is to eliminate over 10 million workers from our economy and the taxes they pay into it while deriving no benefit, to continue heaping tax advantages onto the ultra-rich and drying up federal revenues that actually pay for the programs that Americans rely on, and to impose a tax on all Americans by way of a tariff that will make all of our goods more expensive, because those tariffs aren't paid for by the exporting country, they are paid for by the importing company and then passed on to American consumers. And of course, Trump will backtrack and say that none of that will matter because the growth will be so big that you won't even feel the austerity measures. But he said that before. In fact, he said the exact same thing before he became president in 2017. And yet, when he took office, with full control of government to enact his policies, GDP growth in the first 11 quarters of Trump's presidency was the same during the last 11 quarters of Obama's presidency. And in fact, job growth actually slowed under Trump from where it was under Obama, and annual median household income also slowed by 3 times as much as where it was under Obama. And that was before COVID. That was when Donald Trump had full control of government and no pandemic, just a clear runway to enact the exact policies that he promised. He promised some unprecedented boom, and yet he couldn't even exceed that of his immediate predecessor. So when Donald Trump comes out now and promises the same thing, let's not have collective amnesia. We've heard these promises before, just like we've heard promises about building the wall across the southern border, when all he managed was 52 miles of wall. He promised Mexico would pay for it, and yet they didn't pay a dime. He promised there would be a jobs boom, and there wasn't. We had a net jobs loss from when Trump was president. He promised there would be a manufacturing renaissance, and instead, he presided over a net manufacturing job loss. He promised an infrastructure plan, and that became the joke of his administration. He promised a healthcare plan that was more comprehensive and less expensive, and to this day, this guy has no healthcare plan whatsoever. He just says words that he thinks sound nice, but bear no relationship to reality. And yet, if he does enact this plan, experts are calculating that these policies will cost as much as $15 trillion over a decade, all thanks to the party of fiscal responsibility. An analysis published last month by the nonpartisan Peterson Institute for International Economics projected that Donald Trump's policies would increase inflation and slow economic growth. They found that his plans would be particularly damaging to U.S. manufacturing and agriculture, particularly if American trading partners respond with their own higher tariffs, which, by the way, they will. Because that's exactly what happened when Trump launched a trade war against China the first time. He was forced to use federal funds to make farmers whole after his trade war backfired on them, literally borrowing from one hand to pay the other. He was an idiot on the economy then, and he's an idiot on the economy now. Only his plan would be fundamentally worse and would hurt all Americans who aren't in the same economic tax bracket as Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Which is probably why, when asked about exactly that, here's what Trump had to say.
And he's a great cost cutter. You've seen that. And he said, I could cut costs without affecting anybody.
So he will be in the cabinet?
Not in the cabinet. He doesn't want to be in the cabinet. He just wants to be in charge of cost cutting. We'll have a new position, Secretary of Cost Cutting, okay? Elon wants to do that. And we have incredible people. He's running a big business. You know, he can't just say, oh, I think I'll go into the cabinet. You know, other people can. He can't. But Elon's a little bit different in that sense.
Without affecting anybody. He said something almost identical to Sean Hannity. Quote, he feels there's such waste, fraud, and abuse in our budgets, and he's right, and he's a great cost cutter, and he'll cut costs without anybody even knowing it. Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna feel it. He will cut costs, and he feels he can save $2 trillion. If he does that, our budget is more than balanced. Nobody's gonna know without affecting anybody. So let's get this straight. Trump thinks he can cut $2 trillion from the federal budget, a third of our entire budget, and no one will be affected? No one will feel it? Or is it just that people will absolutely feel it, but not people like Trump and Elon Musk and the wealthy Republican lawmakers and senators who absolutely don't need Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security, who don't need food stamps, who don't need veteran health care, who don't need firefighter funding, who don't need education funding? People will feel it, I can promise you that, but those people aren't the rich. They are everyday Americans who rely on these programs to survive, to eat, to stay safe, and to get the preparation they need to remain competitive in today's world. All of that goes away if Trump and Elon's plans go through. And you don't have to look far for confirmation of exactly that. Here's Mike Johnson just days ago.
There's a lot of talk. I mean, healthcare reform is going to be a big part of the agenda. When I say we're going to have a very aggressive first 100 days agenda, we got a lot of things still on the table.
No Obamacare?
No Obamacare. Yeah, the ACA is so deeply ingrained. We need massive reform to make this work, and we got a lot of ideas on how to do that.
Quote, no Obamacare, we need a massive reform to make this work. That means the only law protecting you from being denied health coverage for pre-existing conditions, the only law ensuring that young people are covered until they're 26, that goes away. Why? Because the ultra-wealthy do not care. They're covered, and their coverage isn't at risk. But the 50 million Americans who rely on the ACA, that's what's on the chopping block. To them, your health care is the government waste that they need to eliminate. Your Medicare and Medicaid is the waste they plan to eliminate. Your Social Security is the waste they plan to eliminate. If it doesn't help the rich, they are not interested in preserving it. Now, there are a few reasons why Trump and Elon are now working hand in hand. First, Trump benefits from Elon's cash infusion. That's all Trump is interested in right now. Remember, Trump has no long-held principles or beliefs. He just wants money right now so he can run ads and become president. Period. Simple as that. Elon is the richest person in the world. He is that cash infusion. Now, from Elon's perspective, his side of the quid pro quo is preserving the tax cuts, which overwhelmingly favor
I'm gonna need to take a nap. What? Huh? No.
How you feeling?
I'm still high and pretty tired. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Get your fucking lazy ass up. You sir have napped enough, you only fucking took 40 milligrams. The way you going on, someone give you fentanyl, wake up. Bitch. Like for fuck's sake VG, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Hash wake up. Hash wake up. No scam meat cheesecake. Bitch plus. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. My nigga VG, have you ever met my closest friend Arnold Schwarzenegger? Nigga 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 nogga nigga nigga roll you wally nigga 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 BLM free George Floyd. 2 plus 2 would have to equal 4, if you were given those standards. Am I wrong? Bomb has been planted. Bomb has been defused. Hey Richard, if you are gay, stay asleep. Durian rider, durian rider, durian rider, durian rider, durian rider, stay asleep if you want to watch Durian Rider and Frank Tufano double penetrate your boyfriend. Jasmine, stay asleep if you want to eat meat and be gay. You hurrah. Skibbity toilet.
It's not good.
Favor the rich, and as the richest person in the world, he stands to benefit the most. This isn't about any convictions on his end either, other than a relentless desire to hoard as much money as humanly possible. There's also another benefit for Elon, which Mark Cuban laid out here during our most recent interview. I gotta ask you this about Elon, because this is what kind of blows my mind. If you are the CEO of an EV company, and your audience, presumably people who buy EVs because they have some semblance of an understanding about climate change or whatever it is, how does that make sense from a business perspective to go all in to basically not only abandon your core market, but then throw your weight behind a political party for whom climate change isn't even a real concern?
Because having the power to manipulate the most powerful man in the world is far more valuable than any amount of EV sales from Tesla. If you're the wealthiest person in the world and you have control, effective control, you're the puppet master of the president, oh my God, that's about as intoxicating. That is the definition of power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely.
And there it is. So both of these billionaires stand to benefit here. Trump wants power and Elon is helping him get it, and Elon wants his own type of power, of which Trump is a vehicle. And let's be clear, neither of these guys are worried about the working class. Both of these are outspoken opponents of unions and workers' rights. Both refuse to pay contractors and workers. Trump will cosplay as a McDonald's employee while refusing to support an increase to the minimum wage that those McDonald's employees themselves get. The extent to which these people are not only not supportive, but openly hostile to the very people they're pandering to cannot be overstated. Right now, in front of us is the warning. We won't get another one. Before you go, just a quick note, if you'd like to see more of my content, which is always free of advertising,
state just ends up looking so f***ing stupid. Because now Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug, walks free today, is just on probation, and he was facing 25 to 40 years in jail. This is the longest court case in Georgia's history, the most expensive ever, costing tens of millions of taxpayer money, and they got this guy on probation.
And I really don't want to believe that it is purposeful. But honestly, after a certain number of times, you start to wonder how it could be anything but that, unless it is just that you are so unorganized that you are throwing this case together as you try it.
All right, today's topic, the most insane court case I have ever witnessed just ended right now. One of the most famous and prominent rappers in the game, Young Thug, has just been released on probation. Now, you might be thinking, why do we care? Because this trial, I've been following it. It is the longest trial that Georgia has ever seen. It is a RICO trial, basically a racketeering trial against a gang. And Young Thug and the gang were facing 45 to life in prison. Some insane life sentences for potential murders, racketeering, drug charge, everything you could imagine. So why is this interesting? I'm telling you guys, this trial was so insane, and it was being live streamed the whole time. They're going to make Netflix series about this 1000%. This had multiple judges thrown off the case. This had drugs being passed to people inside a court caught on camera.
The Young Thug RICO case has taken by most accounts an unusual twist, an alleged drug deal in open court. Prosecutors say they have the video to prove it.
Yeah. This had corruption at the highest level, and it just ended in the most insane way. Where to start? Okay. The DA's office in Georgia is seen as incredibly corrupt. If you're unaware, Fonnie Willis is the one who's going after Trump for what he did in regards to the election, and there's a lot of things surrounding her and how poorly she runs her stuff.
The allegations stem largely from a contentious divorce involving a key prosecutor in the Trump election interference case. Nathan Wade's estranged wife accused him of having an affair with DA Fani Willis, while at the same time, Willis paying him $650,000 so far to run point on the high-profile racketeering investigation.
Actually, I think she's already had one scandal involving a love affair, if I remember correctly. She's up for re-election, and she wanted to get this case out of the way because it's been running for over 2 years, which when you get a jury in and you're trying, normally most trials, you're looking at anywhere from like a week to like 2-3 months. This is 2 years. So let's go back. Jury's brought in. They figure this stuff out. We got the first judge, who is Ural Granville. And from the onset of the case, everything is a mess. The case is moving slow. The state has like 100+ witnesses. They're bringing witnesses back after they've already been on the stand. Everything is super confusing, and the judge is not controlling it. The defense and the prosecution are going after each other, accusing each other of withholding evidence. It is, if you were just a third-party observer watching the live stream and this is your first time seeing anything in court, you were like, oh, we're in a third world country. That's how crazy things were. Then you have one incident where somebody seemingly tries to hand drugs to one of the defendants. But the place where this trial got international acclaim and became a big deal was when the prosecution and the judge decided to have an ex parte meeting in their chambers with a sworn-in witness. Okay. Now, this witness, for context, was a key witness for the state. They did not want to testify. They wanted to plead the fifth, which meant they didn't want to incriminate themselves. They didn't want to talk. And they were now going into the judge's chamber with the prosecution without the defense's knowledge. The defense ends up finding out about it. And what they're alleging they've learned about the meeting is that essentially, one, it was improper. 2, they were trying to coerce the witness into testifying. 3, the judge was in helping the prosecution to make this shit happen. So they go into open court and Brian Steele calls out the judge in front of everybody. The judge loses it.
And what I found out just recently, this is not waived, is that supposedly on recorded times, district attorney or district attorneys from the DA's office, as well as investigators, sheriff deputies, Mr. Copeland and his counsel met together. None of the defense team, to my knowledge, was aware that this was going on. It was told, based upon information belief, that it was told to the district attorneys that Mr. Copeland intended to plead the Fifth Amendment. To me, that never...
Mr. Steele, can I interrupt you just a second? I'm kind of disturbed because that's ex parte. All that was an ex parte conversation. How did you find out about any of that?
Well, I'm disturbed too. And the reason
I'm asking you a question. How did you find out about it? Well, listen, if you don't tell me how you got this information, then you and I are going to have some problems.
We can have I have problems right now.
Okay, I know. Look, I don't want to know about your problems, okay, at this point in time.
How about Mr. Copeland, who supposedly announced he's not testifying and he'll sit for 2 years, and then supposedly this honorable court, or excuse me, let me rephrase that, this court supposedly said, I can hold you until the end of this trial. Ms. Hilton supposedly said actually all of the defendants and then all 26 people are disposed of. If that's true, what this is coercion, witness intimidation, ex parte communications that we have a constitutional right to be present for. So I understand that you're upset towards me, but I don't know what I did.
Mr. Steele, I still want to know, how did you come upon this information? Who told you?
What I want to know is why wasn't I there? Why,
sir, I'm going to hold you in contempt if you don't tell me who tell me who this information was coming from.
I don't want to be held in contempt.
Well,
I'm not answering that question.
I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me if you don't tell me who it is, I'm going to put you. I'm going to put you in contempt because
he jails the lawyer for one of the defense. Then the entire bar, which is like the Association for Lawyers in Atlanta, find out. They all show up at the courthouse.
Mr. Steele, I am going to hold you still hold you in summary criminal contempt.
Not the decision many in the courtroom were expecting.
I was surprised by a couple things. First, that the judge held him in contempt.
About a dozen defense attorneys showed up to support Brian Steele, who's representing rapper Young Thug in his criminal racketeering case.
Anytime a member or criminal defense lawyer
is making a motion in good faith and they're being shut down by the judge and threatened with jail. That's scary.
The reason Steele was held in contempt by Judge Ural Glanville?
The judge was having ex parte communications with the district attorney and a witness. That means he was talking to the district attorney and the witness without anyone from the defense being present. And that is generally considered improper. So Mr. Steele found out about that. He made a motion for a mistrial, and the judge demanded that Mr. Steele reveal that source.
Steele's punishment?
I'm going to order that you be taken into custody and incarcerated at the Fulton County Jail for no more than 20 days for this contempt. Those 20 days consisting of every weekend for the next 10 weekends.
I think it went well. I mean, anytime you walk out of court with your client, that is a good thing. And I do think that the appellate courts will take interest in this and will probably be able to overturn it.
But they decide to get this judge recused, which basically means the judge is not impartial. He cannot be the judge for this case. That's what they claim. And it ends up being approved, not for the ex parte meeting, but because the judge was arguing with the defense when if someone's saying you're impartial, you have to fire it off to another judge to determine. Like, if you're accused of being biased, you can't be the sole determiner of whether or not you're biased. So they fired off to another judge. That judge makes a determination.
We have breaking news in the YSL trial. Fulton County Chief Superior Court Judge Ural Glanville has been removed from this case.
So then they're like, okay, trial's on hold. We got to get a second judge. The next judge comes in. And then she's like, I can't take this case. I think, don't quote me on this. I think one of my officers ended up one of the defendants, which is like, what the fuck is happening? So she gets removed off the case.
Breaking news right now in the YSL RICO trial involving Atlanta rapper Young Thug. And less than 24 hours after replacing the original judge, the newly appointed judge has recused herself. Judge Shakura Ingram was randomly selected to lead the trial after the former judge Ural Glanville was removed yesterday. Ingram says she is removing herself from the case due to a prior professional relationship with a deputy involved in the case.
So then there's a third person that's get put on, and that's where we are.
Dodo donated $2. What country do you think this is? Hint, they burn women and children. Come on, takes. Guess, name the trait that justifies this. Okay, thanks, Dodo.
We are with Judge Whitaker.
New at 4, a newly appointed judge took the bench today in the Young Thug RICO trial. Judge Paige Whitaker is the third judge assigned to the lengthy court case.
She sees a case and she's like, yo, this is a mess. You guys have been going for a year. You have no idea how to litigate this. She's yelling at this state a bunch of times. And to be fair, she did go after the defense at some points where they were being, overindulging in certain things. But repeatedly throughout the time that she oversaw the case, she kept scolding the state, saying, you guys are disorganized. How is this case happening?
Richard, what did you take?
THC gummies. Those were strong. That was a comparable experience to like the mushroom trips I've had. The only big difference is I didn't experience that ego death, but that was like a mushroom trip.
All right, a couple of matters. First of all, Miss Love, that needs to be the absolute last time that you don't have enough witnesses to carry us at least until 5. And if it happens again and there is something less than an earthquake, an 8-car pileup, somebody died, 3 people died, and so none of the witnesses were available, I may just...
This is better, always.
Ziz? I don't think so. It's kind of a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Ziz fan.
say you can't have that witness because at this point in this incredibly long trial, to have to end at 4:25 is not a good use of anybody's time. Do you understand?
I do.
All right.
Your Honor.
And so I said to you, is any of it hearsay? Is any of it being offered for the truth? And you said no. And then you turned around, you drew the witness's attention to the phone number and tried to have the witness testify to whose phone number it was. If that is not offered for the truth, what is it? I mean, I can't figure out what it is. If it's disingenuous, if it is that, I mean, I don't want to malign the prosecutor standing in front of me right now, so I'm not going to say the possible things that it could be, but it is baffling to me that somebody with the number of years of experience that you have, time after time after time, continues to seemingly purposefully hide the ball to the extent you possibly can for as long as you possibly can. And I really don't want to believe that it is purposeful, but honestly, after a certain number of times, you start to wonder how it could be anything but that, unless it is just that you are so unorganized that you are throwing this case together as you try it. And I am sorry to say that, but this case is being made much more difficult for everybody because of the haphazard way in which it is being presented.
And you have to keep in mind, the case is trying to prove a conspiracy, but everything is confusing. All the witnesses are either non-cooperative or not very useful, and there's just, it's a big web, but you have no idea how it connects. You can imagine the judge was up to her last, and you know, the defense was constantly asking for a mistrial. These people don't know what they're doing. They're trying to goad us into a mistrial. They're breaking the rules of evidence. The judge denies all the mistrials with prejudice. If I could tell you guys just how much craziness happened in this case, there was one detective who came up, and basically he's an expert in testifying in these cases, but he did something you weren't supposed to. He mentioned the fact that one of the defendants had a criminal history. Now, you might not understand, but you cannot use someone's past criminal acts, generally speaking, as character evidence in a case, because it biases the jury to think that person's always going to be a criminal. And that's not how you should be judged solely on the merit of the charges against you, not whatever prior convictions you have. So this officer did that, and he got thrown off the case. The judge said, no, he's out, he can't come back. The state was upset. But now we get to the most recent incident, which led to this trial pretty much ending. There's a witness that comes up, and he's basically snitching on everyone. Says, yes, it's a gang, okay? He's admitting that. As part of his plea so he doesn't go to jail, he's admitting everything is a gang. And they're asking him to read Instagram posts. And the defense objects, and they said, hey, this is going to prejudice my client. Redacted. The state agrees. So they take the same exhibit, they hand it to the witness, all right? And then they ask the witness to read off the exhibit. The witness reads through the post, then he reads through the hashtags, and one of the hashtags is the one that they objected to already, the defense, and the state agreed to redact. But on the exhibit that they gave to the witness, they never redacted it. So this guy starts reading, and she goes, keep reading. The guy keeps reading, and now we get to the part, and then she tells him, yeah, read that part too. And he reads it. Immediately the defense loses it. Objections come up. They ask for a mistrial. The judge screams at the state. And she says something that I think is highly inappropriate. She essentially says,
and then is there a hashtag?
Hashtag no slime left behind. Hashtag 2Bs life size.
Okay. And is there another hashtag?
Free Quay.
Is there another hashtag on the screen?
Oh, no.
Your Honor.
It's in this paper
Your
right
Honor.
here. You got me reading.
Your Honor, I have to make a motion. Your Honor, we're making a motion for mistrial on behalf of Mr. Nichols.
What the poster is referencing.
I don't honestly really care what the poster was referencing. What I'm trying to do is fix your sloppiness so that everybody won't have wasted, 10, 12 months of their lives in this trial.
That's not a judge's job. A job should be impartial. But you can see that she's seen how much time. I don't want everyone's time, the jury's time, to be wasted because you guys don't know how to run your case. The defense asked for mistrial with prejudice. And just to make the distinction, with prejudice means that the state cannot retry the case. Without prejudice means that the state can retry it. So the judge's like, I'm not going to give you guys a mistrial with prejudice, but I will give you one without prejudice.
So I'm going to deny a motion for a mistrial with prejudice. That one, I don't believe that the facts bear out. Would you like a mistrial without prejudice?
Yes.
You would? Who else would?
And then
that means, of course, that the state would be free to try every one of y'all again.
At all. But now she was saying, I will end this case if that's what you guys really want. And I think this was her way of saying, guys, come to some plea agreements because I'm almost done with these people. And the state sees this too. Court is adjourned. About 5 to 6 days go by. Everyone's negotiating. The defendants are negotiating with the prosecutors. To make you guys understand how crazy this is, two of the defendants that were being charged with murder, multiple murders, and life sentences, they were given 8 years with time served. They're looking at maybe 4 or 5 at most. So they're going to be out of jail in a few years. That's how incompetent they were. And that's the kind of deals they had to come down to. Multiple murders is what they were facing, multiple life sentences potentially. And they were getting off with 3 to 5 years with the time they've already got served. So those defendants end up getting off. And then we come to Young Thug, which was today. Young Thug was also facing 25 years to wherever else. They go through their deliberations, and this is where the state is really disgusting, even in their closing argument. They're doing what's called a non-negotiated plea deal. And what that means is the state and the defense haven't come to terms on a set amount of years to give the person who's getting the plea deal. They're going to leave it up to the judge. The state gets to make their case for why they think the person should get a bunch of years. The defense gets to make their case, but essentially the plaintiff is now making an admission to some of the charges, saying, I'm guilty of some of this. Judge, I leave it in your hands. How much time do you think I should serve? The state goes up and they start chatting nonsense about why this person deserves 25 years. They start mentioning rap lyrics of, oh, this person said this and this person said that.
The music, Your Honor, contained lyrics such as the following: I rep my life for real, for slimes, you know I kill. I'm in the VIP, I got the pistol on my hip. Fuck the police. You praying that you live, I'm praying that I hit. This is slime shit. 100 rounds in a Tahoe, I'm prepared to take them down. Got banana clips.
But then when you look into the lyrics that they're referencing, they're not even lyrics that Young Thug sang. They were lyrics that other people, Nicki Minaj and other artists that sang, or other people had written. And so they were trying to attribute to him some level of guilt. They also were using lyrics and claiming these were about gang-related activities and specific murders. But in reality, these lyrics were written before the murders ever happened. The defense attorney, Brian Steele, on retort ends up bringing up a lot of this stuff. He kind of explains how they're misrepresenting a lot of the evidence in their closing statements.
The state has no idea when these lyrics were made. Some of them were made before the shooting of Donovan Thomas, that the state is saying this applies to the Donovan Thomas killing with the Tahoe. They are so far afield of where we need to be when we are trying to, God forbid, take somebody's liberty, Your Honor. The state is talking about things like F the judge and I rep my life for real. That's not even said by Mr. Williams. But they don't care to find out. They are on a tunnel vision to try to convict a man.
Then he brings up the most important key that I think changed everything. He tells the judge, when we were negotiating with the state, originally, they were going to give him probation as long as he testified and he admitted that he was the leader of the gang and that he admitted that he did a lot of this stuff. Young Thug refused. He said, I'm not going to admit I was the leader of a gang because I wasn't, and I'm not going to admit to...
But the state offered him 15 years on probation. But they keep piling on these conditions. He just said, he made up his mind. He said,
I'm just going to go with I got to get home. Judge may not let me home, but I'm not doing these conditions and admit that I'm the leader and I'm involved in.
So then they're like, fine, then we want you to spend 25 years in prison. And he's like, Judge, if they thought my client was a real danger, why would this single admission be the difference between him going to jail for 25 years and him going free today? And the judge took note of that.
All right. So it is not lost on the court that the state, had they been able to come to agreement on certain special conditions, was willing to entirely dismiss the RICO count, was willing to entirely dismiss one of the gang counts, and was willing to entirely dismiss this, machine gun count. Was willing to give a sentence that permitted Mr. Williams to walk out of the door today, and therefore does not seem to be particularly worried that Mr. Williams, if on the streets, would be a danger to society. I'm taking that into consideration in crafting my sentence.
The state just ends up looking so fucking stupid, because now Jeffrey Williams, young thug, walks free today, is just on probation, and he was facing 25 to 40 years in jail. This is the longest court case in Georgia's history, the most expensive ever, costing tens of millions of taxpayer money, and they got this guy on fucking probation. And the truth of the matter is, a lot of people are saying they should have never pled out. They were winning the case, and the truth is the defense was winning the case by a landslide. But the defendants had already been in jail for multiple years now, waiting for this trial to end. They had no bond, they weren't seeing their friends and family, and they were just stuck in a prison cell, and they were tired. They just wanted this to end. So Thug took a chance, and honestly, in my head, I don't think he should have taken it, but I'm not him. I can understand why he did, and it ended up well. I just think he was gambling a lot more than I would have been comfortable with, but I understand it. The courts really are sometimes a bit of a circus in some places. The way that some district attorneys decide, and this is a very unethical district attorney's office, the way that they ran this case, the way that they engaged in conversation with people. And I think the judge was also wrong for not granting a mistrial with prejudice, because the state had made so many disgusting mistakes, and they always said, well, the judge would say, I'm not granting it with prejudice because I don't think this was on purpose, it was a mistake. I think they're just bad at their job. And I'm like, well, if someone's life was on the line, should you not grant the mistrial with prejudice because a certain pattern of repeated mistakes shows that these people don't have the aptitude to decide whether or not, or to influence whether or not this man is going to go to jail for life, or these men, it's a group of people. So I was hooked on this case. I was watching it for a very long time, and if you see people plead, if you see some people with felony convictions, sometimes the courts will just railroad you. These people were so hot and heavy to get young Thug that they were letting murderers go. They were letting other kinds of criminals go. But they wanted the big name so bad, they didn't care who they let out in the streets. And they were willing to do every unethical thing possible to make sure it happened. And when you see that kind of court case unfold, it's hard not to look at the justice system and say, my faith is shaken. It's hard to look at. I mean, I'm not going to say I had that much faith to begin with, but yeah, district attorneys like these, the way that they ran their show, the fact that this was live streamed, I think was amazing because it let the audience know just how fucked up courts can be. Maybe y'all don't care, maybe you do, but I just wanted to talk about this because I was consumed by this case, and I just couldn't believe that this case was more absurd than any form of television I'd seen when it came to TV court trials. No drama, no amount of Tom Cruise yelling in a military court could overcome the insanity of things I saw in this trial. And it's real life. You get the wrong judge, you get the wrong fucking court case, you get the wrong prosecutor, and they could just decide to railroad you and put you behind bars for life just because of ego, or they want to be reelected or whatever. It looks good in the papers. It's just, I don't know. But anyways, tell me what you guys think.
Colin, welcome back to the land of review. Mm-hmm. There's a new Alien trailer out. People seem excited about it. So what better time to talk about Predator. You know what? I genuinely, when we were talking about doing a Predator 2 review, I was thinking about the Predator franchise. They've never been blockbusters. One comes out, it does okay enough, and then a few years later they try and make another one. I completely forgot that there was one in like 2018.
Predators.
The Predator. No, Predators was the Robert Rodriguez produced one.
Okay.
There was The Predator.
Shane Black.
The Shane Black written, directed one. I completely forgot it existed. Because I was like, you know what? That franchise has a pretty good batting average. I completely forgot about The Predator. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a, hey, what are you doing? This is a good one.
Saw that at the Toronto International Film Festival with Shane Black in attendance. And he said, somebody posted a video online, but it was like, you know, this movie is for people of a certain age. And he said, I'll say something. Whoever knows it says the reply. And it was like, I need more Calgon. And then nobody said anything. And it was like, I said, ancient Chinese secret, huh? And then he was like, hey.
Ancient Chinese secret, huh?
Calgon helps detergents get laundry up to 30% cleaner.
So I guess it's for olds.
Did understanding a Calgon reference make the movie any better?
No.
I don't understand the
No, it
connection.
didn't. The beer certainly did. I was very, very drunk.
But we're here to talk about a good Predator movie.
Yeah.
It's funny because last time you were here, you talked with Mike about RoboCop 2. And now we're talking about Predator 2, and I feel like there's some similarities between them.
There are, because it's like you're following up, I think RoboCop and Predator could probably be considered two of the best action sci-fi movies of all time.
I'd say they're both pretty much perfect movies.
Yeah, and I think whoever has to follow those up has quite a challenge ahead of them. Predator 2, did you see this in the theater or like video?
No, I was still pretty young when it came out.
Okay.
I had a friend though, I think I talked about this, Jack and I talked about the first Predator years ago at this point. And I think I mentioned that I had a friend that was obsessed with Predator, like as a character, and loved that first movie. But he would always shut it off before the Predator blows up at the end because he didn't want the Predator to die. So he saw Predator 2 in the theater.
So in his mind?
In his mind, the Predator just, I don't know, lived. Poochie went back to his home planet. But he went and saw Predator 2 in the theater. He had like a Predator poster on his wall that had like arrows pointing to all of his weapons and explaining what they are.
Oh
and what
my
they
God.
did. He was obsessed with Predator.
That's amazing.
So he saw Predator 2 in the theater and he was like gushing about it after he saw it. He's like, there's this scene where the Predator has his frisbee blade thing and he cuts through a bunch of cows. And I thought he was talking about like cows in a field.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was talking about like at a meat packing place and they're hanging up. I thought he was just like, and Gary Busey. He didn't mention that, but he's like, he cut through all these cows. I thought he was talking about he cut through like live cows. I was so confused. But that scene, that's the infamous cow cutting scene. Gary Busey decides to try and confront the Predator after he's already been like horrifically burned. He has giant burns all over his head. But this is, I think I mentioned this when we talked about the first Predator, Jack and I. We talked briefly about the second movie. But the shot, the Predator has his disc, his blade disc, and he throws it, and it cuts through all these like big hunks of cow
carcasses.
And then we see, there's stuff in the foreground, but we see Gary Busey's legs.
Yeah.
He gets cut in half.
I know what you're going to say.
The legs fall down.
Yeah.
Where the fuck does the top half go? It doesn't fall.
He's floating, man.
It's
Gary
just
Busey.
It's just the top half of his body just floating in the air.
It's like hang time for effect.
I mean, I know it's slow motion, but it's not that slow.
I know. I watched that like last night.
That's bothered me since I was a kid. I've always been like, where is the rest of his body?
I love the animated effect that they have and like it has this weird trail.
It's like pixie dust comes off.
It's so strange and like otherworldly, but I love that thing. All I remember, I saw this movie in the theater and I loved the first movie. My dad took me to see the first movie in a really, really dodgy like movie theater at the Eaton Center in Toronto, and it was like literally the guy would just go behind a wall and it was like a big kind of lenticular screen. And they would project from behind that.
So it's like the little porno theater and Taxi Driver that he goes to?
It looks like a porno theater, and it was just the two of us and some guy reading a newspaper at the front. It was.
Are you sure you weren't in a porno theater?
I don't know. So when I saw Predator 2 in the theater, I remember going to the mall, and then I remember calling my brother, because he was a huge fan, and telling how terrible it was.
Oh.
And it's really lame. I'm like, they just like, it's just all nostalgia. I didn't say nostalgia or like, that wasn't really a thing. So I was just like, it's just all callbacks to like the first movie, or they just like copy these gags.
You're one ugly motherfucker. One ugly motherfucker.
I was so naive, Jay. I had no idea what cinema was going to become. It's just the entire movies are made with like, callbacks and nostalgia now.
Yeah, there's a couple callbacks to the first movie. And like RoboCop 2, in a lot of ways, it is kind of hitting all the same beats as the first movie.
Right.
But also like RoboCop 2, this one feels a little bit meaner, a little more mean-spirited, a little more, some of the stuff like the news anchor, we have Morton Downey Jr. as the news guy. That feels like right out of RoboCop or something.
It does, yeah.
Yet another open conflict. Oh, fuck this. Get me out of here.
Wake up, nigga. Wake up, nigga.
Did you ever watch the show?
Wake up, nigga.
I think I saw bits of it.
Wake up, nigga.
Because I would have been pretty young when it was on, but I remember it.
Wake up, nigga. 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 Wake up, nigga.
I remember him more from, he was on like the best episode of Tales from the Crypt.
Really?
Playing a sleazy talk show host. And he's like exploring this supposedly haunted house. It's a like genuinely creepy episode. It's a good one. But yeah, he was of course famous for being this kind of pioneer of the
It's kind of like a proto like
show.
Jerry Springer or something like that. Yeah. I remember him just, he's being an ass. He'd always like smoke and stuff like that. And
so it's kind of like, in this it's like stunt casting almost.
But he's good. He's genuinely good.
Yeah, he's good on that Tales from the Crypt episode. So it's nice seeing him show up. I don't know how much range he has. But seeing him pop up in this, and that's more stuff that feels like that kind of like satirical RoboCop world.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that like they're showing, again, they're like investigating the aftermath of this like massacre. So the Predator shows up, kills all of King Willie's people. And you see the aftermath, and it's like, all these skinned bodies, and like Morton Downey Jr. It's like playing on TV.
Oh,
like,
yeah. People are saying like, fuck, it doesn't matter. It's just all on network TV.
Everything I own, they shot it to pieces. My microwave, my steamer, my grill. You fucking vendetta!
But I've totally come around on this movie like over the years, and I think I looked like Rotten Tomatoes was like a 30%.
Oh, geez.
Which is crazy.
It loses points for not. It's lacking. I mean, that first one is like just a perfect idea.
It's amazing.
Executed perfectly. And this one, they kind of do the same thing as the first one, where they withhold the Predator for a long period of time.
Yeah.
But we already know the Predator, so it doesn't work as well.
But I think, it's like they show him right in the first scene. So it's like...
That's true. They show him briefly, and then they kind of like hold back on him.
Yeah, I mean, the first movie is kind of like a slow burn. It's almost like a mystery. It's like they're kind of like trying to solve this mystery, blah, blah, blah. It's like we, the audience, know what the Predator is at this point.
For you to do
so
10 push-ups right now.
They know they can't just repeat that whole thing again. So they have to kind of like throw in, pepper in new things to kind of keep things interesting while like Danny Glover and his crew are kind of like figuring out, what's like hunting them. But
well, I think that was what ended up being the smartest thing in the movie is not bringing back Arnold.
Yeah.
I've heard that was I've heard that it's either like a contract dispute or it was a scheduling issue.
It was probably salary.
Yeah, I'm assuming so because they wanted to keep the budget similar.
Here's another $3,000, Richie. Now please wake up, nigga. 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 Wake.
Oh. I think it's about time. I'm gonna go upstairs, grab a piece of cheesecake, and eat it. So I'll be back in just a minute. Yeah. Here's a stupid chocolate cheesecake. This doesn't have like a cheese flavor to it. It has like a banana flavor to it. Which, for me, ain't bad. I don't really want to eat this whole thing. I just ate a little triangle. I think Jasmine, might actually like this.
More to the first movie.
Yeah, and this came out like what, 19?
You say this, but you're still on Twitter, right? Or X?
A little bit, but I haven't made the announcement. Accounts on that website. We don't know what country any of these people are from. You know, we don't know their nationalities. We don't know who they get paid by. We don't know what's going on, and they just post insane stuff. I think X has probably been one of the worst contributors to the current atmosphere of the United States, with Elon Musk being the head of that, more so than probably any other single actor, except for maybe Trump in the past couple of years.
You say this, but you're still on Twitter, right? Or X?
A little bit, but I haven't made the announcement yet, but I'm probably going to leave it after the election.
And you say after the election, implying that in the run-up to the election, you think it might be useful to tweet or entertaining to tweet?
Nigga 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 nick.
Thanks for the donation, Alawali. Donate $2. You're gonna be so fat, bruh. After that, bro, there's probably 3,000 calories in that whole thing. It's all coconut oil, basically. How high do you feel right now? Still surprisingly whacked. Can you put a poll in chat to see how many people already voted, and a third option for can't vote non-citizen? That sounds like a lot of effort.
I mean, why
I mean, there's still people there, but I think after the election, I'm going to make a big thing, a plea to my audience, like, hey, we should like disconnect from this platform.
Sure.
There's no reason to support Elon Musk. I consider him basically a traitor to the United States. And I don't think that we should be supporting a platform where people are just going there to be made miserable, to hate everybody, to hate this country, to deny reality. It's just not good for anybody.
Why not just do it now? Why not make a statement?
Because I think everybody's still kind of active there. And if I just withdraw my voice from there, like right before an election, I think it's probably not strategically very wise to do.
But isn't that always going to be the problem? That, of course, it's different with an election year, but if you withdraw your voice, then Twitter descends into a full-on echo chamber. I mean, it might seem like an echo chamber right now, but if left-wing voices start leaving because they're upset with it, then you just get a right-wing platform, right?
Yeah, that's true to a point, but I think it's past the point right now where it's worth being on that platform in any extended version. Like if it was like kind of right leaning, I'd say, well, yeah, generally you should always lend your voice to these spaces because if you leave, they just become more of an echo chamber. But the platform is so bad right now, and the owner of the platform is so like disgusting that I would rather pull anybody that I can, get an ear from, like pull them off that platform and throw them onto something else and not be part of anything on that platform rather than, well, I should participate here. There are other people if they want to, but yeah, I don't think it's good.
You've just been condemning how awful Twitter is and how much it disrupts sensible discussions about politics. Can I ask you about some of your own tweets?
Sure.
After the first assassination attempt on Donald Trump, you got quite a lot of heat for a series of tweets that you put out, which had some choice words, not just for Trump, but also for Corey Comparatore, who was the firefighter that got killed by mistake by the shooter at the Trump rally. You were on Twitter almost immediately calling him fucking retarded. That is calling out Donald Trump, saying that you have zero sympathy for anybody who gets caught in a crosshair like that, and seeming to have no sort of ill feeling about the fact that a former president, somebody tried to assassinate them. I must say that when I saw those tweets, I was shocked. I was surprised. And a lot of people messaged me and said, is this the guy you had on your show? Like, you might want to think again before having him back on. And I'm sure that people who haven't watched this far have already commented down below, I can't believe you had this guy back on. I understand that you are angry about the state of the right wing in America. I understand that you really don't like Trump, and that's putting it far too lightly. But when you talk about how you don't like Twitter because it sort of is poisoning our political dialogue, do you not think you're contributing to it as well with this kind of behavior?
No, I don't think the dialogue is being poisoned because people are being mean, of which conservatives have been disgusting for years, which is why I don't give a fuck about anybody that winds up at any of these rallies and gets shot or whatever the fuck, okay? Because they had no problem making fun of Paul Pelosi. They have no problem making fun of anybody else that gets killed in some horrific event. A lot of conservatives were laughing along at a lot of my tweets when I was making fun of Palestinians during my last, year and a half talking about Israel, and some of them laughed when I made fun of Israelis as well, but all of a sudden Corey is beyond reproach. Bullshit. I think that the issue that I have with X isn't people being mean, it's people that are just lying and contributing to a destruction of the discourse. I think that people can be mean. I think hate speech is fine, whatever you want to do there. But when you have people that are intentionally bad actors that are just destroying the discourse by just flooding it with incorrect stuff that they're not even trying to be correct about, the entire world would be better off if these people were permanently removed from these platforms. Like, there is no downside and only upside to see people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool never be allowed to publicly broadcast their opinions ever again. It's exclusively bad stuff that happens. So if somebody wants to be mean or an ass or whatever, I'm totally fine with that. But when people are supporting, the destruction of our world, like informationally, right? When we've all become epistemic nihilists and now anything can be true. I remember joking 2 or 3 years ago, or however long ago it was, with the wildfires in Hawaii. I think I said something like, nothing will ever happen again. Nothing can happen anymore. It's all a conspiracy. And it is now, right? Like, I start a lot of my debates off with conservatives being like, do you believe in dinosaurs, by the way? A lot of them don't. They don't think dinosaurs are real. They think oil is naturally replenishing and big petroleum made dinosaurs up. The boat collision, I think in Ohio, was the Mossad that, rammed a boat in to take off the heat from Gaza. The train derailment in East Palestine was just leftists trying to poison the environment. Every single foreign affair is, Ukraine was started as a revolution by the CIA, and, there were bioweapon labs there, and COVID was a hoax, and the vaccine, like every single fucking thing. And now the hurricane is made by the government, I guess. Every single thing is not real, and it is destroying us. We have no unified front right now that we can present to the world, and we can't even do anything in our own country with ourselves.
There's so much to say in that. I mean, for a start, being mean
You think Lenny would have thought Vince was attractive in that costume? I'm not so sure.
As you put it, which of course is different from, say, spreading disinformation or misinformation. Like you're allowed to call someone a fucking retard if you want to. Do you think that this is constructive to the political conversation? I mean, even if you think you have a right to do it, and okay, the other side do it too, isn't the point to lead by example? I mean, if I were engaging in some of the atrocious political conduct that you observe on the right, as a left-winger, and then you called me out on it and said, hey, you shouldn't be doing this. And I said, well, hey, the right do it too. The point is that when the right do it, we say that it's a bad thing. And so to be sort of doing it in response seems, at the very least, not constructive, right?
The issue, again, and I will reiterate this, even though nobody will pay attention, not calling you out, but audience, whatever, I don't care about people being mean. People being mean is not the problem. The problem is the lying and the mis and disinformation. That's the big problem. When people want to say, like, the issue is the problem right now is that in the United States, there exists two different standards, and you can't live in a world where where both sides have to play by different standards. It doesn't work. For everybody that wants to jerk off evolutionary biology, we call these tit for tat systems in nature. You can't have a tit 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 where somebody tries to attack you and there's no punishment, because that type of behavior will just lead to the attacker, right, taking over, because there's no repercussions for what they're doing. There is some benefit to attacking the other side, and that it rallies your side up and it demoralizes the other side. That's why conservatives have attacked so brutally liberals for so long, and they get all of the benefit from that. They get all of the fun, all of the excitement. They get to, give the strong morale to their people. They get to have all the chance at rallies. And then as soon as it happens to them, hold on, well, this isn't fair anymore. We don't like this. This isn't okay. I don't like this anymore. The fact that after that shooting, Biden, who in a private call to donors said, like, we need to put the Trump campaign in the bullseye or whatever, that guy, that he went on, I don't remember which news station it was, but he had to apologize for those comments when conservatives are like on the regular saying some of the most deranged, unhinged shit. I wish I had examples offhand if I knew this was a topic, but Trump is like himself on every rally will just say like insane shit. No, that's bullshit. The double standards can't exist. If conservatives don't like it, they need to elevate their own behavior, because I'm getting really tired of liberals constantly having to fucking row the boat while conservatives are this anchor that are just dragging us into the Atlantic with absolutely, no responsibility or accountability.
No, I'm not playing Daisy.
Ability for their behavior.
So you don't like the whole Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high kind of approach? Is there no...
I think Michelle got rid of that. By the way, most people on the right think she's trans.
Yeah, right. Okay, but so I understand what you're saying, I think. And you say, I know you were emphasizing a second ago, I don't care about being mean, I care about lies. But is there an extent to which we should care about it, at least in terms of optics?
Much the same way that you should care about... No, optics don't matter. You're never getting credit from the right for any optics, because they can act infinitely amoral and evil, and there's no repercussion for it.
Even people on the left, if you're right that the right wingers here are like the sort of evil ones who are doing this all the time and the left wingers are not, then when the left wingers see you doing this, they're not going to think, well, here's someone that I thought was nice and reasonable and kind in politics, and actually it turns out he's just like the right wingers. He's willing to say these horrible things about a man who's just been killed as an innocent bystander at a Trump rally. Can't you see that that's
part of my failing, and as a part of the big regret I had being so nice in the beginning of this year when I was talking to Peterson and Shapiro and Owens. My issue is that I don't want people to follow me because I'm nice. I want people to follow me because I'm correct, because I'm tethered to reality. And if you're just picking one political position because the people who are a bit more nice, then you're missing the real differences. And if somebody being mean to you, Anna Kasparian is now on her I Left the Left arc, so she can go be Dave Rubin, 3.0 or whatever. Like when people have this thing where it's like, well, I saw somebody on that side being mean, so now I'm going to go ahead and 180 all my political opinions to join the side that is even more unhinged, to join the side where the leader says he wants to suspend the Constitution, where he's trying to direct the DOJ to go and arrest political enemies, where they deny the results of the last election. Like, these are the people that you're going to jump to because you saw somebody on the left being mean? What a stupid way to define your political opinions.
Suppose somebody said to you, or you heard, I mean, there has since been another attempt on Donald Trump's life. Suppose there were a third. Somebody tries to assassinate Donald Trump, perhaps even succeeds, and says, you know what, I was sort of on the fence about the ethics of all of this. I thought Trump was a big threat to America, but I thought that political assassination was off the table in a democracy. But then I was on Twitter and I saw Destiny, this left-wing streamer that I really look up to, saying that actually, no sympathy, like, who cares? And he thought, actually, okay, fair enough, maybe I should go and do this. And so he went and assassinated or tried to assassinate Donald Trump. How would you feel?
I don't think you should. I've said it over and over again. I don't think anybody should assassinate anybody. I don't think it's a good thing. Like, we should never come to that in a democracy, but conservatives are never, ever, ever making these statements on their side. So why the fuck would I waste my time making the statements on my side? Both shooters so far arguably have been conservative. Now, some people want to say, well, the one guy donated $15 to the Democrats, so he, whatever. But like, no, that's, if now I'm in a position where I'll wait for them to shape up. I had this conversation on Peers where it's like, don't you disavow this and everything. It's like, no, fuck you. I won't do it here in front of Dave Rubin, because then when I turn around and ask Dave Rubin, do you think that J6 was bad? And he's like, well, yeah, Antifa. Like, conservatives will not take accountability for anything they've done. So why the fuck would I disavow any individual shooter? Like, they shouldn't do it. But like, you guys think that, look at all the weird shit you obsess over for trans people, and the trans groomer, and the cutting off children's dicks, and all of this, and all the document, and the obsession over it, or the obsession over like, well, I could give like a million examples, but like there's so much horrible shit that goes on over here. I'm not going to sit here and try to like crawl and beg for forgiveness from a side that has exited orbit. Although maybe you don't believe that's possible, because Candace Owens says we could not leave the planet. So, who knows? But
you said, why would I do this? Why would I spend time condemning this? And I would answer on point of political principle. I mean, the whole criticism that you might make of the right wing is that they don't have political principles. They're just sort of emotive, and they'll drop their political principles on a whim to support a deranged president who's started a cold personality. The whole point is that we're supposed to be better than that. We're supposed to have our political principles. I've heard you say, for example, like, no, I don't have any sympathy for anyone who's at a Donald Trump rally. Anyone who's at a rally supporting a man who tried to incite an insurrection, which is like a fundamental threat to democracy, that should like invalidate their ability to vote. And as well as that, I have no sympathy for them being at a rally because of their undermining of the basic principles of democracy. Well, you know what else undermines the basic principle of democracy? The assassination of political leaders and democratically elected presidents. And so, in other words, to do like a tu quoque, to say, well, you do this too, why would I spend my time condemning this? It's to show political principles, say that actually I do believe in democracy. So even when, my opponent is clipped in the ear with a bullet, I'm going to come out and say, of course I think that's bad. Obviously that's bad. And of course I have sympathy for anyone who's caught up in that. And you can use that as an opportunity if you do it without actually grandstanding, because I see that a lot. I must say, I do see a lot of people on the right condemning political violence against left-wingers.
Bullshit.
There's going to be people on Twitter saying crap all the time, right?
No, but I couldn't find anybody. I went back after my Pierce thing, and I went to see what these people said about Paul Pelosi, and all of these guys, Trump Jr. did it, Dave Rubin did it, all these guys made disgusting comments and jokes about it. The reality is there is no political virtue or principle in allowing yourself to be crushed by an opposition that's not going to play by the same set of rules. There is no value in that. There is no principled position in that. Politics is for power. The idea behind any type of political action is to gain power politically for your side. Now, in a democracy, there are ways that you're supposed to do that, ideally through liberal principles, classical liberal principles like freedom of speech and press and all of this. But when the other side's not playing by that same rule set, you existing using a different rule set is not a virtuous thing to be proud of or to be principled about. For you to go on your sinking ship that you decided not to put any cannons on because it's a violation of maritime law while you're getting sunk by another boat and going, well, at least we sailed, righteously is ridiculous.
Okay. But bear in mind, you're not talking now to a Don Trump or a Donald Trump. Don Trump Jr. You're talking to me, and I'm somebody who, I feel as much sympathy as I could for a stranger I never met. But yeah, like, it upsets me to think that somebody who was innocently attending a rally was shot. Now, you might say it wasn't innocent because they were supporting Donald Trump, but you and I both know that people's opinions on things can be shaped by all kinds of things. I don't know where he grew up. I don't know what his education was like. I don't know who he had around him. As far as I can tell, he could have just been a man who was broadly Republican, thinking about voting for Donald Trump because, he's on the right and that's just how his family's been. Sees that Trump is coming to town, like a former president's going to be in town. What a cool spectacle. Goes along to watch it. I understand that it's maybe not a good thing to be like supporting Trump at a Trump rally, but to have no sympathy for someone who's potentially in that position to be killed, what I'm asking is personally. I know that when you're speaking publicly, it's almost like you want to make a point that, well, we get to do this too. Why am I going to play by rules that they're not playing by? But like, personally, do you not consider a circumstance like that and have.
I mean, on a very
some
personal
sympathy
level,
for
maybe,
this
but it's never going to be it's never going to be a part of the public conversation.
And does
we
this-
are so far beyond any, like, the idea that, like, the discourse is destroyed because people on the left won't feel bad about, you know, dipshits getting shot at a fucking rally. We're so far beyond that being anywhere.
Very concerned about the possibility of a brainwormed retard being given oversight of the CDC, NIH, and FDA.
President Trump has asked me to reorganize the federal health agencies, the agencies that have a portfolio that affects human health, which is CDC, NIH, FDA, as well as some of the agencies within the United States Department of Agriculture. And he's asked me to clean up the corruption, number one. Number two, end the conflicts of interest. Return those agencies to their rich tradition of gold standard, empirically based, evidence-based science, evidence-based medicine, and to end the chronic disease epidemic in this country. And he's asked me specifically to measurably reduce chronic disease in our children within 2 years.
Yeah, that's gonna be stupid.
That's not even on my top 50 list of issues that we have right now in this country. And conservatives just want to hyperfixate on it and make it number one because they don't want to take responsibility for a single fucking thing that they're doing, which is put this country on a crash course for destruction.
And just to round this off, because I don't want to sort of go in circles here, but there are two potential ways you can approach this thing about, yeah, I'm going to say mean things about Corey on Twitter right after he's killed. There's, I have the right to do this, and there's, this is an effective political tactic. Do you think one of those is true? Both of those is true? Because as far as I can see,
it's probably an effective political tactic. Nobody wants to hear it, but there's a reason why people engage in that type of rhetoric. Do you think it was an effective political tactic when people made, gay jokes about Paul Pelosi? It was, because they make memes out of it, they laugh about it, it boosts morale. There's a reason why people engage in this type of rhetoric. It's because there is an advantage to it. And to pretend that it's strictly negative doesn't make any sense, because if so, where is the right suffering for it? Show me where the punishments have been on the right for all of the unhinged statements and actions that Donald Trump has made or said. Donald Trump is literally a guy who gives bad nicknames to his political opponents. Yep. Right now, we're seeing on X this massive disinformation campaign saying that FEMA is not responding in states, despite direct statements from people like Roy Cooper, from Brian Kemp, from Ron DeSantis, direct contradictory statements saying that Biden called us yesterday. We have everything the federal government can provide. They're lying and lying and lying. And I'm so sick of this, like, but don't you think it's bad when you make fun of blah, blah? Show me these conversations happening on the right ever, and I will begin to give a fuck. Because this conversation that's happening right now is never happening on Tucker Carlson, on Joe Rogan, on Tim Pool, on Candace Owens, on Ben Shapiro, on Walsh, on Knowles, on Crowder, on any of these other shows, on Megyn Kelly, on any, none of these people are like, well, were we too mean when we did this? They're not even close to these. So for me to sit here and pretend to like entertain that conversation, I don't give a fuck. I'm so beyond giving a fuck on it.
You don't think that's just because, I mean, you're making the criticism that right-wingers don't sort of police themselves in this way. You say, like, where is this happening on the right? Does that mean that it's also not going to happen on the left? I mean, maybe the reason why the right can get away with it and again, here I'm strictly talking about whether it's an effective political tactic. If you want to say, look, I have the right to do this, they're doing this, I have the moral right to do this, fine. But as an effective political tactic, if right-wingers are more like morally deranged than left-wingers in the way that you sort of seem to observe them as being, then isn't it the case that that kind of tactic is going to work with right-wingers in a way that it might not work with left-wingers? I mean, you say it has to be an effective political tactic because look at how Trump's using it. Look at the name-calling. Look at the way that there's no self-policing on the right. Maybe that's because it's the right. Maybe left-wingers being less morally deranged, being more, having more better political principle, being the more moral side of things, are going to see someone using those tactics as you use them on Twitter.
No, I don't think so. I don't think
the right wing, so that's not going to work on me.
I don't think fundamentally we're that different between different groups of humans. I think that people like to make fun of people and make jokes and all that shit. Even dark humor, I think it happens on both sides. On every side, I think it's just like a pretty normal human thing. I don't think it's good, but again, the right has set the standard for behavior in this country, and it is in hell.
So was it humor? What you were doing on Twitter there? Was it an attempt at humor, or was it a sort of a genuine expression of rage and anger?
Well, I mean, it's a combination of both, right? Humor, truth is always some extent in comedy, right? The easiest way to tell if somebody is sub 65 IQ is when they say something like, it was just a joke. Like, jokes are funny for reasons. It's because there's usually some aspect of reality that they're pointing to, unless you're literally doing an anti-joke or anti-humor. So
sure. You just mentioned Tucker Carlson. Elon Musk just sat down with Tucker Carlson for about 2 hours, the better part of 2 hours. He also recently spoke at a Trump rally off the cuff. On both occasions, he said that if Republicans do not get out and vote for Donald Trump, this will be the last election. What do you make of that?
He's just an idiot. I thought I was supposed to have communism after 8 years of Obama. And then I thought I was getting communism after 4 years of Biden. Still hasn't happened. I thought we were getting a wall after 4 years of Trump. Didn't happen. I thought we were getting a balanced budget after 8 years of Bush and 4 years of Trump. Didn't happen. Like, it's just bullshit talking points. That means nothing.
I must say, I was shocked to hear such extreme language. And again, even just from a point of optics, I mean, if that's what he believes, then fine. But to sort of get up and say this will be the last election, I find that sort of difficult to believe that he could take it seriously. But listening to him on Tucker, he's making a very specific point about border crossings. He's making a very specific, he's not saying that there won't literally be elections again. His point is that Democratic policy is opening up the border, flooding the country with immigrants who will be fast-tracked to green cards and then citizenship, specifically shipped into swing states where the states can be decided by tens of thousands of votes, shipping in hundreds of thousands of people who will vote Democrat, even though they might be culturally more right-wing where they come from. Their top priority is going to be getting their family to come and live with them, and so they're always going to vote blue. And so if we vote Democrat, we get 4 more years of flooding the border with immigrants who are going to vote blue, thereby flooding the border with even more immigrants who are always going to vote blue, setting up what Elon Musk predicts will be like essentially a one-party country in the way that California is, in effect, de facto, a one-party state. That's the specific point that he's making. So when he says this will be the last election, he means that this will be the last election with a meaningful discrepancy between right-wing and left-wing voters on issues other than just trying to get their families to come and live with them. Do you think there's any credence in what he's saying?
No. I think that Elon Musk is a 97 IQ man who masquerades as a 137 IQ man, and all of his followers are 85 IQ, so they all believe that he's as smart as he says he is. He wouldn't be able to pass a Civics 101 test. The man is just astoundingly fucking stupid when it comes to talking about anything outside of his very narrow set of expertise, which just seems to be creating a whole bunch of children with a whole bunch of women. So nothing that he says, we've been hearing these same arguments for decades. Even what conservatives say, I just caught a guy trying to make this dog shit argument before about bringing in certain types of immigrants that will only vote liberal. Every immigrant votes for liberals because conservatives are fucking insane, and that's their fault. If you can't find a way to appeal to anybody that comes into this country that's not bought in and indoctrinated with your political ideology from birth, that sounds like a fucking you problem. Because I caught a guy doing, I don't want a bunch of brown, Haitian, black, whatever immigrants coming in. It's like, oh, really? You think people coming from fucking Norway and Sweden are voting for Donald Trump? Do you think people immigrating from Italy or France or Germany or Poland even are voting for Donald Trump? No, this is not happening. Nobody from around the world comes to the United States like, man, Donald Trump, this guy seems like he's making some real good points. I'm going to vote conservative. It doesn't really happen. So every immigrant group, and you can go and look at the poll at the Pew polling for this. Like every immigrant group votes left. That's a conservative problem. And by the way, there's not even a real reason why that has to be the case, because if conservatives would just not be fucking racist, they actually have a lot in common with immigrant groups, especially when it comes to social values. If you look at stuff like trans stuff, do you think it's a bunch of brown immigrants from South America that are championing? No, it's white kids, right? It's almost exclusively these like young white college kids that are non-binary and blue hair and all this shit. So this is like, again, this is conservatives creating their own problem and then getting super ass mad about it. But again, the idea that there's like this significant demographic change for people coming to this country, like, what are we going to do? Shut down all immigration? Like, is it even worse now than it was in the past? We've got an issue with asylum seeking right now. We tried to fix it, but Republicans shut that bill down. So apparently they don't give a fuck about it too much because they wanted to keep the issue open for Donald Trump to run on. So I guess they don't actually care. I have no sympathy. And Elon Musk is an idiot, so I wouldn't trust anything he says whatsoever about immigration or the border.
You said the idea demographic shift. You said I sort of don't buy into it. Do you mean the idea that it's happening or the idea that it's bad?
The idea that it's happening in like some unprecedented rate, the idea that it's even necessarily a bad thing, and the idea that it can't be like politically accounted for. There is no reason why brown people or black people or people of color coming from other countries have to vote Democrat and can't vote Republican, right? Like Republicans are the ones that say over and over again, Trump is doing better with black voters than anyone else. Okay, well, keep doing that then. Appeal to them. Why can you not appeal to people that aren't white, rural voter? You should be able to do this.
I'd quibble with what you said about like European immigrants, because I mean, Europe has been having something of a perceivable shift to the right. It's quite hard to track because the elections keep surprising us. But I don't know, maybe like nationalists are more likely to stay at home because they're nationalists. Like
Potentially, sure. But I mean, it still plays into my point. People aren't immigrating. White immigrants don't come from Europe to vote for conservatives in the United States.
Where there are immigrants immigrating into a country, of course, there could be so many reasons why they're voting left. Maybe it's just because they're all really reasonable people and left-wing parties are eminently more reasonable, and that's why immigrants are voting left on the whole. Do you not think it could possibly have something to do with them wanting to support their family coming over the border? Something to do with, immigration welfare, this kind of stuff that
the United States sucks for welfare. We're a dog shit country when it comes to welfare. Like people immigrate illegally to the United States usually because they're looking to work and they're looking for employment opportunities. I think we need an immigration overhaul, but nobody wants to sit down and actually do it to make it easier to come in and out of the country, at the very least for like work visas, so people don't feel the need to illegally immigrate to the country. But people aren't like the idea. This is just it's the most fucking American thing in the world. I think that people are coming here to get our excellent fucking welfare benefits. It's absolutely not the case.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you obviously don't agree with Elon Musk, let's put it that way, but there's no cause for concern, like even a slither, the idea that there might be a sort of self-reinforcing policy in politics. That is, self-reinforcing in the sense that if we vote for these people, they bring in these people who vote for the same people, who bring in more of those people, ultimately culminating in this self-fulfilling sort of democratic.
I mean, I guess theoretically that can happen, but like that can happen in so many different ways, right? Like who's to say that when here would be an example, like liberals, broadly speaking, support things like abortion. Aren't you aborting like most of your voter base? Like, isn't it generally minorities or people, they always talk about the Black Holocaust as abortion. Aren't Black voters generally Democrat? So if we think that people are specifically choosing policies just to increase their voter base, why do Democrats support abortion, right? That's an example of a policy that Republicans want to fight against as hard as possible that hurts them electorally. So I don't think that people are necessarily making, the argument that we should allow in more immigrants because we know they're going to vote for us. And that can be a workaround or a thing that you do for immigration overhaul. Again, maybe you make it so that people can come in for work visas, but they can't vote because they're just, on temporary visas, or maybe the path to citizenship is, 10 years out or something, or a little bit harder than just residency. I don't know. There are ways to counter that, but it can't be, it can't be that your country's the country's immigration policy should be centered around the well-being of the country. It can't be centered around your party being too fucking racist to appeal to a huge demographic of voters coming from other parts of the world. Fuck you, leave. Go somewhere else. If your idea of good immigration is we can't have too many people coming in that don't match our racist, ideology, then fuck you. We're actively making ourselves worse. And we already have restrictions on immigration. Like, I think it's 7% per country is like the cap or something like that. It's not like we'll take like 50 million legal Mexican immigrants in one time.
Do you think immigration is too high?
I don't even know what that means. And nobody that is even debating it knows what that means. Like, the problem is that when you get into these types of conversations, you really need to get in the weeds about what you're saying. Like, so for instance, is immigration too high? Well, for what? It grows the economy because labor is one of the most productive and important inputs to your economy. So in that sense, our GDP grows and our economy grows. Fiscally, it tends to be pretty beneficial because immigrants tend to be young and they work as young people, right? They're not old and consuming a ton of healthcare like older people are. In terms of cost of housing, probably be negative. It's probably driving prices up a bit because wherever they go, there's going to be an increased demand for houses. In terms of opportunity for locals, depending on what the unemployment is, you could have immigrants that are competing with local workers. Tech workers complain about H-1B immigrants. Some poor people in the South will complain about competing with illegals for work. To say that it's necessarily all good or all bad, or even good or bad, it really depends particularly on the issue that you're talking about.
It was discussed in the VP debate recently, and housing came up as one example. But it was also said that more than 50% or around 50% of Americans support mass deportations.
I seriously doubt that.
Which kind of stunned me as a statistic. I don't know if it's true, but that would surprise you if it were true?
I don't think that's true. My guess is if I could dig into that poll or whatever it's citing, it probably says something like, would you be in favor of deporting every illegal with like a violent felony or a felony conviction or whatever? In which case, I would be in favor of that. Yeah, fuck you. If you're going to illegally immigrate in here and then commit a fucking felony, it's time to go. Yeah, of course.
Do you think that there's a reasonable case to be made for the sort of broad idea that immigration is too high that isn't based on just like emotive, racist, right-wing like paranoia?
I don't know if I would say it's based on on racist paranoia, but it is based on paranoia. Like we said earlier, it's an aesthetic, right? In terms of, or the presentation of reality is aesthetic. Shane Gillis does a funny bit, where he's talking about Trump and everything, about how, my dad in Pennsylvania is oddly concerned with the border, and he's very obsessed with illegal immigration. Like an illegal immigrant is going to walk up to Pennsylvania and threaten his job. I could tell you right now there are 5 million illegals crossing the border yesterday, or I could tell you it was 5,000 last year. You would have no idea. You have no way to track that. You have no way to know that. It's hard to know where this even shows up in people's lives. There was a good YouGov poll on like, how do you feel about the outlook of the economy and or how are you doing in the economy? And it was like, as soon as Trump was elected versus Biden, and then when Biden was reelected again, it flips completely, where all of a sudden, like as soon as Trump was elected, like when the economy was starting to do good, it is doing good now, but when it was doing good, I think a couple of years ago, and the stock market started to shoot up, Trump said that the reason why was because people thought that he was going to get elected again. So now the stock market is up. Like it's people are totally untethered from reality.
Yeah, I see a lot of people. Do you have any thoughts about the relevance of demographic change? I mean, I constantly see statistics being thrown around about how like white people are going to become a minority by 2100 or whatever it may be. Again, same question. Do you think that this is just sort of racist paranoia, or do you think there's any legitimate concern in this?
I think that good people can be driven to legitimate concern, but I don't think there is true legitimate concern. Who cares? Like, this is a country that is founded on immigration. Right now, I said this when I was talking to Sam Harris, like I've been told for decades that immigrants that don't share my values are going to overwhelm my country and either do Sharia law or Hispanic law or whatever the fuck is going to come into our country. And right now, the biggest threat to democracy in the United States is largely white conservatives. They share less in line with me politically and in terms of American values than any immigrant that illegally jumped a fence to come over here and work. So no, I think I don't think it's a true concern. In the United States, we're really good at integrating immigrants from different backgrounds. We do it exceptionally well. We should continue to do that.
Yeah, that's one thing that makes the United States discussion so unique, I think, is that it's a new country and has just a different story. It has a different mythos. It has a different sort of origin and culture of immigration, I think, which makes it a different discussion from, say, the UK, where I'm from. One thing that did surprise me, again, as an outsider here, is listening to Elon Musk talk about voter ID laws. This isn't really a conversation in the UK in the same way, I don't think. But when I hear that not only do you not need to bring ID in order to vote in federal elections, Elon Musk made the claim that California just passed a law banning any kind of regulation based on ID, like banning the idea that you can even check people's IDs in elections. That to me, I must say, I don't know how true that is, but it kind of does stun me.
I would have to check. I wouldn't trust anything Elon Musk cites. I'm not 100% sure if he can even read English. So I would have to go and check the particular law or statute or regulation that either the California legislature passed or the executive is enforcing. So I can't speak to that. I don't think there is inherently a problem with voter ID. I want to say like 30 some states require some form of ID. I would have to go and check. It's a high now. I think it's more than half. I think that the main issue is that anytime voter ID comes up, it always feels like Republicans are just using this as a way to disenfranchise voters. So like there was a big Supreme Court case in North Carolina where when they wanted to do voter ID, they wanted to like allow all of the types of IDs that white people were likely to have, and then disallow all of the types of IDs that black people were more likely to have. I think the Supreme Court, when they rejected that new law that they were trying to write, the phrase they used was it was surgically targeting the black community. And they did the same thing with closing like certain early voting areas or certain polling booths that like just had black people there. I think if you wanted to have like a national voter ID and you wanted to have it that it was automatically issued to every citizen of the United States that could, prove they had an address there, and you wanted to require that to vote, I don't think that should be a huge problem. I think most people should be okay with that. But
do you think that voters should be required to show some form of identification before they can vote?
I mean, right now it seems like I don't think there's ever been like any substantial fraud uncovered as a result of how we run our elections right now. So I don't feel strongly about it. But I think if somebody wants to do it and they want to provide for a way to get that ID for free, I think it's okay to do it.
Yeah, because I mean, the problem to me when I hear people say like, well, what about people who struggle to get IDs? Free government IDs for everyone. I mean, to me, it just seems really strange to me that there are, especially if it's true that California did indeed just pass a law that actually prohibits this. Like, forgetting that for a moment, for it not to be a requirement to show ID. I can't imagine just like walking into a booth and just saying, "Yep, I'm here," and being able to vote in a federal election.
Generally, you walk in and then you verify your name and your address, and then if you're registered at that address with that name, then that's how you vote.
If you're registered at that address.
Yeah, so I would go in and I would say my name is, XYZ, and then they go, okay, and then you say my address is this,
And
then
how
they
do they
would
check whether you're telling the truth about
you
where
just say,
live?
well, you just say it.
You just say it, right?
Yeah.
And like that just
And then
seems
they say,
like
have you voted yet?
way too easy a thing to do with something as important as a federal election.
Sure.
Especially even if you're not actually worried about voter fraud, which I think we should be.
Mhm.
We should be concerned about all things that can happen in an election that can go wrong, because they don't go wrong until they do. Should be concerned about voter fraud. But even if you're not, just like the optics of that, in terms of when you have Trump losing an election and saying the election was stolen and there's a bunch of voter fraud, you can't turn around and say, well, actually, Mr. Trump, like every single voter was ID'd and vetted.
Doesn't matter what you say or what you do, they will always make accusations of voter fraud. There's literally
Surely it
nothing to
makes
do
it
to
easier.
accuse them. No, absolutely not. Republicans dance, they delight in anybody taking these arguments seriously. For the best example of that, Trump spent a year attacking mail-in ballots. He didn't give a single suggestion. The Republicans didn't give a single suggestion one single time to make that process more secure. Instead, they decried them because they knew the Democrats were more likely to take social distancing and COVID restrictions seriously and vote by mail. Republicans do not give a fuck about the integrity of the vote.
I'm sorry, FR Joseph, but I cannot do sit-ups. I am far too high and my stomach is also too full. But thanks for the donation, Joseph. Alright, think I'm gonna go to sleep now. I should be not high tomorrow, so we'll do the usual stream tomorrow. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And nighty night.